Hello, everybody. Welcome into my latest live broadcast. Today is Monday, the 15th of February, 2021. My name is Carey Holzman, and thank you guys so much for joining me. I've been a professional computer technician for onwards of 30 plus years, and my goal is to share with you a real technical experience from a working technician. Most of the YouTube tech channels here are enthusiasts or people who used to be technicians years ago. And the technology moves too fast, in my opinion, to have that claim mean anything. Once you're out of it for about a year as a tech, things just start moving too quick. It's not to say that what you know is not useful anymore, but the practicality of how it's applied in the real world is quite often from the individual unique needs of an enthusiast or a hobbyist, and not necessarily something clients would actually pay you to do. So I'm here to show you actual work that I get paid to do. And in this case, I'm hiring myself to upgrade my laptop. I need a laptop that's powerful, lightweight, and has a long battery life so that I can edit videos when I travel. At least that was the reason I bought it a couple of years ago. However, I'm not doing much traveling these days, but I have been in this other studio location. And because I need everything to be very portable and I need to be able to get in and out quickly, I decided to use my laptop as my main office workstation to do everything that I normally do from my office back home. I'm trying to work as much as possible here as an office, like a proper go-to-work office, versus working out of my home. A lot of people, especially if they're new, wonder why I work in a kitchen. And basically the bottom line is, if you're not in a professional shop and you're going to make videos on YouTube, where do you want to make those videos? What room in your house would be more appropriate than the kitchen? Which room is better lit? Which room has a table or a counter space large enough to work on? Which room in your house has enough room to hold all the parts and all the plugs you need to plug everything in, and is a naturally anti-static environment? In most cases, kitchens are not carpeted. So because I'm working out of my home, my choices are to work out of the bathroom, one of the bedrooms, the hallway, the foyer, the laundry room, or between cars and junk in a garage, which would be very uncomfortable because it's not heated or air conditioned. It's very echoey, and the garage door is very thin, so you can hear every conversation and everything going on outside the front of my house. So I hope that clarifies that for you. In a professional shop, obviously, we'd have a workbench, and I've done my best to try and emulate that here in what I am treating as my office. And I'm not settled in. Like I said, I have to be very portable. I have to be able to get out on a moment's notice until or if I can make this an official office for me. I need to find one. And when I do that, of course, it'll probably be a house. And if it's a house, I'll probably be broadcasting from the kitchen. I think you'll find that even the living room is not an ideal place to broadcast from. In most cases, living rooms are too dark. There's too much furniture in the way, and there's no plugs nearby. So I think I covered every room in the house. The kitchen's the one that makes the most sense if you're doing the kind of work that I'm doing out of a house. So with that, I hope that clarifies any confusion, that it makes sense to you. And if not, well, get over it. Now, shouts out to some folks who have contributed. Thank you to Crystal. Thank you to Ross. Thank you to AC's Drafting, who's helping me design a tool for removing graphics cards. Thanks, of course, to all the previous contributors. Those names were just the most recent. They're on the top of my head. Things move out pretty quick out of my head, so I gotta say it before I lose it. And hello to everybody joining in the chat room. Good to see everybody. Hopefully the stream is coming through nice and clear today. The signal looked really good from my end, and we've got about 200 people watching right now. And a $50 contribution just came in from Gerardo Quintana Rue. That's very generous, Gerardo. Thank you so much. He says, hello, Uncle Carey. Glad to see you again. looking good. Hopefully you had a relaxing weekend. It was a good weekend. We had good weather here. I just stayed home. That's what I do. But yeah, that's a good thing, right? Nothing unexpected occurred, and that's the best you can hope for at this point. So I hope you also had an enjoyable and safe weekend, and perhaps a romantic one for Valentine's Day, or perhaps it was just Singles Awareness Day for you. Happy SAD, SAD, right? Singles Awareness Day. Yeah, thank you for that. It's a very generous contribution. I appreciate that very much. So getting back to the laptop, this has become my main daily machine. When I first got this, I thought, this will be great for taking with me when I travel to do videos while I'm away. And so I would take it with me to Michigan, like for the TechCon conference. I took it with me to Miami for the Acronis conference. And then it mostly just sat on a shelf, and I would take it off the shelf every few months and just update it, if I had time, because I knew the updates would take a while. And not just Windows updates, but Dell updates, which includes drivers and BIOS. And I just let it go through that. Because if I didn't stay on top of it once every few months, and I waited until I needed it, I would probably grow very impatient, waiting for Windows 20H2 and all the other things to download and install along again with all of the Dell updates. So when I decided to upgrade it, I'm going to tell you the mistake I made and how life kind of changes perspective. I've always been one where money has been tight and never had any money in the savings account. Savings was like a bad word. That's perfectly good money. Why are you letting it sit there when there's things we could be doing with it? But nobody explained to me is instead of calling it a savings account, what somebody should have said to me was, do you just want to work your whole life? Do you want to live your whole life just going paycheck to paycheck to paycheck to paycheck? Because you're on that road. And that's the road I was on up until a couple of years ago. And a couple of things happen. First of all, when you're younger, you generally make less money. Things like car insurance are going to be higher because you're younger and less experienced. And because you're less experienced, you don't make as much money, as I said. And then, if you're buying your first place, you've got to buy furniture. But, these are expenses you don't incur very often. How often do you buy a bed or a couch? And, if you get your own place and you want to replace your appliances, it can be very expensive. But again, once that's done, suddenly now costs start to settle down. If you have kids and they get older and they move out, again, suddenly now you're making more money when you're older because you have more experience, and your expenses are reduced because all of these things you had to buy when you were younger and broke are now hopefully still in good shape, or, if anything needs to be replaced, it's not everything. It's just, maybe the couch is worn, or maybe one of the appliances needs to be replaced. Once you move past that, then the next question is, do you want to just keep working paycheck to paycheck until you die? And of course, I don't want to. And what people, I think, need to learn is how to use your money to work for you. And using your money to work for you would mean putting away $100. I'm saying $100, but whatever you can afford. A couple, if you have $100 play money, instead of playing with it, you can invest it. Now, investing is very different from a savings account. I'm a big believer in, the banks right now, the savings accounts don't pay you anything worth having it in savings. So you should take the money out of savings, put it into like an S&P 500 index fund. If you don't know what that is, you can talk to somebody about it. You'll earn on average 10% interest annually, which is far better, about 10 times better than what the bank's going to give you. And of course, you get taxed on that and stuff like that. But if you can continually put in a certain amount on a regular basis, it will build up incredibly over time. And with compounded interest, now your money's working for you. But you have to sort of stop the car, stop the spending, because it's a bad habit. And one of the things I've also learned is the less stuff you have, the cleaner your house looks. Like, if I'm able to rent this place out, I'm not going to put much furniture in here. There'll be a couch, there'll be a coffee table, there'll be a bed and a bedroom nightstand. But I won't do much for pictures on the walls. I like to have a clock up in the room so I can see what time it is. Obviously, if you know, have some nice light fixtures and things like that. But I'm not going to intentionally, I'm not going to buy a lot of stuff unless I absolutely have to have it, because I'd rather put that money into an investment with Bitcoin. For you, Bitcoin's highly volatile, but it's just going up. If you put $10,000 into Bitcoin in January, you'd have over $17,000 today. So that's a crazy amount of interest. You know, if you bought Bitcoin when it was $28,000 or even $33,000, it's up to $47,000, $48,000. And you can buy Bitcoin, you know, $1 at a time over at PayPal. And when it comes to Bitcoin, don't invest anything you're not willing to lose, because it could potentially fall. But it seems to me it's just a matter of time before that just takes off like a rocket. You just have to be patient. With all investments, patience is required. There's not the instant gratification that you might see when you spend your money. And you know, I've got another laptop at home. I never use it. It's there as sort of a backup laptop for me, but it's one more thing I got to maintain. It's one more thing taking up space. And if you've seen my office, it is a pigsty. It looks like a bomb went off in there because I have too much crap, and I spent a lot of money on that crap. When you get rid of the crap, you get more money, and the room is cleaner and easier to keep clean. So I just want to share with you, in my advancing years, what I wish adults would have told me in a way I could have understood back when I was, you know, 18, 19 years old, assuming you're a younger person watching the channel. I know it's tough. I know it's really tough to have any extra money, but you really need to think about how long you want to work. And the sooner you start investing, the more money you're going to make in 20 years, 30 years, 40 years, that your money's going to make the money for you, so you don't have to. I just wish somebody would have explained it to me that way. Get rid of those credit cards, man. Pay those credit cards off, because you're paying outrageous interest. If I could invest my money where somebody was paying me back like a credit card interest rate, man, can you imagine? That'd be one of the best investments you could ever make, assuming they pay it back. So in any event, I just wanted to put that out there. It was fresh on my mind today, and I'd been meaning to discuss it. And I know with the shortage on graphics cards, you know, people are upset about how much money they cost. But I'm telling you, how long do you think you're going to own a graphics card? A couple of years? 3, 4, 5 years? You take that same $600 you're going to plunk down onto a graphics card, put it into Bitcoin or put it into a Tesla stock or something that's pretty solid, pretty reliable. It still has some risk to it, but there's no risk with a graphics card. It's guaranteed to depreciate. It's guaranteed to depreciate until it's eventually worthless. So at least this way you have the potential to allow your money to earn money for you, and then you can retire earlier. So you decide for yourself. Do you want to work till you're 40, 50, 60, 70, 80? Compound interest. It's a fascinating subject, and when you learn how to wield it and take advantage of it, well, just look at Warren Buffett. That's how Warren Buffett made all of his money. Warren Buffett's secret is understanding how compound interest works. That basically means that you're making interest on the interest that you made year after year. So as you earn more interest, you gain more interest. Just leave it alone, let it sit and pile up. I'm telling you. And I know when you're younger, money's tight, it hurts. But do you want that to be your whole life? Because it will be. One day you're 20, the next day you're 45, and you go, how did I get here? Same as it ever was. Talking Head song. So the sooner you get started, you make that habit, even if you're just putting away 20 bucks, just 20 bucks out of every paycheck. In a year's time, if you've got 26 paychecks at $20, you've got several $100s in savings. And from the time you're 20 to the time you're 30, you can multiply that times 10 plus compounded interest. And it starts to build. And as you earn more money, maybe you can change that 20 to 40 or 40 to 100. It's just for you. You're doing this for you. You're not doing this for me. You're doing this for you. Are you worth it? Or do you just want to work until you're dead? It's your choice, man. I just wish an adult had told this to me with these words so I could understand it. All right, so let's get on with it. So my Dell XPS 15 has become a critical, mission critical piece of equipment in my business right now. Working from this remote location, I'm able to log into my office computer back home remotely here with this. I'm able to listen to some music and relax. There's no TV here, so I can, have Hulu and Netflix and Disney Plus. I can stream it right through a projector onto a wall, and I have a bigger TV than I've ever owned in my life by just buying a projector. Forget buying a $3,000, $4,000 TV. That's stupid. Buy a $600 good 1080 projector, like from Belkin. Is it Belkin? No, it's not Belkin. Who makes my projector? Popular company. BenQ. That's it. BenQ makes some great projectors, and you can set the projector on the floor. They even have projectors you can place right up against the wall and will broadcast. Those are expensive, like $2,500. 4K laser projector. You just put it like maybe either against the wall or like 7 inches away from the wall, and it just broadcasts this giant picture. If you have a big blank wall with no pictures on it, remember all that stuff's crap that has to be dusted and cleaned. So you keep the wall clean, you just turn a projector on, you have the biggest, nicest TV in the neighborhood. Saves you money, and if you have to move somewhere or you want to take it over to somebody's house or you want to take it outside to watch something by the pool, Amazon sells portable screens that you can hang up for outdoor use. You plug the thing in, you're rocking. So right now this is, I'm able to plug this into a projector and have a bigger screen for watching movies or even my desktop. I showed you that projector on the RGB build of the Thermaltake attack helicopter T600 case, and it's the coolest thing ever. You pair that with a couple of Sony Bluetooth speakers, and they're completely wireless and stereo. You have a left speaker and a right speaker. Really good bass, very full sound. You wouldn't think it could come from a speaker that small. And you have a fully portable entertainment center at a fraction of the cost that will rival in video and audio quality what your friends or people you know might have hardwired surround sound and all that other crap. So, because you might think these are squirrels, but this all adds up together. This all comes together full circle here. So growing up, being very broke, and every dollar was like the only dollar I had. When I decided I wanted to upgrade this laptop because it's become so important to me, I went online and I bought a 32 gig kit of memory, which is right here. And I bought a 2 terabyte Samsung 970 Evo Plus drive. And I started thinking about this. I got it, and I was going to upgrade this. I was going to move forward with it. And I said, you know what? This is critical to my business. This is not a toy for me. This is not a novelty. And while I do enjoy it sometimes for personal use, I also need to edit videos on it. And my office back at my house is a powerful machine for editing. Well, again, the reason I purchased this laptop, the reason that I have it, it's got a 1050 Ti graphics card in it. And I can edit 4K videos on it no differently than on my office computer. However, this laptop only came with 16 gigs of memory and a 512 gig NVMe drive made by Toshiba. And to say I'm running low on space, well, let's just say I can't do any editing anymore because there's no place to put scratch files. Well, I might be able to put the scratch files, but I can't save the output files to anything. And going to an external connected drive is too damn slow. I don't have the patience for it. So let me show you some specifications of the laptop before we get started so we can see where we are and where we're going. right now, and I'm going to get back to, so remember, I was going to put in 32 gigs of RAM and a 2 terabyte drive, and I've changed my mind, and I'm going to get back to this thought. Let me show you what I've got. These are the specifications of the laptop. And you can see it's 16 gigs of RAM. You can see the Core i7 processor is an 8th gen processor. I think it's 8th gen. And then if we look at the current RAM that's in there, this is using a utility called CPU-Z. Let me turn the camera off so you can focus on that. And this tells us we've got DDR4, and it tells us the frequency of the RAM. And then if we look at the second page, this shows us what I need to know when I'm buying RAM for a machine. I just want to make sure that I'm getting DDR4 that runs at that speed. Okay, so it doesn't matter which manufacturer I buy. I don't have to go, you can go to one of those websites that tells you what RAM is compatible, or you can just do this, right? So I'm just looking up the speed, and now I'm going to search for SO-DIMM memory, that's DDR4, that is this speed. With some laptops, it's important you get the right speed, because you might think you're going to get something faster and it won't work in your laptop. The laptop may not recognize it, and even if it does work, the laptop can't fully utilize the speed of the memory, making it a waste of money. So when I'm, as a technician, when I'm looking to upgrade somebody's RAM in a laptop or a pre-built machine, I look to see with CPU-Z what they currently have, and then I look for a larger memory size with those the speed specifications. In most cases, that's what matters. Now, in some cases, CAS latency can matter, but in my experience, this is what has worked well for me. Now, the hard drive on this thing, as I mentioned, it's 512 gigs. And you can see I am hurting. If you look there at that red bar at the bottom of the screen, it'll show you how many gigs free I've got. I'm in a lot of pain here. Obviously, this does affect performance. And with regards to the drive that's installed, there's this, whoops, where'd it go? That is not the right information. That is not the right information. That is supposed to lead me to Crystal Disk Info, which for some reason I don't have that. That's all right. It's basically just showing it's a Toshiba drive. The Crystal Disk Mark, this is the performance of that Toshiba drive. It's not shabby. It's showing almost 3,000 megabytes on the read speed, and I primarily just pay attention to those two top numbers, right? Those are the best it could possibly do. The other numbers are based on other types of transfer rates, but I'm only concerned with what's the maximum I can expect under the best circumstances. So if you look at the top left number, that's your read speed. Top right number, the top number on the right is the write speed, and you'll see the write speed sucks. But I think that's because of how small the space is. Gary wants to know if I thought about logging into my NAS remotely and storing your video files that way. It's too slow. My video files are huge, and as I mentioned, the internet here is abysmal. We're having a good internet day today, so because this place is not officially mine to call my own, I cannot put any utilities in my name, and the internet here is terrible. Also, if I open up my VPN for external access, then that becomes a security exploit that could potentially bite me in the butt. So, well, Mike Smith has set up his NAS in Philadelphia so we can access it from his home in Miami. He also has gigabit. No, it's more than gigabit. No, I guess maybe it's, he has got fiber optic internet at both locations. So when he accesses files back and forth from Miami to Philadelphia, because both sides have really fast internet, it's like he says it's like sitting at his desk at home. I'm not that fortunate. The fastest internet I can get here is 35 meg up, and megabits, and it's slow. I mean, it's fine for average use, but video files are huge. And then of course there's Google Drive, but then, you know, again, even with Google Drive, I'm sitting and waiting because of my upload bandwidth. So, getting back to the laptop, this is not a novelty or a toy for me. And there's nothing that frustrates me more than business owners who won't invest in their own business. It is profound. Like, if you won't invest in your own business, why would any customer hire you? Like, if you're an Uber driver, do you want to buy the cheapest, most unreliable car? Because every time you have to pay to get that car repaired, you're not making any money, and you're spending money to get the car fixed. And you're losing money every time the car's in the shop and you can't work. What I'm getting at is it doesn't make sense to have an expensive car for Ubering unless you're getting paid the higher Uber dollars for Uber Black or whatever it is for fancy schmancy. But if you had a nice Hyundai Sonata, or even if you had a nice new Elantra, something that was in good shape, gave you good gas mileage, was under warranty, and enabled you to drive and drive and drive without any concerns of what happens if it breaks down. What happens if it breaks down is they're going to fix it under warranty, and you're going to lose money while your car's in the shop, but at least you're not paying for it. And the odds of it happening are statistically less likely because it's a new car. So, when it's a car you're buying just to go jolly around, joyriding, jolly around, what is that? Sorry, I had a Joe Biden moment. But when you just want a car because you want a car, then that's a very different situation. And I thought about this, and I said, I'm going to be editing files on this, and I bet you I will fill up 2 terabytes pretty damn quick. And that's fine. I can, offload the projects. It just means it's more maintenance I'm going to have to put into time. Now, I can buy more storage space, but I can't buy more time. And if it turns out that I get sick of it, I'm going to upgrade it again. It's going to cost me more money and more time. So why don't I just do the maximum I can do now, take the hit, okay? It's painful, but pay the price and take the hit. Then I won't have to worry about it, in theory, for years. Now, I looked to see what a new version of this laptop would cost me. Just buy another one. I mean, once you start looking at what this starts to cost, when you go to, let's say, a 4 terabyte drive and 64 gigabytes of RAM, this is like $600 and this is like $300. You're like almost at $1,000. You're like, well, how much is a new laptop? Well, the 10th generation Dell XPS 15 looks identical to this in every way, shape, and form. They didn't change the outer clamshell at all. In fact, it had the same specs, still 32 gigs of RAM, still a 512 gig NVMe drive, but it's a 10th gen Intel processor. But I'm not having a problem with the processor. I'm not saying the processor's too slow. No, it isn't. The processor's fine. That's not what I care about upgrading. Not that there wouldn't be an advantage, but for a new laptop, it's $2,000. And if you check the boxes on Dell's website to bump it to the maximum memory and the maximum storage, you can't even get to 4 terabytes or 64. I think 32 is the most it'll go, and 2 terabytes is the most it'll go. And Dell charges you a lot of money for those upgrades, far more than you and I both know what these cost, and you can do it yourself. I don't know why Dell charges that much money, other than only people with money would be looking at those options, so we can gouge them for a higher profit margin. Like, it's ridiculous to go from a 512 gig NVMe drive to a 2 terabyte drive on Dell's website is offensive. The price is offensive. And then the same with the RAM. I mean, it's not like it takes them any effort. They're just popping in different chips, but they are taking advantage of people. Basically, it appears to be a marketing technique that if you're going to if you've got the kind of money to add additions onto a $2,000 laptop, I mean, if the laptop starts off at $2,000 and then you're going to upgrade from there, I guess Dell's attitude is you've got money, so you're obviously not bargain shopping. So even if you were going to buy a new laptop, I'd still get it stock and then do the upgrade yourself. In fact, if Dell could just not include RAM or a hard drive, that would be great. But they don't sell them that way. So you get the basic low end as far as you can go. Make sure you get the processor you want. We can do everything else, assuming it's a serviceable laptop. Now, not all laptops are easily serviceable. Now, I realize there's some people watching this and they're saying, Carey, it's been a half an hour and you haven't done anything yet. Yeah. Because I'm trying to teach you something. I'm trying to get you to understand where we were, why we're here, and what the decision process was to justify these actions so that you might consider that, not only for yourself, if you're using your laptop, as many people are now remoting from home. That's a serious job for your laptop to have. This is no longer a toy. This is no longer an option. This is not a novelty. If your laptop doesn't work and you don't have any other computers in the house, you're going to have to call the boss and say, I can't work today. And your boss is going to say, probably, I guess you're not getting paid today. And if you don't hurry up and solve that problem, we might just have to find somebody else to take your position. So I don't think that's where you need to go to the store and find the cheapest laptop you can buy. That's my opinion. Like, you're using this now for your quality of life. You're depending on it. And if you're going to drop some serious money on a laptop, like we're talking $1,500 and above or $1,200 and above or something decent, if I were you, I'd buy an extended warranty. And I don't normally recommend extended warranties, except when it comes to expensive phones, tablets, and laptops, because once they go out of warranty, they become cost prohibitive to fix. And if you can get a 3-year warranty, you know for the next 3 years, you've got peace of mind that even though you'll have the inconvenience of being without it should something happen, at least you're not in addition paying more for that. So if you get something nice today, it will last you a longer period of time. If you buy the cheapest thing you can buy, you will have to replace it that much sooner. And the cost to repair, in most cases, once the cheap things are out of warranty, they are most definitely not worth fixing. In most cases, it will cost you as much to buy a new one with instant gratification. You can buy a new one, have it today. You don't have to wait on a repair. You don't have to worry if the repair was done right, only to have another problem and take it back. You have another brand new machine under warranty today now for what it would cost to repair a cheap machine. So get something nice that's less likely to break. Treat yourself, you're worth it. And then don't worry about it for many years. This laptop should last, I've had it about 2 years. It should last at least another 3 or 4 before I have to replace it, especially after this crazy upgrade. In fact, there's some folks in the chat room that say this laptop cannot be upgraded beyond 32 gigs of RAM. And they might be right. But this is something else I want you to keep in mind. When this laptop was manufactured, there wasn't such a thing as buying 64 gigs of RAM. So, of course, they're not going to say in the manual that you can put memory in it that doesn't exist. And what ends up happening a lot of times is through BIOS updates, they expand to be compatible with newer, larger memory modules. For example, a lot of motherboards on the Intel side of things would see a maximum 64 gigs of RAM. That was the maximum you could plug into most motherboards. And then suddenly these 32 gig modules became very affordable and mass produced. And so through BIOS updates, those same motherboards, most of them can now accept 128 gigabytes of RAM because the times have changed since the board was manufactured. So just because the manufacturer states what the memory limitation is, or even what the hard drive limitation is, that doesn't necessarily mean that's still true today. It might be. Now, that's where you've got to do your research. Me, I don't do the research because I have a shop. No matter what I buy, nothing goes to waste. I have a lot of other projects. If the 64 gig of RAM doesn't work, so what? Then I'll default back to my 32 gig, but I'm gonna know. I'm not gonna take anybody's word for it. That's the kind of guy I am. I need to have my own experience, and I wanna share it live with you here on YouTube. That's the closest thing I can do to giving you your own experience by sharing my experience live, unedited, so you can see what happens. And this memory even says right up in the corner, it says it's for Mac. And the toolkit I bought was also for Mac, for MacBooks. This toolkit was $6.99. The reason I need it is there's like a T5 screwdriver that's required to take the screws out of the back of this laptop. And I wanted the cheapest thing I could find. This was $6.99. Now the most expensive thing I could find, just for comparison, is this iFixit toolkit, which also has the T5 and like 60 other little bits in there. So if you're a tech and you want to invest in a good precision bit toolkit, iFixit makes good quality tools for that. But if you're just a home user, you just want to open the laptop, you're not working on laptops for a living, $6.99 to get the job done. And I have links to everything in the video notes for the drive, the memory, the toolkits. That's all there. And what we're going to do is when I pull the cover off of this, we're going to, first of all, put take the 16 gigs of RAM out, put the 64 gigs of RAM in, and then I'm going to test fire it with the I'm not going to put the cover back on, right? I'll rest it back on the cover, but I won't screw it back down because I got more work to do. But I want to see if the laptop boots up and see if it acknowledges 64 gigs of RAM. I already have the latest BIOS, so if it doesn't boot, then that means the RAM is either incompatible or too large. And then I'll just pop it out and put the 32 gig in, and this 64 gig RAM will go on my shelf for some future project you'll see again at some point. Then I'll know. I've also got a little Wi-Fi adapter. Even though there's nothing wrong with the Wi-Fi that's in this laptop, it's super easy to change it to go to Wi-Fi 6. So I've got the Wi-Fi 6 adapter here. That's really super easy. And then I've got a Acronis True Image and this pluggable NVMe enclosure to move my current operating system, all my programs, everything is going to get moved off the 500 gig drive onto the 4 terabyte drive through USB. That's probably going to take a while. I originally did not want to do this live because of how long this is going to take, but I think what I'll do is I'll just bide my time and we'll take questions and answers while this is copying. And again, when you sit down and you watch most of these YouTube tech videos, they are not realistic. They're impractical most of the time. They're unreasonable in the fact that they might imply to you that this is a 5-minute job. Look how easy this is. So I'm here to show you a real live video as though you were virtually in the room with me, and we're doing this in real life and in real time so that you have an adequate idea of what's involved, not some highly polished scripted content. This is real. And if you don't have the patience for life, I don't know what to tell you. Pay somebody else to do it for you. Chris Kingan with a $20 contribution says, "Hey there, Carey. It's been a while since I've contributed. I'm not sure if you've opened up a new XPS yet. Be careful as the corners are really sharp. I know I've cut my finger on one." These are all rounded corners. I don't know what you're talking about. This is completely rounded. But I appreciate the thought, and we'll see what happens. Working as a technician, Band-Aids are a part of your toolkit. Eventually you're going to cut yourself on something. It happens. So when people often ask me what tools they should buy, when they say, I'm going to become a computer tech, what tools should I get? I'm like, well, get a box of Band-Aids. It's true though. So I know I'm talking very quickly, and that's because I'm at 38 minutes, and if I talk slower, I'd be in an hour. You understand what I'm saying? To convey all of this information. So I'm trying to convey it as quickly as possible so I can get to this. You with me? On the bottom of the laptop, let me bring this up to the camera so you can see it. I've never, ever opened this laptop up before, but I did do a little research by going into YouTube and typing in Dell XPS 159570 disassembly or upgrade. And there are several videos, great videos by the way, very well done, where they show taking out, there's 10 T5 Torx bits. That's how I knew to order a T5 Torx bit, because I didn't have any, not here anyway, at the studio. And then there are 2 Phillips screws underneath this cover, which I guess, I don't even know what this cover is for. It seems pointless. What used to happen is the laptop manufacturers used to put the stickers on the bottom of the case, and then they would get rubbed through normal usage to the point where you couldn't read the stickers anymore. So when you had a warranty problem, or you're looking for some help and somebody wants to know what model number you have, or what serial number you have, or what your Windows product key is, over time, especially the older the laptop was, those stickers got worn out. So then they started putting the stickers underneath the batteries in laptops. This battery is not removable. So then what do you do? Well, that's why this exists, right? So if you need that information, serial number, model number, it's all protected so it won't wear out. By the way, if they just etch it, that would save a lot of time, but it costs too much in manufacturing to etch an individual serial number. JHP Hawaii Photo contributes $5. He says, I know the info you give is worth it. Keep it going. Right on. Thank you, JHP Hawaii. So again, I have never, ever opened this before, but I have opened countless laptops. I used to be a laptop specialist. In the 90s, I was the laptop guy, the only one for the entire Chandler Intel campus. So if you had a laptop, and by the way, if you had a laptop, you were probably upper management. I'm the only one who could work on it. You can imagine the pressure, right? If you don't do a good job for upper management, no pressure. And then after that, I went to work at the power company. I was the laptop specialist. Again, anytime a laptop went out or came in, I was the only one. If I called in sick, there was nobody else to do it on both jobs. And for me, that's critical. If a company wants to make me a pawn, if they want to be able to just have somebody else able to jump in and do my job, I no longer want that job. I need motivation to get out of bed. I need to know if I don't show up for work today, work is not going to get done and it will wait for me, and I'll have twice as much work tomorrow. So that's just my personality. That's the way I am. And I was very fortunate enough to work in situations where I was afforded that trust and that responsibility. And the reason I left those jobs had nothing to do with the work. It had to do with the politics involved, with companies buying other companies, companies trying to get me to train other employees what I know to be my replacement, which I refused to do. And when they started doing that to me, that's when I left. Rick Lakes contributes $20. Hey, Rick, thank you for all of your contributions and your generosity. I appreciate that very much. So let's get to work. Let me start. I'm going to use the cheap toolkit, all right? Because if you're working at home and you just, you're not a tech, it doesn't make sense for you to spend $60 on a toolkit. This one was like $6 or $7, and it's got a lot more than what we need in here. It's got a it's got a P5 Pentel lobe screwdriver, a P000 Phillips, a T5 Torx, an ultra thin steel spudger, and then a fiber nylon spudger. So there's our steel spudger, that's the prying tool. There's our nylon spudger, and then there's our 3 drivers. So these are like $1.25 a tool when you break it down. Totally worth it, I think. They don't feel cheap. There's a nice rubberized handle on these. And I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab that camera and I'm going to bring it up close, because you don't need to be looking at my mug. We'll focus down on the laptop so you can see what I'm doing. You're going to have to look towards me. I can't turn this around so that it's like you're looking over my shoulder. That's not how it would be in real life. And furthermore, with the camera, without a camera operator here, I can't tell when my back is to the camera what you're able to see, because I can't see what you're seeing. So we're going to do this just as though it were in real life, and I was inviting you as a student to come up to the desk. All the students come up, come around, crowd around my desk so you can watch close up what I'm doing. Matt Power with a $5 contribution says, keep on keeping on. Coggers Play with £2 says, thanks for inspiring me to build my own PC. Right on. Thank you, guys. Thank you so much for your kind words, your support, and your encouragement. The internet can be such a nasty place that I can't stress enough how good it feels to have such an amazing community of kind and supportive folks. You guys are the best. And I'm not just pandering, I mean it. If you guys were a bunch of jerks, I wouldn't be doing this live. Ken Olson contributes $1.99. Hey, thank you, Ken. All right, I don't know, that's probably still a little too far away. I'm gonna zoom it in a little bit more, and then I'll just keep adjusting the zoom a bit so we can try and show you as much as possible close up as to what I'm doing. Now, obviously, I need my reading glasses because these screws are extraordinarily tiny. And if I look through the screwdrivers we've got here, I need the T5 Torx. This is a tiny little Phillips, and this is what must be called a pentalobe, whatever that means, 5 lobes. That's the spudger. That's a nylon spudger. And this obviously is the T5 Torx. It's very, very tiny. Like, you probably can barely even see the end of it. It's one of the smallest Torx I've ever seen in my life. And we're just going to go around the edge of the laptop. Oh, these screwdrivers are magnetized. Nice touch. What'd I say? There were 10 of these, right? 1, 2, and you'll see I'm just going to put the screws. They're all the same screws, so you don't have to put them back in the exact same holes. I guess that's why it was cheap. You can hear it squeaking. The iFixit toolkit drivers will not squeak. But it's this top of this that's squeaking. You definitely want to make sure you have a nice clean work area. If you drop these, they're very, very small. Good luck finding them. What do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 left. Take your time when you're working on your laptop. Take your time when you're working on somebody else's laptop, because that's your responsibility. If you're somebody who fast forwards through videos that are teaching you how to do something, my recommendation for you is not to repeat what you fast forwarded through. At least when it comes to my videos, there's critical information that when you're skipping through, you're missing. And you're going to find yourself being one of those people who's going to be emailing me asking for free support because you didn't follow what I said to do, because you were too impatient and you skipped through the video. So nothing wrong. If you want to skip through the video, you skip through it. But you don't know what you don't know, and you don't know what you're skipping through. You're making an assumption, and you're implying that this valuable information that I'm conveying doesn't hold value to you when you don't even know what it is. So it's your life and it's your choices, but I would not take on this job without fully watching the video and then fully understanding exactly what I'm going to do before I so much as order a part. Or you're going to find yourself more often than not stuck into a situation you could have avoided if you'd have been more patient. Because you were not patient, you're going to spend a lot more time fixing things or dealing with problems that could have been avoided. So underneath this, you know, it's got our service tag number and all that stuff here. We need just a Phillips driver. This one's probably too small. Yeah, I think my JIS driver is going to be perfect for this. Oh, yeah, it is. These should be the last two. Once again, these two are very different from the others, as you can see, so we don't have to worry about putting them somewhere special to remember where they go. It's pretty obvious. Now, from what I saw online, this should just lift off. I shouldn't even need a spudger. Be able to get a fingernail underneath this, and it should just come right off. And it did. Look at that. So there's the underside. We'll step stick that over here. Now, in the laptop, we can see we have a couple of cooling fans here. This is our RAM. This is our little Wi-Fi card right there. Look in the upper left. And then right here, there's a cover of some sort. Now, this was not in the video. There's a cover. This says M2 by 4. Oh, that's the type of screw. That's not the M2 drive. That's the type of screw. This appears to be the battery. This whole area here is the battery. And our M2 drive has some sticky tape on it, thermal tape right here. So the first thing I want to do, I think that's our 1080 graphics card right there. Not sure, but that looks like a little graphics chip. This is our RAM. So to take the RAM out, you just, on each side, there's little metal clips, and we pull those clips. Try to see. We pull the clips this way, and then the RAM should spring up, just like that. And we can pull the RAM out and set it aside. This is the original RAM here. If the camera will focus on it, I don't know. This is what we're taking out. We're going to set it aside because if nothing works, we can always put this RAM back in. This is our safety net. If everything goes well, then this RAM will go on a shelf to be used for potential upgrading or diagnosing of other laptops that come into the shop. So as I mentioned, I want to see if this thing is going to recognize 64 gigs of RAM. So I've got a 32 gig kit and I have a 64 gig kit. I'm going to set the 32 gig kit aside. And even though it says it's for Mac, do know that Macs use Intel processors and Intel parts. Only recently, Apple is changing that to the M1, but they're still selling plenty of Macs that are based on Intel. So they're using Intel processors and Intel RAM, or Intel compatible RAM. So this RAM, even though it says Mac right up there in the corner, doesn't mean it's only for Mac. And this toolkit said it was for a MacBook Pro, even though we're obviously working on a Dell. So let me try and get this open. I'm going to grab a razor blade so I can cut through the tape, which is right here. I'm trying to do this so you can see, but I've got it so zoomed in, it's quite difficult. I want you to see everything is real. I want you to see everything is unscripted. I want you to see nothing is rehearsed. I don't know what's going to happen next. Just like real life, when you're a real computer technician going to a real customer's workstation, you have no idea what's going to happen. That's life, man. That's how it works. We don't get to script everything and make sure everything's well lit and well framed. Life is not quite as convenient. You know, a movie you'll say 5 years later. Well, 5 years doesn't quite go by that fast in real life. We're not doing that here. There's plenty of that to choose from if that's what you're looking for. So I'm going to just take one of these modules out. There's a little, on all memory, it's got a little cutout in it. And that's to ensure that you can't put it in backwards. There's a little notch, and that notch is over here, so that RAM isn't going to fit that way. It has to be flipped this way. And then you put it in on an angle. Make sure that the gold fingers on the end of this little memory module are not visible because they're in the socket. And then just with both fingers, gently push it down until it clicks, like that. And we're going to do the same thing here with the remaining module. We already know that the label is going to face down. We're going to put that in. And we've upgraded the memory. I mean, did you blink? I've talked about it 50 times longer than it actually takes to do. Now, I'm going to power or attempt to power this on before we go any further. The lid is having trouble going up because the bottom isn't on straight and it's interfering. So don't force anything ever. If something's giving you resistance, back off. You're doing something wrong. Don't force anything. Don't use brute force on a computer. Now, I don't know what's going to happen. You know, if in fact this thing will only see 32 gigs of RAM, then chances are it won't even post. So I'm going to hit the power button, and we're going to see what happens here. I have no idea. I'm going to find out for real whether this is going to work or not based on what anybody online says. What people online say has very little to do with actual experience. I'm not liking where this is going, though. Nothing is happening. And as I mentioned, sometimes BIOS updates come out where something that was once true is no longer true because a BIOS update addresses and changes it. Okay, so I've got a warning, and I have to step around to read it. The amount of memory has changed, and we can hit continue or BIOS setup. This is a little difficult for me to work like this, but we're going to go to... I'll get a mouse here somewhere. This is... You should try working backwards towards a camera sometime. There's a hidden talent there. Let's go to BIOS setup. And let's see what it says for installed RAM. And my screen is kind of dirty. Let me see if I can get that cleaned off a little bit here. Let's brighten the screen up a little bit. System information shows 64 gigs of RAM is installed. So those people that said the limit was 32 gig appear to be wrong, right? This is why you don't believe anything on the internet. Okay, so let me save and exit this BIOS. I just wanted to acknowledge the RAM that's in there. We'll just choose exit, I guess. And I was going to grab a little cloth and clean off the screen. There's little specks all over it. For this, I use a microfiber cloth only. And you'll just use, if you want to clean it, use water. What I usually do is I'll make a corner of the cloth wet and use the other side of the cloth to dry so I don't have any streaks. You don't want to use any ammonia-based cleaners because you could wipe off the anti-glare coating on your screen. Okay. So we're off to a good start. I've got all my desktop icons hidden because I have if you saw my desktop, you would be like, oh, Carey, what are you doing, man? But if we right click on the start button here and we'll go to system, we should be able to get our new system properties, which shows 64 gigs of RAM is installed. And I can zoom in on that for you in case you don't believe me. Right, so there's our new specs. Device ID, product ID, there's nothing there that matters, guys. Don't freak out that you're seeing some information that's personal. There's nothing, those are just IDs, and they're not product codes or product keys. So there's nothing in there for you guys to worry about. All right, so we know 64 gigs of RAM works. That's fantastic. So I'm going to just tap the power button. It should cycle Windows off. I don't think it did. I think it went to sleep. Yeah, that's exactly what it did. I need to reconfigure that. Close this. That's my Go XLR software. I'll exit that. And we'll shut down. Normally you'd remove a battery before you work on the laptop, but in this case, this battery is, it's a non-serviceable battery, although it is possible to service it. It's not intended to be by a home user. Doesn't mean you can't, just means it's not intended. And Oh, $75 just came in from Planet Cryos. He said, how's my favorite YouTuber this evening? Stay safe and well, my friend. Hey, thank you, Planet Cryos. It's very, very generous today. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. That's going to help pay for 64 gigs of RAM. Man, I'll tell you what, that hurt paying for it. But it didn't hurt as much as paying for this. This was a little painful, but it's totally worth it. Or it will be, you know, whatever you're paying for an NVMe drive, if it's more than you need, it will continue to work for you, statistically speaking, for years and years and years and years and years. And you can, for example, if I bought for some reason, let's say I replaced this laptop, I could take this upgraded SSD NVMe drive out and put it into another one. Or I could put it into an external enclosure at the very least and just use it as external storage. So you'll never waste your money if you buy more than you need when it comes to NVMe storage. If you can afford it, it'll save you money in the long run because the cost of replacing storage is more than just making that bigger sacrifice up front. It'll save you money in the future, statistically speaking. And, you know, they're not bulletproof, and some NVMe drives still fail, but it's pretty rare. So now that we know that the memory installed works, take the cover back off, and now we can focus on the NVMe drive. Actually, and you can tell this is not scripted and live because I don't want to do that. I actually want to boot the machine up with the Acronis software, and I want to clone the current NVMe drive with all my programs and all my data onto the new 4 terabyte Sabrent drive. And you'll see the Sabrent drive even advertises it comes with a free copy of Acronis specifically for cloning. It's a limited, crippled version, if you will, of Acronis that is going to look for a Sabrent drive. And if it sees a Sabrent drive, then it's going to allow you to clone back and forth. It won't allow you to back up or to use other features of Acronis. If you plug this drive into a USB enclosure, chances are Acronis won't recognize it as a Sabrent drive. When you plug a drive, any kind of a drive, into any kind of a USB enclosure, then the system recognizes the brand of enclosure as the type of drive you have. So if Acronis says it's only going to work if you have a Sabrent drive, and I've got a Toshiba drive under here, and I'm using a pluggable enclosure, then that's all Acronis can see, and it'll say you don't qualify for the free version because there's no Sabrent drive. Even if the Sabrent drive is in the pluggable, the way USB works, there's no way for the system to know that. So be prepared for that. As a technician, I cannot rely on free tools. Number one, in most cases, it's illegal to use free software for profit for obvious reasons. If you designed a tool and you gave that tool away for free, and people were using your tool to earn thousands and thousands of dollars, wouldn't you expect a piece of that? Like when you say this is a free tool for home users, then you know people aren't profiting from it. You're just benefiting home users and hobbyists and tinkerers, which you weren't going to probably make any money from anyway. At the same time, you also have no support. You've got no fingers to point if things don't work. If it totally screws up, there's no warranty, there's no guarantee. It is what it is, and you know it's a free product, which basically means you're the product. So, professionals don't use free software ever. Maybe open source, if there's some open source stuff, but when it comes to like commercial free software, you can find yourself in some legal hot water. And if you want to Google Geek Squad lawsuit software, you can learn how Geek Squad was sued for doing just that, using free software in a commercial environment that they were profiting from. There's a big lawsuit. Geek Squad wasn't the first, they won't be the last, and it was for a lot of money because Geek Squad makes a lot of money, so the deeper the pockets, you know. So as a professional, I need to use a single tool. I'm not going to use whatever tool comes with the drive for free because one drive may come with one version of software. Samsung has their own version of software. What I'm supposed to know every bit of software for cloning? Get out of town. And then who do I call if there's a problem? As a professional, I use a paid tool designed to do the job that has support and a guarantee because the customer is paying me. So I'm not sitting at home tinkering. If you're sitting at home tinkering, that's your problem. But when somebody's paying you to do a job for them, they expect you to know what you're doing. They expect you to do it in a very reasonable time frame. They don't expect you to learn on the job. They're not paying you to learn on the job. So I use one tool, and that's Acronis. And that Acronis tool will clone any drive in any system anytime. Whether it's IDE or SATA, NVMe or M.2 SATA, it doesn't matter. It'll clone from anything and to anything when it comes to mass storage devices. As a result of that, I only have to learn one piece of software. And I have support if that software doesn't do what I expect it to do. And it works universally, so I can get right to work. I don't have to look for hidden settings or familiarize myself with a different version. When Acronis comes out with a new version, I'm on top of it and I familiarize myself, and I will use this in jobs, and I pay for the right to do so, and I earn a living from part of my living earned from what that tool does for me. No different than any other tool. You could probably find a free screwdriver. Not sure I'd want to use it. It just depends on the condition of it, but I can get, if you're offering me a free tool versus telling me I can go and buy a tool, I guarantee you what I buy will be far superior than whatever the free thing is. What I buy will be more practical and more ideal for the job rather than making do with what I have available. As a professional technician, we do not make do with what we have available. We anticipate the tools we're going to need for a job. We invest in those tools, whether they're screwdrivers or they're software, and we get in and we get out as quickly as possible. We do that for a couple of reasons. One, we want to help as many people as possible in one day because you're going to charge each individual. If you only help one individual today, you're limiting how much money you can make. You're limiting how many people you can help. And you're increasing the length of time it's taking for people to wait for you to help them. So by helping people quickly and efficiently, we save them money, and it frees us up to work on other systems for other customers quickly and efficiently to save them money, where we're just doubling down, tripling down. If you can get 4 or 5 jobs done in a day, you're going to be making a pretty nice living. So keep that in mind. While there are plenty of YouTube videos from hobbyists and enthusiasts that will show you free software tools, no real technician worth his or her weight in salt would ever rely on a free tool, nor would they, in good conscience, learn how to use that tool on the job while on the clock, in front of the customer. That's just embarrassing. It's not professional. So there are reasons why you're going to see these tools. So even though this comes with a free version of Acronis, I'm not going to use it. I already told you it's not going to recognize the drive in this enclosure. It's not going to work. Now I could, if I wanted it to work, if I was a home user and said, is there any way to make that work? We could reverse it. We could take the NVMe drive out, put the NVMe drive in the enclosure, the one that's in here now, and then install the Sabrent drive. Then Acronis will see the Sabrent drive. But that's not how I like to do things, because sometimes the bootable area of the drive doesn't get copied correctly if we move it out and clone from external to internal. Most of the time it works fine, but I've got some emails from people where they said, hey, I did what you showed and it doesn't work, it won't boot. And I go, well, how did you do it? They say, well, I took the drive out and I put it in the enclosure. I go, well, you never seem to stop. I said, you didn't do it the way I showed you. If you do it the way I showed you, you wouldn't be emailing me with a problem right now. So I can anticipate that, and because I already have a version of Acronis, I'm just going to use it. So it gets pretty serious when, and I realize I sound pretty serious about it, because customers are going to be serious with you. Customers aren't joking around when they're paying you for your time. In most cases, if you are joking around, they expect you to deduct the time that you spent joking around from the bill. I've had customers actually chit-chat with me And then I give them the bill and they go, well, that's 4 hours. And I go, yeah, I've been here 4 hours. They go, yeah, but you chit-chatted for an hour and a half. I'm like, well, you talked to me and I responded. I didn't initiate conversation. I'm on the clock. So what am I supposed to do? Not talk to you or tell you, what do you do in that situation? Well, on nearly every occasion when a customer mentions it, I take the hour and a half off the bill, even though it's not my fault. They engaged me. So I lost 90 minutes of time because I was polite. Then the customer gets upset when there's an additional 90 minutes of hourly labor on the bill. What do you do? You just tell the customer right away, hey, look, if you want to chit chat, I'm hourly, right? Sometimes customers, they want to pick your brain while you're there. And I can't do two things at the same time. I can't work on this and think about how to answer your questions, which have nothing to do with what I'm doing in most cases. They're unrelated. And then for you to think that that's free advice you got because I was there anyway. In most cases, though, that's exactly what ends up happening because I don't want to upset the customer and have them never call again. But just be aware that there are situations that exist as a professional technician that you will not experience as a hobbyist or an enthusiast that justify the reasons why I make these videos, and I underscore that difference. They are legitimate, real reasons that if you don't believe me, start working as a technician and you'll quickly get on board with all the logic and reasoning I'm using, and then you'll wonder why other YouTube tech channels don't talk about this stuff. Well, that's because they're hobbyists and enthusiasts and they don't know. So, or it's not important to them because it doesn't affect them. This is very important to me. This determines whether or not I stay in business, whether or not I can pay my bills at the end of the week, et cetera, et cetera. So I hope, if nothing else, you can at least understand the reasoning behind why I take what I do so seriously. JHP Hawaii with another contribution, $5. He says the Acronis software is the best for what I need. I pay for it. It's not expensive. You buy a Acronis for $30-40, right? It's good for a year. I mean, I'll make that money back in 2 or 3 jobs. And they have even a higher end technician version, which can do so much more. It's a lot more money, but you have the potential to make a lot more money if you utilize that in your business. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to take the 4 terabyte Sabrent drive and we're going to put it into the pluggable USB NVMe enclosure. Now this enclosure doesn't work with M2 SATA drives. This is only for NVMe drives. And I like this enclosure. This is a new one. I have one at my home and I have one here at the office. So I've never opened this before. So we're going to do that now. But this is completely toolless. It doesn't require any screws or tools. Now, if I was going to make this a permanent thing, obviously having tools or screws is no big deal. But my intent is to use this specifically for upgrading customers' drives on desktops and laptops, going from one NVMe drive to another. So there's no screws to lose. And I failed to put a link to this in the video notes, but I will add a link to it. There's your documentation. We've got a USB Type-C to Type-C cable and a USB Type-C to Type-A cable, because this is going to have a Type-C. So that's the most common. We've got some thermal tape and some spare little, look like little standoffs for what's inside. I guess if you lose it or you need to adjust it. We won't really need any of this, but this cable right here is all we need. And the rest of this I'm just going to set aside. This enclosure is super cool. There's a little switch on the end here. And when I move that switch, the drive separates. See how there's 2 arrows right here? That's how we know how to put it back together. I'm going to slide this out and you'll see the other side of it is the circuit board. And the arrows are on both sides. You'll see there's an arrow there, an arrow there, an arrow here, an arrow here. Pull that and set that right there. And then getting back to the drive, where you just saw me remove the tape on this. It's never been opened before. Sabrent packages their drives in a really nice tin. Seems like a waste of money to me, but We can open that nice tin up. And there's documentation that we don't need. And there's our drive, $600 worth of NVMe drive. And we're gonna, you see the cutouts, that's for your fingers to go. We're gonna take that out. And then we're going to place it in the enclosure. Only goes in one way. There's a little notch. Very similar to the RAM, you kind of put it in at an angle. And there's a little rubber stopper or standoff instead of a screw. So when we lower this drive, we're just going to bend that little rubber piece back, and it's got a little slot in the side of the rubber that's going to grab onto the drive and hold it. And we can put the cover back on, which again, we're going to line up the arrows. No tools, it's done. This is our USB cable. Remember, customers paying you by the hour. You got to get in, you got to get out, you got to go quick. You got to do it right the first time. It's USB-C on this end. And then we've got a regular Type A connector. Now the laptop does have a Type C connector. I'm more comfortable using the Type A. So that's what I'm going to use because that's where my comfort level is. I don't feel like experimenting today. I just want to get it done. I got things to do today besides this. So we're going to find a USB port, plug that bad boy in there. And then if I had Acronis installed on this computer, I could just load up Windows and do it right through Windows. But I'm playing this out like this was a customer's laptop. I'm not going to put Acronis on a customer's laptop. So I have Acronis on my office computer, and then using that copy of Acronis that I've installed on my office computer, I go through the option to create an Acronis rescue disk. And that's what I've done. That's what I think I've done here on this flash drive. I haven't tested it, so this may not boot. But I need another USB port for this, so we'll come around to this side, plug it in there. Now this laptop only has these two USB ports and then a Type-C port, and that's all there is on it. It's meant to be small and portable. It's not meant to have a bunch of stuff all attached to it because that would make it less portable. Obviously, you could get a USB hub, and never mind, we'll get into it. Now, what I need to do is I need to boot this laptop from this flash drive. Now, how we do that varies from laptop manufacturer to laptop manufacturer. I'm going to take a guess. You know, sometimes you got to hit F12 or sometimes F10, sometimes F2. There's usually a key that you can press before the Windows logo starts up. You know, in that initial power on self-test. Right after that power on self-test, there's a little window of time for you to hit a key. So we can do it a couple of different ways. One is to find out which key it is on boot up. The other would be to go into the BIOS and see if we can go, in the BIOS there's sometimes a boot option menu. So because I don't know which keystroke it is to bring up the boot menu, I'm going to try and just get into the BIOS. So I'll do that by hitting the power button and then repeatedly pressing the delete key over and over and over again. And it should say something like entering setup or something. Now I couldn't quite see it because again, I'm working backwards and everything in the camera is backwards. But it looks like I can see the Windows logo rotating. And if that's the case, then I've missed the opportunity and it's going to go into Windows. And that's okay too. Because once we're in Windows, we can instruct Windows 10 on the next reboot to boot off of the flash drive. Now, I'm assuming this flash drive is bootable, and I'm assuming I made it correctly. I don't recall if I tested it. So, again, this is live and unscripted. Now, back at my home, I have two Acronis boot disks that I know work. I refer to this as a boot disk, even though it's USB. And if you're into Windows and you're not quite sure how to get in the BIOS, if it's a modern computer with a UEFI BIOS, which should be any computer in the last 4 or 5 years, what we'll do, close this, and then let me zoom you in on the screen so you can see what I'm about to do here. That's Lake Michigan there. Some people walking their dogs on the beach. Picture I took. We're going to go the start button. We're going to go to the gear icon, which is settings. We're going to go to Windows Update and Security right down here. and we're going to go to recovery. And then we're going to go to advanced startup right here. It says restart now. Now it's not actually restarting now. It's taking us to the restart options. That might trick you the first time you do it. You might think it's restarting. It's not restarting. In just a moment, it's going to bring up our restart options. There they are. So do you want to turn the computer off? Do you want to continue to restart or exit rather and go back to Windows 10 or troubleshoot? We want troubleshoot. And under troubleshooting, it says, do you want to reset the computer, factory image restore, or advanced options? You've got to dig down quite a bit because we want advanced options. Now they've got more options. Startup settings, startup repair. It says UEFI firmware settings. So under startup settings, it says change Windows startup behavior. Let's take a quick look there. Restart to change Windows options such as safe mode, ready launch. So this might bring up a menu, I guess. I can force it into the BIOS, which is right here, UEFI firmware settings. And if I click that, it wants to confirm. Now, when it shuts Windows down, when it comes back up, it's going to automatically go into the BIOS without me worrying about hitting the right button at the right time, which drives so many people crazy. And you'll see here in just a moment. We're in the BIOS. And now while we're in the BIOS, we can look through the options to see if there's boot options here that we can change to tell it to boot off the USB drive. So again, we don't have to worry about clicking the right thing at the right time. So if I look through, and I have to jump in front of the camera a little bit here, we'll look at boot sequence. And it's offering the Windows Boot Manager. And what we can do is say add a boot option. And we want to boot off of USB, which is not appearing here. Let me cancel that. Let's undo the Windows Boot. So the Windows Boot Manager should be an option for, go back to add a boot option here. They really overcomplicated this. This shows, these are all PCI root devices. I don't want that. Secure boot settings. Sometimes you have to turn secure boot off. Advanced boot options, maybe that's what I want. I don't know if I need to enable legacy. It should be in the boot sequence that I should be able to tell it. It's not clear. Now on a desktop computer, this is a lot more straightforward. Laptops can vary from one laptop to another and how you get there. So I may end up doing this another way yet. Always UEFI boot, always accept internal hard drive, always accept internal PXE, always and never. No, it's definitely under boot sequence, but I can't see. Legacy external devices, let's try that. And then we'll hit apply. Are you sure? Yes. And we'll have to set that back when we're done. So for right now, in theory, I hope it'll boot to that drive, but I'll just, we'll wait and see what happens here. I still may have to press a key. Well, I see the light blinking. No boot device found. Okay, well that's interesting. I wasn't expecting that. Again, I think I have a Cronus on there. Press any key to reboot the machine. Let's try something else. Let's go back into the BIOS. I'll hit delete. And it did say F12 is the boot up options. So one more time, I'm going to press any key and delete, delete, delete. Now that I know it's F12, I could have made this a lot easier on myself. Now, get me in the BIOS this time. There we go. You see how I had to just keep hitting that key. Oh, no, that's not what I want. Come on. I don't want it to do this. I'm going to turn this off. Turn this back on. Get me into the BIOS. So it keeps doing this pre-boot system check, which I don't want it to do, and I'll just keep turning it off. Sometimes you gotta hit F2. Prepare to enter setup. So it's F2. Again, different laptop, you're working on a lot of different ones. Now look, it says USB storage is now listed. So that was what I did want, legacy external devices. That's interesting. And we want a USB storage device, so we can uncheck that, and that, and that. However, this may be a UEFI boot device. So if that's the case, we would just leave this on UEFI and apply those settings, because that's the only thing we changed. And then exit. And now I'll do F12 when it comes back up. You'll see the keyboard will light up when it starts. And then I start hitting F12. Preparing one-time boot menu. USB storage device is what I want. So it's saying it's that it's not bootable, and it's quite possible. I might be remembering this wrong, but I swear I had Acronis on here. So I'm going to turn this back off, and I'm going to unplug the other USB, the pluggable device, so that there's only one USB device, just in case Windows is getting confused, or not Windows, but the BIOS. It may not know which USB device I'm trying to boot from. So again, I'm going to keep hitting F12. We're going to go back, and now I see USB storage device is still there. One more time, and if it doesn't boot, then I know that I guess I don't have Acronis on there after all. So I'm going to have to put Acronis onto a flash drive anyway, which is not a big deal. There's a couple different ways we can do that. I know the camera's out of focus because of the autofocus is on, and the screen brightness is kind of messing with it. So let's back that camera off a little bit, and let's turn this off, because now it's a lot clearer to me what I have to do to continue. To make an Acronis rescue disk, as I mentioned, I would plug a blank flash drive, and just a small flash drive is all you need, 2 gigs, 4 gigs, and then I would plug it into the machine I have Acronis installed on. Then I go into the options for Acronis to create rescue media, and then I would have it create either a Linux-based or a Windows pre-installation environment or a PE-based boot media. These days you want a Windows PE-based for all the drivers, especially for an NVMe drive. And then it'll write to the USB flash drive. It takes about 2 minutes, and then it's done. And then I get a label maker, and I label it just as I've labeled these. This is, this one says BIOS on it, and this one says MemTest. I typically have one that says Acronis. And I swear I put that on there, but apparently if I did do it, I did not do it correctly. The second way you can do it is when you buy Acronis, what I recommend that you do is you go to the Acronis website and create a user login and password, and you register your product using the serial number or the product key that came with your Acronis product. And you're going to do this for 2 reasons. When you buy something on Amazon, how it'll keep a receipt of what you purchased indefinitely. So if you ever want to look up a receipt for something you purchased 7 years ago at Amazon, it's still there at Amazon for you to find. That's really convenient. Well, Acronis will do the same thing with your product keys. They'll keep your product keys for you associated under your account. And what this does for you means you don't have to worry about losing your product key. As long as you can remember your login name and password for Acronis, every registered product with Acronis stays under your account indefinitely. in perpetuity. I can go back and download Acronis 2013 that I registered on the site 7 or 8 years ago if I still wanted it today. It's still available for me at Acronis, and the product key is there for me to see it. So every year when I buy a new Acronis product, the first thing I do is register the product key under my name at acronis.com, and Acronis stores that for me indefinitely, which enables me to download the software, whatever the latest version is, for, let's say, version 2021. They've had like 5 different updates to it. When they have an update to it, the whole download is changed. And if you want to keep the latest download offline, you log into your Acronis account. It's right there for you to download. That way, when you go to reinstall, you don't have to update it immediately after installing it. You install the updated installer. There's also an ISO image that you can download that's already made for Acronis Boot Media, but it's not the Windows PE disk, because the Windows PE disk requires a Microsoft Windows license, which Acronis cannot just hand out to you. So it's the Linux version only. And then there's also typically like Universal Restore or something like that as an option. So there's usually 3 downloads for each product key that you register. And like I said, Acronis stores those for you in perpetuity. So you never have to worry about losing your product key or contacting support because you've lost your product key, because that's a nightmare. I think every software company should do what Acronis does with regards to this, because it makes my life so much easier. I can literally log into acronis.com right now, download the latest version of Acronis and install it and create the rescue media. And I don't have my product key on me. It's somewhere in email. I'm sure I could search for it, but with Acronis keeping all that for me, it's just something I don't have to worry about. So highly recommend, if you have not created your free account at Acronis, I mean, unless you're really good with your product keys and knowing where they are, I cannot explain how convenient this is. Because look, I'm not at my home. So what am I supposed to do? I don't have it. Well, that's what the internet's for. That's what the account on Acronis is for. And as I mentioned, not only is it going to give me the software for me to download, but also provide me my stored product key. So I don't have to look for anything. I can log in from anywhere in the world and get that information. If I knew I was going to need it, I wouldn't be in the situation and I wouldn't need the site. But you'd be surprised how many times I end up going to the site because it's more convenient for me to get that information because I didn't know I was going to need it. So a little failure on my part for preparing properly, but this can show you how I handle it. And obviously, in the customer's location, I would absolutely make sure I have both of my Acronis rescue disks. I thought for sure, I was really confident, but I didn't check it, and I could have. But I want to emphasize my videos are truly live and unscripted, so you know for a fact what you're saying is definitely not done on purpose, unless I'm a genius at deception, or I don't know what's in it for me to do that, to make myself look like I'm unprepared. What sort of madman would do that to themselves? A couple of contributions have come in. Let me say hello and thank you to these generous folks. We've got a few that I've missed here. Let me go back up and see what I've missed. Julian D. contributed $1.99. Thank you, Julian. Ken Olson with $1.99. Steve Warrington with $2. Jamie Munoz with $5. Michael Lloyd with €5.90. JHP Hawaii contributed again $5 and says the Acronis is the best for what I need. I pay for it. Yep. David DeWitt with $5 says glad to see you live. Woohoo! And Kevin Hale with $1. Hey, thank you guys again so much for supporting the channel. And yeah, so I have a couple different ways now that that I can create an Acronis rescue disk. I can log into acronis.com and download the basic ISO file. I am concerned if I do that, however, that it's not going to see the NVMe drive. I mean, it might. I would feel more comfortable with the Windows pre-installation environment. However, I have to install Acronis like on the streamer here And then once it's installed, then I can choose the Create Media option. Maybe I can just show you. Maybe that would be best. So what I'll do for right now is I'm going to log into acronis.com with my account information, and I'm not going to show you that for obvious reasons. And all my Acronis information is stored in my RoboForm account. Come on. And I'm only using 3 of my 5 Acronis licenses, so I do have 2 extra licenses that I could use one on the streamer here. So what I'll do is I'll go to the downloads, and I have bootable media I can download. That's 705 megabytes. I have universal restore, which is if you're moving hardware, if you're going from one computer to another, which we don't need because we're staying with the same computer here. And then of course I have the full downloadable installation file, which is 793 megabytes. And we're going to grab that full installation and we'll install it real quick here. So bear with me for a second. I'm going to need a flash drive, a small one. What should I use? That's too big. That's way too big. Just need a small flash drive. Here's an A data drive, 16 gigs. That'll be fine. Really don't want to use anything bigger than 16. I'm going a million miles a minute here. Appreciate you guys keeping up with me. I'm going to go ahead and, I've got the file downloaded, the master installer for Acronis. I'm going to go ahead and install it right now. And I'm going to, do I need to stay logged in? I might need to stay logged in case it asks me for my product key. So I'm not going to show you this because, look, I'm just installing Acronis. Like if you need a step-by-step on how to install a piece of software, this channel might be a little too advanced for you. So I've downloaded the software and I'm installing it. Once the software is installed, then I can screen share the process of creating the Acronis bootable media. And it's just going to take a moment here. This is a really fast computer that I'm streaming from. It's an Intel 9900KS. It's got 64 gigs of RAM in it, and it's fast. Samsung 970 Evo Plus 2 terabyte drive. It's flying. So we're already 60% through the install. In fact, it's just finished, and then I hit Start Application, and I just want to see if it's going to ask me for a product code. I have to accept the end user license agreement. Yeah, I have to enter my serial number. That's what I was afraid of. So that's the part I'm not going to show. So I have to go back to my Acronis account online, and I will look under under the software I've registered, and it says subscription license right on my Acronis page. I'm trying to look, the camera is like right in the middle of where I'm trying to look, so I have to kind of look around the camera. If I click on activated computers, it shows me the 3 computers that I've activated Acronis on. and I can choose to deactivate a computer that I'm not using anymore if I start running low on licenses. What I'm looking for is the darn product key. I think it's on the, is it on the dashboard? No. So the Acronis dashboard is like if you're using the Acronis cloud storage. Where's my product key? I'll find it. I know it's in here. It used to be more obvious. Installer files, no. Documentation. Maybe it is the dashboard. I'm not finding it anymore. They have to have the product key or the software wouldn't be offered to you to download it. So the very fact that it's being offered to me means they have my product key. So it's showing me the status of all 3 computers when they were last backed up, et cetera, et cetera. And yeah, that is definitely not where I wanted it to be. Let me close this tab and go back to the main Acronis page. I'm gonna find it. I'm gonna find it. I'm trying to find an area of the screen I might have to click on to display it. A couple of more contributions have come in. Yvonne Marichal has contributed 25 Canadian dollars. Madi Yoel with $10 says, hey, Carey, now I know to send the laptops. Angel Eyes Queen, I think, $5 says, hello from New Jersey, everyone, from Angel. And Marul R with $5 said, I recently got RoboForm and I love it. I'm still getting used to not using Google's password manager, but it's worth it. Thank you for the promo code. Right on, awesome. Yeah, I don't know how I would live without RoboForm. Just want to look in the chat. Someone's saying I might just have to log in. I swear I have a serial number. And it's on the Acronis, it's on the page that you register the software on. I just have to locate where they moved it. So I thought it was under downloads. When you go to downloads, it shows the versions of Acronis that you can download for that particular version. There's a checksum. It's also available for download for Mac. There are release notes. You know, it's one thing when you're sitting in your chair and you're, you know, for example, not live on YouTube where you might be a little more relaxed. I could be looking right at it and not seeing it, just given that I'm live. Maybe it's under my profile. No, it's under, it should be under products. Somehow, it appears to me it's moved. I just want to take another look at, if I go to a previous version of Acronis that definitely requires a product key. It does show me the product key when I'm looking at like Acronis Trumage 2018. And the way I got to there was I clicked on where it shows workstation and the number of machines it's installed on. It shows the product key. So that's where it has been in the past. But when I click on workstation here on Acronis Trumage Premium, it does not show me a product key. It shows me the computers it's installed on with activate or deactivate. that's interesting because I definitely used a product key, not a login, when I installed it. However, it is possible that simply choosing to sign in instead of using the product key, when you go to install the Acronis software, it's going to ask you to activate with a product key. If you don't have your product key, but you did register it, as I did mine, then there's an option on the bottom right that says to sign in. So if I sign into Acronis using the same credentials I just used to sign into acronis.com, I'm going to put those same credentials into the software. Looking around this camera is fun. Let's see. And it has accepted my login information, and I'm guessing it's activated. I guess. I've never done it that way before. I'm going to have to talk to Acronis and find out where they hid the product key or if they're not using it, because I definitely used it to register on acronis.com. But it's certainly, if I don't have to enter a product key, I'm not complaining. So with that, what I can do now is share the Acronis screen, which is right here. Okay. All right, so we've got Acronis just installed. And what I want to do to make a rescue disk is I want to go to, is it under settings? No, tools. I want to go to tools. And I have all these different options. I want Rescue Media Builder. Now before I click this, I'm going to take my USB flash drive and I'm going to plug it in. Plug it in over here to the not using the laptop. I have to plug it into the streaming computer that I've installed Acronis on. And we'll give that a minute so it recognizes the flash drive. Okay, now Rescue Media Builder. Do we want simple or advanced? Let's do advanced. We want a Windows pre-installation environment based media. 64-bit, yes. And we have to download the Windows developer kit to create Acronis bootable media. Windows 8, 8.1, and 10, and Windows 7. There's a different one. Windows recovery environment, which is a little different. Recovery environment should be fine. We can add drivers, like if you had a RAID array or something like that, this is where you can inject the drivers for your unusual controller, but everything here is standard, so we don't have to add any drivers manually we shouldn't have to, for our drives to be recognized. But if you had a RAID array, you will definitely have to do this function. You will have to add your RAID drivers, or Acronis will not see your RAID array. We'll click next because I'm not going to do anything here. And we can create an ISO file, a WIM, a Windows image, or we can go to the 16 gig flash drive. I want it to just go right to the flash drive. says it's going to require 851.2 megs. I think we got that covered with 16,000 megs. So we'll go ahead and format the selected media and permanently delete all the data on the flash drive and then proceed. You'll see this is a pretty fast process, and it's going to now create, well, it's not showing you that other window, is it? Let's see if I can show you that while it's doing it. Problem with the screen capture is you don't get to see there it is. So that's the screen that I had to click the agreement on, and that's all the information, and then the progress bar there. Unable to create bootable media, so something's going on. If you see this message, don't freak out. That can happen for a number of reasons, the least of which is that not all flash drives are created equal, nor are all the flash drive ports created equal. I'm going to turn this off real quick so you can see me. Where's my camera? It's a little disorganized. I'm going to grab a different flash drive just in case it's a flash drive issue. Here's a small ADATA flash drive. I'll plug it in. I had plugged it in up front, but I'll plug it in the back. So we'll try two different things here just to increase our chances of success. I know their flash drives in the drawer are blank, so that's not going to be a problem. Once again, we'll go back to the software once I figure out where it went. Okay, maybe I can do this a little slower. So we're going to back to Rescue Media Builder. And then when I click on that, I think the next screen doesn't appear. So I have to switch the window capture to the new window that opens. That's why you guys didn't see it. So now this is the Media Builder window that opens. And we're going to select that we want I choose advanced. You would choose simple if you, the reason simple's here is that's if you want to make it bootable on the machine you're creating it on, it knows all the settings. But if you want to make it bootable on other machines, then you go to advanced. So we could choose simple, it would probably be okay. And we could say we'll do the ADATA drive that I plugged in. You'll see that space required. We agree to the format the drive and allow it to continue, and hopefully we'll have a little better luck here. You'll see this is a pretty quick process. Normally I would already have this done, but we'll take advantage of the fact that I didn't so that I can show you the process. Some people have been curious as to how you make an Acronis rescue disk, but that's all there is to it. And as I mentioned, if you log into acronis.com, there is an ISO file you can download, which is Linux, and then you would use Rufus or some other ISO image burning utility to move that to CD, DVD, or flash drive. Obviously, that's too big. 851.2 megabytes is bigger than a CD will hold. So you'd have to put it on DVD or a flash drive. Now, this will consume your entire flash drive. Even if it's only 851.2 megs, you can't use the flash drive for anything else. So what you could do is partition the flash drive. If I had like a 256 gig partition, I could make like a 1 gigabyte partition on it. So then when I plug in the flash drive, it'll be 2 drive letters, and then make sure I put the Acronis portion onto the smaller part. But because these are small flash drives, I don't care. Ideally, I'll have a dedicated flash drive just for Acronis like I have at the house. The process is done. It's just that fast. I'm going to click close, and then we're back to the Acronis tools page, which I'm going to leave it open because we may not be done with it yet. And then you don't have to, click any buttons or anything to eject the flash drive. You can just pull the flash drive out with Windows 10, which I have right here. Now remember, I chose the simple one, not the advanced option. So I'm assuming the same boot option requirements for that machine apply to this one. I could be wrong. So if it doesn't boot now, I have to do it again with advanced. I usually use advanced because I never know what customer's machine I'm going to work on. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to press the power button and start hitting F12 to get us to that boot menu. And I should see the USB drive as a boot option so that I can select it. Let me come around so I can see what you're seeing. Windows Boot Manager, BIOS setup, BIOS flash update. I don't want any of that. It should be offering USB. I don't see it. Maybe I don't have the drive plugged in. Wasn't plugged in all the way. So I'm going to let this boot. I don't want to interrupt the boot process because we are going to clone this. And these little flecks on the screen are really bothering me. So let me just wipe those clear because the camera is magnifying them way bigger than they are in real life. Okay. All right, so we're back to the desktop. And I'm going to shut it down. So remember, if I was on site at a customer's location, I would have two different USB Acronis boot disks, especially if I'm there to do a clone. I have one Linux-based and one Windows PE-based, so if one doesn't work, I can fall back onto the other one. And if the other one doesn't work, well, then maybe a computer I have to take back to the shop. On-site stuff is meant to be done quickly because it's always hourly, whereas shop work can be done on a flat rate. Now the ADATA USB flash drive appears. It didn't appear before because I didn't have the flash drive plugged all the way in. Ideally, that will boot off the flash drive now. Let's hope. And the camera is really having a hard time with autofocus, so bear with me. Let's see what it does here. Probably going to drive you crazy. Turn autofocus off maybe or something. I don't know. Where's my autofocus? Yeah, there's Acronis loading. Okay, now we've got Acronis loaded. Now I can take the pluggable enclosure that I have here. Now I'm going to plug it into the other USB port over here, and we're going to give it just a moment to recognize it and load the drivers for it. So just be patient, and we'll give that just a moment. Then I want to go to up here. We've got some options, tools and utilities. I'm going to click on that, and it says clone disk. That's the option I'm choosing, clone disk. We're going to leave it on automatic and hit next. It wants to know the source. You'll see that the 4 terabyte drive will not show up as a source. Why? Because it has no partition and no data, and therefore cannot be a source. That's what automatic mode means. It means Acronis can use logic to help guide you, so it knows you don't want to clone a completely empty, non-partitioned, dataless drive. That doesn't make any sense, so it's not offered to you. So our two options are the internal 500 gig drive and the bootable flash drive that we just loaded Acronis from. So obviously we want that internal drive, and we're going to hit next. Now it's going to scan the computer for something that's big enough that's attached to the computer, whether internally or externally. Because it's on automatic mode, it's not going to offer you any drive that's smaller in capacity than the amount of data that you have. Now, it doesn't matter how big your drive is. What matters is how much data is on it. So that automatic mode is a little bit more sophisticated than you might initially think. It's going to say, okay, if you've got this much data to move, I need to look for an internal or external storage device that can hold that much data. So if anything holds less than that, it shouldn't offer it. I'm wrong, it does offer it. Okay, that's fine. Here's disk 3, not initialized. That means that's a brand new disk out of the package. It's never been partitioned. It's never been formatted. But a clone is going to do all that for you. So that's our drive right there, disk 3. And then we're going to hit next. And it says, are you looking to replace a disk? Are you looking to use this on another machine? Or are you using this as a data disk? We're going to replace this disk. And hit next. And it says, well, this is what the disk looks like now. It's completely blank with no partitions. And when we're done, it's going to have all these partitions, and the green represents how much storage space is going to be taken up and how much free space is going to be. Like, that's a huge upgrade for me. And if you're okay with all that, then you click proceed. So we're going to click proceed, and now we're limited to the speed of data through the USB port, which is what it is. Okay, so I'm going to just back the camera off here, go back to a wider screen. And then if you guys have any questions, this is the part that's going to take a while. This could take an hour or two. I don't know what it's going to take, but whatever. We're just going to wait it out. So while we're waiting, this is a good time to ask me any questions you might have, and I'll do my best to provide you with answers. And we are using very fast USB 3.1, I think it is, into a 3.1 controller. The NVMe drive is obviously being bottlenecked by the USB. That's the slow part. But we're utilizing the USB as fast as it can go. If you have multiple USB ports to choose from, you don't want to be plugging into your USB 2s because they will move data about 20 times slower. So if you want to get it done sometime today, and you have USB 3, 3.1, 3.2, you definitely want to utilize that. And of course, what you're plugging in, you definitely want it to be USB 3 as well. Whichever is the slowest USB will determine your speed. So if I'm connecting a USB 2.0 external drive into a USB 3.0 controller or connector, it's only going to run at the speed of the slowest thing. I'm going to put the old memory with the labels facing up back in the package. And those are 2 sticks of 8 gigs each. So I'm going to get a marker and I'm going to write on this package so I know what's in it. There's nothing wrong with this memory, so it can be used in diagnostics or other future needs in the shop. And while we're waiting, let me come around and see if anybody has any questions for me. William Lynn wants to know if I would change the thermal paste on the laptop. No, I would not. This laptop's only 2 years old. If the laptop fan was starting to run loud all the time, or if I had a reason, what you have to understand is when you get into stuff like that, you risk breaking things. So I only want to do what I have to. I don't want to do something a customer didn't ask me to do and then end up breaking it or charging the customer for more time. And the customer's like, well, I didn't ask you to do it. And the customer doesn't notice any difference, doesn't understand why you did it. So we would only do that if we had a reason to. John Young wants to know if this can be done within Windows. Absolutely, John. If I had installed Acronis on this laptop, then I could clone from within Windows to the USB drive. However, there's not much space left on the drive for me to install Acronis, which is why I'm doing the clone. So it's possible I could have done that, yes. But as a technician, when I go to a customer's location, I'm not going to install my license of Acronis on a customer's machine. So remember, I'm a working computer technician, and I'm trying to show you as though this were a customer's machine. So unless a customer is going to pay for Acronis, I'm not installing my license of Acronis on that customer's machine. I'm going to boot off of the rescue disk. It doesn't leave any footprints or tracks behind on the customer's machine, and it doesn't violate my license. Yvonne says, my motherboard has 2 NVMe M.2 connectors. Can I clone my 256 gig drive onto a larger 1 terabyte NVMe in the second M.2 slot? Yes, you can. But it's important that when you're done with the clone, you take the smaller, once the clone is complete, you shut the computer off and remove the smaller drive, because what you're going to end up with are 2 bootable M.2s. and it's going to confuse the heck out of your system. So you take the smaller one out, and then what I would do as a professional technician, I would take your smaller drive and put it into one of these little enclosures and either keep it that way as an external drive for backing up, or I would use the, I would completely format the disk, wipe out the partitions, delete the partitions off the smaller drive. Let me rephrase. When you clone your small drive to your large drive internally, like Acronis doesn't care. Acronis doesn't care if you're going from NVMe to SATA or IDE or back the other way or to RAID. It doesn't matter. It all works, all of it. But if you end up with two bootable devices, how does your system know which one to boot to? So when your clone is completed, you shut the machine off and take out your small drive. Take it out. Then boot the machine to make sure that your clone was successful. Okay? If it boots and everything looks good, then take the smaller drive, connect it via USB or plug it into a second computer, and delete the partitions off of it. Once you've done that, you can power your machine back off and put the drive back in. And when you turn it back on, you go into disk management in your control panel, and it'll say, hey, there's a new drive that's not partitioned or formatted. Do you want me to do that? And you say yes. And now you're going to have another drive that's blank, that's 256 gigs once you've followed through on the partition and then the format. It's that easy. It's super, super easy. All right, so let me look back here. I have to move up. The screen text is too small, so I'm going to go off camera so I can read. Again, questions, please ask me some questions. Master Singleton wants to know, would an expensive USB 3.2 cable reduce the bottleneck caused by the cheaper cable? The pluggable device does not come with a cheap cable, first of all. If you're buying cheaper, stuff off Amazon, I can't speak for that. But I can tell you, these are quality cables. If you're buying a cheaper device, that can make a difference. And these little USB-C to C cables can cost $28 for like a 3-foot cable. And yeah, that money you thought you saved on buying the cheap crap will cost you more in trying to get it to run right. If you want it right out of the box, get the pluggable device, and the enclosed cables are quality cables you don't have to replace. So in that case, no, a more expensive cable isn't going to benefit you with the pluggable enclosure that I'm using here. It's a good question though, because in some cases on the cheaper enclosures, like a Rico and stuff like that, you can absolutely have a problem with the cable. Black Watch wants to know if Acronis still has the copy disk signature for 2020. I don't know what that is. I've never had to use it, so I have no idea what you're talking about. But you can certainly talk to Begowden in the Acronis Reddit forum. I think it's just reddit.com/Acronis. And Begowden knows all the answers to stuff like that. I only can tell you the answers to features I use. Richard wants to know, what do I think about the H410 and B460 motherboard for supporting the new next-gen, not supporting the new next-gen Intel CPUs? I don't care. I mean, those are low-end boards. The 410 and the 460 are budget boards. I mean, if you want that kind of compatibility, you got to pay for it. So I think you get what you pay for. It seems very reasonable to me. The idea that you think that you can buy a board for half the price and get all the features is preposterous and unreasonable. Troll McTrollington says, you answered all the Acronis questions for me, and most tech questions have been answered in your streams. If I come across problems you haven't answered yet, I will ask them. Okay. Vern wants to know, if cloning in the same computer, how does the drive lettering work? So a clone is an exact mirror image. Do you understand? That's why it's important that when you do your first boot after a clone, that you remove one of the drives before you do your first boot, or the computer isn't going to know which drive to boot from. When a clone is completed, a clone is really meant to replace an existing drive. That's its purpose. Its purpose isn't to give you a second drive. That's not what a clone is for. Let's be clear. A clone is to replace a current drive. And when we replace it, generally we're replacing it with something larger in capacity and hopefully faster in performance. If you want to get that fast performance and you don't want to confuse your computer and you don't want to overcomplicate your life, then you take the word clone literally. It is a replacement, not in addition to what you already have. It's replacing what you already have. That means when the clone is done, you take out your original drive. You remove it so that the only drive you have is the clone. And then you turn the machine on and it should boot and look exactly the same to you. The same drive letters, the same programs, even the same viruses and temp files. It is exactly identical. It is a mirror image. It is a clone. It is a twin. It is completely 100% identical, with the only difference being it is now more capacious and it probably will be faster, depending on what you bought. Once you've determined your clone is functioning properly and did what you wanted to do, nothing's any different. Your same wallpaper, same icons, same programs, all in the same place. Everything's the same. Then you take your drive, that was the original drive, and you can connect it. In my opinion, I would connect it via USB, and I would remove the partitions from it. Once you've done that, then you can reinstall it and use it as a spare drive. That way, when you go to reboot your computer, it only has one bootable device to boot from, and it won't get all confused, and then it's really going to mess up your drive letters in your whole life if you try and boot a computer from two bootable drives that are a clone of one another. Good luck figuring out which one you booted to. You're just making your life a nightmare. Remember, a clone is to replace an existing drive, and that replacement should be seamless to the end user. Everything should look exactly the same, work exactly the same, be in the same place with the same colors and the same icons and the same location with the same data. Nothing changes. Drive letters don't change. If anything changes, it's performance and space. That's it. That's all that changes on a clone. So that's a good question, and it drives me crazy because it should make common sense that if you have two bootable devices, how are you going to know which one you boot from? It should be complete common sense that if you understand that a clone is an exact replica in every bit of data on one drive onto another, how can you tell them apart if you leave them both plugged in? And how will you have any control over what drive letters which? You won't. That's why you have to remove the original drive. And then once you verified your clone is functional and everything is there like it's supposed to be, then you can remove the partitions from that original drive. And then you can shut the machine back off, reinstall that drive, and then, like I said, you go into the disk management in your control panel. It'll say, hey, there's a new drive installed, even though it's your old drive, but because it has no partitions, it's new to Windows. And you say to partition it, then it'll partition it. And then you right-click on that and you say, format this at a simple volume, and now you'll add a new drive letter. If you've got drive C and D now you'll have drive E afterwards. If you've got C, D, E, and F, now you're going to have drive G, whatever the next available drive letter is. And then while you're in disk management, if you want to change the drive letters around, you can change any drive letter you want except your C drive. C drive has to stay C, but you can make D drive letter J, and you can make drive letter H drive letter D. You can change all of that in your control panel if you don't like the defaults. All right, I got to walk back up here to see more questions, more questions. Come on, hit me, guys. What do you got? I'm on a roll. You could also keep your old drive as a backup, because what if your new drive fails? So you could just take your old drive out, since it's small, and stick it in a drawer somewhere and forget you have it. It's a good backup. And that's what Ben Tebb mentions in the chat room. Good point, Ben. Thank you for bringing that up. Patrick has a question. He says he's got an ASRock X370 motherboard, 32 gigs of RAM is installed with a Ryzen 2700X in Windows. It shows 32 gigs of RAM, but only 15.39 gig is usable. So Patrick, I have a video that addresses this. And if you just type into YouTube, Carey Holzman space RAM, type Carey Holzman as one word, and you'll see a quick tips video that explains that. Matt wants to know if you can make a hard drive letter A or B. Matt, as I just said, you cannot change the C drive. No. Jack wants to know which USB drive would I recommend. It depends what your budget is and what you need it for and what capacity you need at what speed. So I don't know. Troll McTrollington wants to know if there's a way to install Acronis bootable media on a USB, not for cloning, not the restore, but the cloning part. It's the whole, so the Acronis rescue disk that you're seeing is the full Acronis software for backing up, restoring, and cloning. It does everything. So if I needed to restore a backup image, I would just boot off of the Acronis rescue media, which is really what it's for. And then I would point it to my USB drive that has my Acronis image, and then I would restore it that way. Yes. More questions? Wayne D says he read on a warning on Acronis's website that if you try booting into Windows with 2 bootable drives connected, that Windows will corrupt one of the drives, making it no longer a bootable drive. Well, that's not a guarantee. It is certainly possible. I mean, you'd have to be an idiot to boot to 2 bootable drives. I'm sorry, but you get exactly what you deserve. If you're not going to listen to what I'm saying, enjoy yourself. Like, you don't have to listen to me. You can dismiss everything I'm saying. If you want to experiment for yourself, please do. And then if you want to come back and share your experience with us and tell us what happened, we'll love to laugh at it. I mean, we'll nod our heads and say, thanks for sharing that. Now you know what we were saying that for. But there should be no reason to have to go and look that up because I already told you not to do it. But hey, you could do it anyway. Go for it. I'm not going to stop you. Zvi Manor wants to know if I can explain the difference between 3 choices in the cloning method. So the 3 choices, what were they? I forgot. Alex says, hey, Carey, how are you enjoying the 60-degree weather? It's 15 degrees Fahrenheit in Arkansas, where we never see this cold weather around here. It's going to be 0 degrees later sometime. Yeah, in Texas too, right? I miss the cold weather, though. Jack says, I'm looking for a USB flash drive that would be ideal for booting an OS to a server machine for less than $20. Hey, Jack, I'm looking for a Tesla for under $10,000. When you find yours, let me know if you can find mine. Some questions are just unreasonable. You could probably find what you're looking for, but nothing I would recommend. Nothing I would use for that purpose at that price. As a professional, absolutely not. I wouldn't do it. I mean, it's a fair question. Not making fun of your question, but you have to understand that if I put my reputation on the line by following your constraints, it's going to make me look like an idiot. So I'm just not going to answer it. Because there's no good answer there. It's just whatever you do is going to be a sacrifice in performance or reliability. I just wouldn't do it. If this is important to you, spend the money. Ben Appletree says, I'm installing a 1 terabyte NVMe in addition to my bootable 500 gig SATA. It's Windows 10, and I'm having an additional 1 terabyte SSD. Is it possible to run this from USB and have the hard drives clone internally? I don't understand what you're trying to do. So you tell me you have a 1 terabyte NVMe, a 500 gig SATA, and a 1 terabyte SATA. Which one do you want to clone from and to? It's my advice that you disconnect any drive before you begin the cloning process that's not bootable. You should have 1 bootable drive, and you should have 1 replacement drive that you're cloning to. When you have cloned to your replacement drive, then you shut the machine off and disconnect the original bootable drive. Just disconnect it, or in the case of NVMe, take it out if it's an NVMe drive you're cloning from. But if it's cabled, just disconnect the data cable. Then make sure your machine boots up properly to the 1 bootable drive you have in the machine. Then connect, assuming everything works. I'll keep saying this as many times as I got to say it. It's the same thing. I'm going to say it 3 times now. You plug in the original drive to some sort of USB enclosure or adapter, delete the partitions off of it, then you can reinstall it back in your computer and make it a data drive. It's the same process. Everything's exactly the same. It doesn't matter if you've got 10 drives. Disconnect all of them but the bootable drive. Once you've cloned the bootable drive to the replacement, then remove that bootable drive and boot off the replacement. Don't hook up any other drives until you've verified your clone works. If your clone doesn't work, you're going to have to find out what you did wrong and fall back on that original drive again. If your clone does work, then you can plug that original drive into USB and delete the partitions from it. Then you can reconnect up all your other drives and plug that drive you just deleted the partitions from, and then you're back to business. There is a process that has to be logical. It has to make sense. It's not about being lazy or taking shortcuts. You've got to make sure every step of the way is correct, or you potentially corrupt all of your drives. So it's best that they're not plugged in during this process, so that doesn't become an option for you. You want to make sure you get it done right. When you're a professional technician and you're responsible for the work that you're doing for a customer, it would be profoundly foolish and unwise to be so lazy as to not disconnect the customer's data drives, because that customer could sue you right out of business if you screwed up. And I wouldn't advise you to do it any differently than I would do it for a customer. Does that make sense? So it's a good question. I understand why you're asking it, but understand the liabilities you take on when you work for a customer, when somebody's paying you a job. And it's very different from when you do your own stuff. But if you always do your own stuff the same way you do it for customers, you'll never find yourself in an embarrassing situation that inconveniences you. Even if there's no witnesses around, it's still your problem. So if you follow each step logically for the reasons that I've said, you should be successful 100% of the time. And it's the same process, whether it's for a customer, whether it's for a laptop, whether it's for a desktop, whether you've got 10 hard drives or 2, whether they're IDE or SATA or M.2 SATA or M.2 ME, doesn't matter. Even if it's RAID, it doesn't matter. It is the same process, and Acronis will work 100% of the time, going any direction you want to go. But you want to clone, you just want 2 drives, your target, your source and your target, that's it. And once your target is completely cloned, once you've cloned to your target drive, you shut the machine off and you disconnect the original drive. Take it out, disconnect it. Then, in this case, I'm going to take the NVMe drive out that's in here, and I'm going to replace it with the NVMe drive that's in the enclosure, and then I'm going to test boot. And if the machine pops up like it should, then I know I can put the drive that's in here now, they're going to trade places. That one's going to go in here, and I can remove the partitions and format it, and I can keep it in here. This doesn't have a second M.2, so I can keep it in here or in another enclosure and use it as a flash drive, as a 500 gig flash drive, so it doesn't go to waste. Joe wants to know if he can boot up from an external drive on Windows 10. What do you think we just did here? What did I just do? If you want to boot Windows 10 from an external drive, that's more complicated and it's nothing I can get into on this channel. But if you search for it on YouTube, you can find an overly complicated mess that will enable you to do that. And I think you'd have to be a hobbyist or an enthusiast to want to entertain that waste of time. Putting Windows 10 on an external drive to boot from, for me, is a profound waste of time. It is slow, it is very difficult to maintain and to update, and it's just, Windows 10 is not intended to be installed that way. So while it's possible to do it, it is a hobbyist or enthusiast activity only. No customers are ever going to, well, the chances of a customer asking you to create a computer that does that probably is a customer who's not well educated in how to solve their problem. So what I would do if a customer asked me that is I'd ask the customer what they're trying to accomplish. What is it that you're trying to do with Windows 10 that you think putting it on a flash drive is a good idea? That's what I want to know, because there's a lot of other ways that we can solve whatever the customer is trying to accomplish that don't involve using a bootable Windows 10 off a flash drive. So yes, it's possible to do it, but I think it's really, really foolish. It's very slow. I mean, it is painfully slow. And on top of that, it's extraordinarily limited. And it's going to create a lot of confusion because Windows wasn't designed to be run off a flash drive. So because you can kludge it and make it work, that's a hobbyist activity. So there's almost near all YouTube tech channels are hobbyist channels, and they'll show you how to do that kind of nonsense. But if you want serious how to work, you're at the right place. And if whatever reason is that you want to do that, there's probably a better way, a more traditional way to do whatever it is you're trying to accomplish. Now, if you want to boot from Linux that way, different story. But for Windows, I don't advise it. I don't recommend it. And like I said, there's other channels that'll show you how to do that. I won't do that here because I think it's terrible advice and a complete waste of time. Okay? So, I run into that all the time. Customers say, how do I do X, Y, Z? And I'm like, well, what is your goal? What are you trying to accomplish? Customer says, I'm trying to print to that printer over there. I say, okay, well, X, Y, or Z have nothing to do with your printer. Is that why you're doing it? Yeah. Okay. If you want to print to that printer over there, I can set that up for you. Would you like me to do that? And they say, yes, please. And then I take care of it. And then I give them a bill. You'd be surprised how many times customers call me and tell me what to do. And I've fallen into that trap too many times where I do what they ask and they're like, well, it's still not working. I'm like, what's not working? I did what you asked me to do. Well, I can't print to that printer. Well, I didn't know you were trying to print to that printer. If you'd have told me you were trying to print to that printer, I wouldn't have done any of what you asked me to do. So when customers contact you, what you're going to learn is you better take a step back and understand what's the customer trying to accomplish. Hey, how do I get Windows 10 on a bootable flash drive so I can boot from it? Well, wait a minute. What is it you're trying to do? Why do you want Windows 10 on a bootable flash drive? And then we'll go from there and we'll find a more logical, reasonable solution to what it is you think putting that on a flash drive is going to do for you. Because chances are you're doing it the hard way and you're doing something completely unassociated with what your end goal actually is. There are some people that just want to do it because they want to see if it's possible. And that's fine, but that's not what I do here. I don't make a living off of just doing stuff to see if it's possible. I have to earn a living by doing jobs that complete tasks that are an obstacle to my customer getting work done. So that gets a little frustrating for me sometimes when people can't seem to understand the difference. But it's a fair question. I mean, I appreciate the question and do understand the reasoning behind why I'm saying what I'm saying. I guess that's what I'm trying to get to. Zvi says the 3 cloning methods were to replace a disk on this machine, or to use the disk on another machine, or to use the disk as a data disk. Okay, so those 3 options, thank you for repeating them because that's sort of a new feature in Acronis that I hadn't seen before. I didn't say anything about it, but I think it's pretty straightforward and self-explanatory. The first option is you're replacing the disk in the machine. That's what a clone is for. Clone is for replacing an existing drive. Period, end of story. The second option is if you wanted to move the installation to a different computer, which takes us to universal restore. So I don't know why Acronis doesn't just say universal restore, but it's becoming more consumer-friendly product, so they're using a language that I think consumers can better understand. And third, using it as a data disk is sort of like saying you don't need Acronis. You would never need a clone a non-booting disk. If you have a disk with data on it, you simply copy and paste the data to another disk. It doesn't require any specialty software like Acronis. You're wasting your time. Now, I don't know what would happen if you chose that option, but if I was a programmer with Acronis, I'd say, well, if you're using this as a data disk, don't use Acronis. This is the wrong tool for you. All you want to do is take your old data disk and your new data disk, highlight everything and select copy, then go over to your blank data disk or whatever, create your folder or whatever, and then paste it. Copy, paste. You don't require any software for a data disk. There's no reason to clone a data disk. That's just a waste of time. You want to talk about working harder than you need to and making your life overly complicated and spending money on software you don't need to have. If that's why you bought Acronis, then you just wasted your money and you wasted your time because you could have already had the job done for free using copy and paste. You never, ever need to clone a data disk. So those are the 3 options. Again, the second option is if we wanted to let's say I want to take the hard drive out of here and put it into another machine. Sometimes Windows will boot, sometimes it won't. That's what Acronis Universal Restore is for, is typically the reason Windows won't boot on a different machine is the hard drive controller drivers are different based on the motherboard that you have. It doesn't really have anything to do with Intel or AMD. You can switch between Intel and AMD. It's the hard drive controllers that will prevent your Windows 10 from booting when you move it. So then when you move it to another machine, you run into a couple of potential problems. One, your license may not activate on the new machine, and there may be nothing you can do to activate it except for buy another license. Two, that Windows doesn't boot because the hard drive controller is different. And if that's the case, then Acronis Universal Restore will analyze what controller the machine that you want to boot to has and inject that controller driver into your pre-existing Windows 10 installation on the clone so that it will at least boot. Then when Windows 10 boots, you'll see a bunch of new hardware found, and your registry is going to be a mess because you're going to have all the hardware from your old machine, and then you're going to have all the hardware on the new machine, and it's not going to corrupt or hurt anything. But if you're OCD like me and you look at all the hidden devices in your device manager, you're going to see a bunch of stuff you don't have anymore because Windows never takes stuff out of the device manager. They're always there. It just hides it from you. And when that gets really, really full over time, you do that 2-3 times, and then you start having problems. It's like you got to do a clean install. The whole point of moving an installation to another machine is just laziness. People are just lazy, and if you have any problems and you clone onto another machine, then now that machine's got those problems. Some people say, well, I don't have my software anymore. Then go buy it. If it's that important to you, you should have that software. Because what happens if your machine gets infected? What happens if somebody steals your computer? What happens if your hard drive gets corrupted? There's 8 million, I don't know, there's a lot of different ways. What are you going to do? You're not prepared. You have no emergency exit. You're just riding a rope. You're on top of a rope with no safety net. I cannot condone that behavior. If you have important software, you need to acquire the installation files or the product keys, and you need to put them away somewhere safe. If you haven't done it, start doing it, and do it from this point forward from now on. In the meantime, if you were Dell and you're making 500 machines in a day, you're not going to install Windows 10 individually on all 500 machines. We have time for that. So what we do is we have a master image and we clone onto those 500 machines the same basic configuration, which doesn't completely install Windows 10. The customer does that. If you've ever bought a pre-built machine, you've had to finish the Windows 10 installation. That's why, because every machine gets the same install. So while it's possible to take the data off of one machine and put it on another, it would have to be an extreme case where you're willing to accept the consequences that are potentially possible from instability that can and a lack of performance that you won't necessarily realize isn't there because you have taken a bogged down Windows 10 with drivers specific to a certain set of hardware and then forced it onto another set of hardware that's not compatible, doubled up on your drivers, and furthermore, could potentially be slowing that operating system down and the performance of the new machine down. The reason customers remain ignorant to this is because the new machine's always faster. So they don't think, oh, it's not fast enough, right? They just go, wow, it's faster. Then I take a look at it and go, you know, this thing could be running twice as fast. And they're like, it can? I didn't know. Well, yeah, compared to the old machine you took it from, if you would have done a clean install, you would have gotten all the performance and all the reliability. Well, but I didn't have my software. Well, okay, so what's going to happen when you lose the drive? What happens if there's a fire? What happens if there's a theft? What happens if there's a virus? What happens if the drive fails? What if? What's your backup plan? How do you put the stuff back if you don't have it? I don't know. It's never happened. Okay, so I guess it never will then. I can't work for people like that. I can't. Can you imagine the stress level? And those people never have any money. If they don't have any money to buy the software, they don't have any money to pay me to help them. Slappy contributes $20, says, your videos help me rebuild my PC. Thank you. Hey, Slappy, thank you. Blackwatch with $5 Canadian says, hello to everyone. Thank you, Blackwatch. Thank you guys so much for the support. They say it looks like the clone finished. Dude, you're right. Hey, that wasn't too bad. Okay, now it's telling us exactly what I told you to do. You gotta disconnect the original drive. You have to. And I mean, unless you like trouble, and frustration and doing it twice. Okay, so I'm making this up. You know, it's not like we're not following a ritual. Okay, everything we do for a reason. We don't do it out of tradition. We don't do it because it feels good. We do it for a reason. And even if you don't fully understand the reason, that's not important. If you want to be successful, you have to follow the steps like I explain it. You don't have to understand why. That's optional. But the minute you go off course from my directions, that's when you're going to have a problem. If you follow the steps in all of my videos exactly as I show them, then you will be successful 100% of the time. Guaranteed. The only emails for support I get from people who follow my videos and fail is they didn't follow my videos. And they'll say it. They'll say to me things like, well, I did everything right. Clearly you didn't. I heard one yesterday. I did everything that you would have done. Well, does it work? No. Well, then you didn't do everything I would have done. That one's funny to me. So we're going to shut the machine off. You just hold the power button in, about 10 seconds, on any computer, desktop, laptop, doesn't matter. Just hold it down. Eventually, it will shut off. There it goes. I'm going to disconnect the bootable Acronis media right here. Don't need it anymore. We're done with that. I'm going to disconnect our new NVMe drive in the enclosure. Enclosure is going to be pretty warm. This is a big heat sink. It's a heat sink because it gets warm. That's normal. Don't freak out. The heat means it's working. We're going to take the cover back off and we'll set it aside. And let me get my glasses. Okay, I got my glasses on so I can see. Damn it. Let me zoom the camera in so you can see what I'm about to do here. Now, this is super easy, barely an inconvenience, because we don't have an option of putting 2 drives in. See, there's not a second M.2 slot here. So this whole concept of keeping the original one is simply not an option for many laptops. Now this M.2 drive is covered with this thermal tape, which we're going to gently peel off. And I don't want to get this dirty. I don't want to set it down, so I'm going to hold on to it. I'm going to grab my JIS driver. I use this JIS driver for really small Phillips screws, specifically laptop hard drives and any M.2 SATA or NVMe drives, because the screw heads, a Phillips #1 will fit, but it's kind of loose and it can strip the head of the screw out. I'm going to set that there, and I'm going to take out the original drive. Okay. All right. It's all right? It's okay. Back here on the NVMe enclosure, I'm going to move the switch, which is going to then open the enclosure. Slide it back. Again, this is all toolless. I pull back on that little rubber stopper. The drive springs up like that. And then I pull the drive out. Okay, we're going to set that down. You with me? Am I going too fast? We're going to put this new drive in. It only goes in one way. It goes in on a bit of an angle. And it's got the Sabrent sticker on it. Now, the Sabrent sticker does sort of impede the heat transfer of the thermal tape, but I don't care, because if you notice, the drive we took out has a sticker on it too, and Dell left that sticker on. Sometimes the stickers have serial numbers on them, so you want to keep those stickers. If you do peel them off, you might need to keep it for warranty if you should have a warranty problem. Most of these, I think all the NVMe drives, universally from all manufacturers in the United States, offer a 5-year warranty. I'm going to just lay this sticky thermal tape right back on. I've kept it in my hand the whole time because I don't want to put it down. Any dust off the surface would get picked up by it and impede the efficacy, the efficiency of the transfer of the heat that this little sticky tape affords us. That's why it's there. And where it's going to connect to is on the bottom side here of the laptop lid. This whole lid acts as a heat sink for the, if you look at where this is going to go, it's going to go right about there. And so this whole area then becomes like a heat transfer. This whole thing becomes a heat transfer for the NVMe drive. Now, I'm just gonna gently set this back down. Again, I'm not putting it back together yet. I wanna make sure it works. I've seen some overconfident techs put everything back together without testing it. Then when it doesn't work, they have to take it all back apart again. If you wanna work that hard, you go right ahead. I'm way too lazy for that. Now, if everything worked correctly, this machine should boot up exactly as it did before, only now my hard drive space shouldn't look as horrifying as it did. So I'm gonna go ahead and turn it back on. Now we are operating off the battery when I do this. You'll see there's no power plug plugged in. Keyboard just lit up. So we should see something happen on the screen here in a moment. And if I did everything right, it should boot right into Windows with the same wallpaper and all my programs, all my data, everything is exactly the way it was. Everything's in the same place. Like I said, if I had viruses, they would still be viruses on there. If I had temp files would be on there. If I had unwanted software on there, that would be on there. It'd all be on there. I think I shut it off, turned it in. I hit this button twice because the first time I hit it, I thought there was a light around it, but obviously there isn't. The lights are underneath the keys. So when I hit this button, keyboard lights up. Now let me leave it alone and allow it to boot. And it should boot right into Windows. Okay, so again, this is all live. It's unscripted. This is a standard job a customer would pay you for. It's very common for people who want to call a technician to upgrade and replace their drive without losing any of their data. And if you have to do it 2 or 3 times, you know, they're not paying you to do it 2 or 3 times. They're already going to be upset you didn't get it right the first time and you're taking up their day because they want to get back on with your life. They want you out of there. So ideally you do it right the first time. And why I like Acronis is it should even automatically adjust the partition sizes of the drive so that I don't have to, like with free cloning software, a lot of times you have to manually resize your partitions to the capacity of your replacement drive. But Acronis should have done that for us automatically. So if I go back here, and I'm, in a minute you should see my Go XLR software load. Remember, it's copying everything. Some software may need to be reactivated. QuickBooks, Quicken, TurboTax, any Intuit products, Microsoft Office may no longer function and may require, or they might function with limited functionality because they think you're trying to pirate the software when you do a clone. It's pretty common. Now there's our C drive. Now let's take a look. Remember what the C drive looked like before? We now have 3,250 gigabytes free. 3.25 terabytes is 3,250 gigabytes is 3.25 terabytes. Okay, that's a lot of free space. Do you remember what I had before? If you weren't here earlier and I showed you, I'm going to show you again. This is a screenshot of where the drive, see the bottom, see the red? And it says at the very bottom there, it says I have 20 gigs free out of 461. Yeah, I was hurting. I was hurting bad. Now look what I got. All right. So I know that works. Everything's cool. So I can shut this back down. Now, if we want to, we can run a speed test on here, just if you're curious what the speed difference is. Like I said, usually when you're cloning, you're going for a larger and faster drive. Sometimes people just go for larger, but most of the time, when you're getting something newer, the default thing is typically faster because the technology is improved from the new thing compared to the old thing. This technology is moving very, very quickly. That's why I always strongly advise you don't plug anything old into something new, because that's where you're going to have problems. That's where you're going to have these weird things. And you're like, how come nobody else has this? Well, because nobody else is plugging in a 10-year-old external drive and then trying to boot their computer with a 10-year-old external drive plugged into it. Of course, it's going to slow everything down. It's 10 years old. So if you have to use it, plug it in and use it when you need it and unplug it when you don't. Because as long as you keep it plugged in, you are slowing the entire system down. And because things are likely to fail as they get older, then the older hardware is likely the first problem you're going to have or experience or have to be confronted with because you're too cheap to replace it. And the stuff is so cheap. External drives are so cheap. They're so much faster. I just can't understand why people won't, they won't hesitate to ask me for my help and the value of my time and not offer to pay me for it. They have no conscience about that a lot of times. But if they have to spend their own money to avoid the problem to begin with, well, it's just easier if they just ask me for free help. Which, look, if you're a contributor and you've given, of course I want to give back. But if you're somebody who just takes, you can't operate a business like that. You cannot stay in business being a nice guy and doing everything for free. Being a nice guy is one thing. Doing things for free for complete strangers who've done nothing for you. The benefit of being live on YouTube is I can take your questions live, and I'll do that for free because it benefits the entire community, right? Whatever question you're having, probably somebody else out there or many others have the same problem, but maybe they weren't here during the live to ask or they didn't think to ask. But when you contact me privately and you expect me to help you for free and we don't even know each other, you've just watched my videos, you think that being a subscriber earns you, that I owe you something, it doesn't lead to a good experience for either one of us. But I will do the technical support for free on YouTube because it benefits the community. It's not as though I'm working for one person for free. It's really insulting. So anyway, when people want to reach out and ask me how much it would cost to do a job, if it's business related, then, of course, that's always invited, of course. But a lot of times people reach out, I don't know who they are. They don't even introduce themselves to me. They just go, hey, I've been watching your channel and I've got a question and blah, blah, blah. And they don't even ask me if it's okay to ask. And in the meantime, I invite that while I'm live on YouTube. That's great. That's what this is for, so the community can benefit. But when you want private one-on-one consultation and assistance, and you've not paid me or supported this channel financially, don't expect a response. And if you understood the number of emails and requests I get that do that, you would understand that I'm an extraordinarily nice person. And that at some point, if people just keep taking and taking and taking and taking and taking, if you don't put a stop to it, you won't have anything left to give. So I have to do that. But I will tell you that people that contribute regularly or generously on the channel, a lot of those people have my personal telephone number. And I tell them, you call me anytime. Anytime, I'm available for you. And not just once, anytime you need me. 3, 4 times, whatever. You've already proven yourself to me that you're not just a taker, that you give back. And I'm not looking for an eye for an eye. I'm not looking for an equal trade. I just want to see something, and then I'll give something. But if you just keep taking and you offer nothing in return, you're welcome to keep watching the videos for free. Anyway, so since we know that this boots, like I said, I could run Crystal Dismark on here and get some benchmarks. So I've got Crystal Dismark on this utilities flash drive right here, and I'll just plug it in. Again, I'm going a million miles an hour because I'm trying to do a 5-hour video in 3 hours, and I have to go quick. So stay with me. I realize it's a ton of information I'm throwing at you, but feel free to rewind the video as many times as you need to. You can even slow it down so that you can hear it as many times. And if I'm not clear about something, if I haven't explained something well enough for you to understand, please continue to ask. Sometimes I get a little frustrated. Don't take it personally. If you're not understanding my concepts that I'm explaining, then I'm the one who has failed. And I'm not frustrated at you, I'm frustrated at me. And I have to think of another way to make it more digestible. This is my specialty. So when somebody says it's still not clear to me, I'm like, oh, geez, I got to work harder at an analogy. So don't take my frustrations as an issue of your question. It's an issue of me not explaining things well enough that led to your question. It's my fault. So when I seem to get upset, I'm upset at me, okay? Because I think if I would have explained this right the first time, you wouldn't have asked that question. But because I didn't, I have to readdress it. So don't let my enthusiasm or the tone of my voice in any way imply that you've done anything wrong. Sometimes people are like, I'm afraid to ask a question. Don't be afraid to ask a question. Understand that when I get worked up, it's me that I'm worked up about, not you. I'm going, hey, I obviously haven't made this clear. Let me try again. And it doesn't, some people might say, well, that's treating me like I'm stupid. No, that's your interpretation. It's me saying to myself, I need to dumb it down more because clearly, and when I say dumb it down more, I mean I have to make it less technical so that average folks can understand it. This is intended to be understood by average folks. This is not a channel for other technicians. Now, that's not to say other technicians aren't welcome here. Of course they are. I just don't know that they're going to learn anything from me. Okay? I'm not here to train technicians. I'm here to help home users become more self-empowered, more resilient to help themselves and not have to pay a guy like me to do simple stuff like this. So if I'm failing, I'm upset at me. You understand? It's not you. All right, so I got the flash drive with my utilities on it, and I'm going to bring up, let's see, I've got the portable version of Crystal Disk Mark. Let me bring that up. It's defaulting to the C drive. We're going to do all the tests, and let me zoom in on it so you can see it. Now, you remember what the Crystal Disk Mark numbers were before? If not, I have a screenshot of those Crystal Disk Mark numbers right. No, that's not it. Where is it? These are the numbers we had. We had 2979. Again, we want to just look at the top left and the top right. I'm really concerned about the top right. That again probably happened because of the drive space being so low, because I know that drive can write a lot faster. And here's what we're doing. It seems like it's a little slower. However, I would question these results that say 2979. I don't think that Toshiba drive I took out specs out at that speed. I think I had some kind of a cache running or something. I don't think these results are right. Because if you look at other YouTube channels that speed test with Crystal Disk Mark this laptop with the Toshiba drive, they're not getting numbers like that. So I don't know why that happened. But regardless, it's not a big enough difference. Like, you're not going to tell the difference between 2556 and 2978. You're just not going to. So I think this drive was the original drive that was in here, this one here. I think this was around 1700 on the reads, but it should have been over 1000 on the writes. So those numbers are way off. These numbers look right to me, and I can probably improve these numbers maybe by making sure I have the latest NVMe driver installed, but these are still good numbers. And then we're going to watch that top right number, because instead of a 3-digit number being right here, I'm expecting a 4-digit number in the 2000 range, which is going to be, 7 times faster than this. Let's see, we've had a couple contributions come in. So real quickly, some shouts out. Frankie B, look at this, $100. Thank you so much, Frankie. He says, good job, Carey. Here's a little something to help you pay for the memory and the solid state drive. Very generous, Frankie. Thank you so much. Richard Rogers, 1999, he has contributed. He says, I have never asked you for anything, but just in case I do, here you go. I love your videos. I love your attitude. I love you. I'd watch whatever videos you make just to watch you. Wow. That may be the nicest thing anybody has ever said to me. Thank you so much, Richard. Stealth Mode contributed $5. He says, this is like visiting a nice place and tipping the band. Nice. Glenn's Music contributed $2 Australian and said, I thought you might like another 83 cents. Hey, you know what? Don't make fun of it. It adds up. If every viewer on this video gave me 83 cents, it would more than pay for this entire upgrade. But fewer than 10% of folks do pay for the videos, and I don't expect them to. But if they find it in their heart that they want to give something back, it just helps me to be able to make more videos and make more content. If they don't, then the types of videos that I make are limited, obviously, by the budget that I have, and the frequency of videos that I make are also limited by the budget. So by not contributing, let me put it this way. If 100% of the people who watched the video and enjoyed it gave $1, I'd have a studio and employees, and I'd be making content every single day with numerous hosts on numerous subjects. But because it's just me and I'm operating on a very strict budget and I'm making the videos for free with no expectations of anybody paying anything ever, it does restrict what is possible and how often I can do it. So, you know, that's how that works. Rick Hubbard contributed £5. Rick, thank you so much for your continued contributions. Rick Lakes with yet another contribution. I think Rick, with his $5 and $10 contributions over the last couple of weeks, has probably contributed near $100 by now. So Rick, thank you so much. Like I said, it adds up, it matters. And if you don't want to give through the Super Chat, because Super Chat takes 30% of the revenue. If you contribute an Amazon gift card, I get 100% of that. And it's just going to be spent at Amazon anyway. If you look in the show notes, where do you think I bought the 4 terabyte drive and the RAM? That all came from Amazon using money that was contributed via gift cards from viewers. So again, thank you. Thank you very much. Never think that your contribution is too small. Never think that. What's that person's name? Maroof. He's contributed $1. Thank you, Maroof. I appreciate it. There's our final numbers on Crystal Dismark, and you can see that write speed is faster than the read speed. That's clearly wrong, because solid state drives will always read faster than they write. Those two numbers should be right around 3,000. So I think something's a little off. Could be some software I've got running that's interfering. Just one more time, I just want to run that top test. So I'm going to click that button. Oh, wrong mouse, Carey. I'm going to click this button right here just to run the 2 top tests only. I just want to see if I get 2,500 here again. I'm just curious. I am thirsty. I have been talking a lot more than normal, and I talk a lot normally. Duh. No, I'm still sitting right around 2,400. So I've got to tweak something. Something's not right here. It should be about 3,000 on both sides. So I'm not sure. Again, at this point, going from 2,541 to 3,000 might look like a big jump to you, but in reality, it's going to result in milliseconds during large file transfers. Okay, so ideally, realistically, an end user would not know the difference. They would just go, wow, this is fast. You understand? Like when you start reaching a point of diminishing returns, if that number, instead of saying 2,941, said 9,000, it still wouldn't make much difference. Windows is still going to load in seemingly the same amount of time. Any software we load, like Word or Outlook, it's all seemingly going to load in the exact same amount of time, because the higher this number gets, once it exceeds about 500 or 600, the higher the number gets, the less the customer notices it. At what point, once you get to fast, anything above fast is still fast. Does that make sense? And when you can go 10 seconds faster, it's a lot different than when you can go 10 milliseconds faster. Well, the customer will notice 10 seconds. They will not notice 10 milliseconds. And only under extreme users scenarios will they ever notice the possibility of going 2,500 to 3,000. But it bothers my OCD, and I just want to find out why. I'm not doing it for performance reasons. I'm doing it because I expect that number to be bigger. I expect the number here to be bigger than the number here. So because it's opposite, something's not right, but it's not bad, okay? It's not hurting anything. I gotta know why. So understand the reasoning behind why I would do it. If this was a customer machine, I wouldn't spend any more time on it. It's good enough. Little details like that don't make a difference in reality to customers. So I would just leave it be, and that's that. Because if I'm charging the customer by the hour, now what the customer is paying me for what they're getting in return is no longer worth it. Now, if a customer was very specific about, hey, I want, like if the customer, I wouldn't explain this to the customer. I'd just go, yeah, that looks good. I wouldn't say to the customer, that number is a slightly lower than it should be. Do you want me to work for another couple hours to figure that out for returns that you probably won't realize make a difference? Most customers are going to say no. Does it work? It works. Is it fast? It's fast. Here's your check. Goodbye. So again, life as a technician is different than life as an enthusiast or a hobbyist or a tinkerer, where little stuff like that you could spend hours or days trying to figure it out. You can't stay in business that way. Customers are not going to pay you for 10 hours of labor to figure that problem out. And if you find one, let me know if they have any friends that need help too, because I could use that kind of work. That's good work if you could find it. I'd rather help 10 customers in an hour apiece than help one customer for 10 hours. Unless that customer is a business, in which case 10 hours wouldn't be unusual. Now, we've tested the new drive. We know everything is good. Everything is functional. I have a choice now. I can keep the old drive. I can stick this in a drawer somewhere, keep it as a backup. Because there's no guarantee. Just because that's brand new doesn't mean it's not going to fail tomorrow. What do you mean my drive died? I just bought it. What's that got to do with anything? What has just because you bought it have to do with the fact that it failed? Some people seem to think that if you just buy something new, it can't fail. Of course it can fail. Remember incandescent light bulbs? I remember taking those out of the package, putting it in, and maybe the light bulb I'm replacing has been in the fixture for 10 years, and it finally died. I take a brand new bulb, put it in there, and it instantly pops. As soon as I turn it on, boom. But it was brand new. Who cares? Take it out, replace it. And then you put another one in there. Maybe that other one only lasts 2 weeks, 2 months, or 2 years. Maybe I don't get a full 10 years out of it. Whatever. It is what it is. So what? Who cares? Move on. It's cheap. Replace it. Get on with life. We got other things to do. We got other things to do than worry about why a light bulb popped. So now with LEDs, we don't really have that problem. But I've even had LED bulbs die that are 11 months old. Well, these light bulbs are supposed to have a 3-year warranty. Do you know it costs more to replace those, that mail those bulbs back in to get warranty than to just buy new bulbs? And why would I want replacements from a company whose bulbs only lasted 11 months? Why do I want more from that guy? I don't want to use that company ever again, because the fact that I have to take my time and get on a ladder to change out some bulbs that shouldn't have to be changed for 3 years, minimum 3 years. I don't care if it's a fluke. I'll give you, so the reason I use that example is in my kitchen at the house. I have 6 recessed bulbs. And I bought, stupid me, I bought the cheapest bulbs I could get, like Sunco on Amazon. And out of the 6, 2 died nearly at the same time. Now, I need the lights for filming. This is not a novelty. This is not a convenience. I have to have the lights. It's not an option. If I don't have the lights, I can't film. I'm shut down. If I can't film, I can't make any money. I can't get my work done. Customers have to wait. So why did I buy the cheapest bulbs? Because I'm an idiot. So I went back to Amazon and I realized a lot of other people had these bulbs fail within the first year. LED bulbs should not be failing in the first year. So you think I'm ever going to buy Sunco branded? I don't care if they replace the bulbs for free. They're not worth it to me. My time to get the ladder and then climb the ladder and take the bulbs out is already a loss. Whatever I thought I saved, it's already cost me more money. So I intentionally spent more money for better quality bulbs and changed out all 6 because I don't want the 4 remaining ones to go out anytime soon. So I changed out all 6 and we'll see how it goes. I expect those bulbs to last 20 years, but certainly they should last 3. Stop buying cheap crap. It's costing more money. Whatever I thought I saved on buying those Sunco bulbs was just extra money I spent because I ended up buying the good quality bulbs anyway. So now instead of just paying for the good quality bulbs, I bought the good quality bulbs and the cheap quality bulbs, therefore spending more money than just buying the quality bulbs to begin with, let alone my time to climb up the ladder and move it around the kitchen because these bulbs are not close to each other. And the ladder is not easy to get out of the garage because I got to move the car out. And I got other things to do in my day. Like I didn't wake up that morning going, I guess I'm going to spend an hour of my day changing out bulbs. And I'm not going to call the company and arrange for an RMA so they can send me more bulbs that are going to go bad potentially in the next year so I can do this again and again and again and again and again. I got other things to do. I want to fix it, move on, fix the next thing. I don't want to fix the same thing twice anytime soon. Drives me crazy. I can buy more bulbs. I cannot buy more time. So I have a decision to make with this drive. Do I want to format it and use it for something else, or do I want to keep it as a backup? For now, I'm going to keep it as a backup for at least 30 days. But if I want to, I can put this in this enclosure, delete the partitions off of it, and then format it as a big 500 gig external flash drive and use it as an external flash drive. Why not? But the new hardware, just because it's new, don't think for a minute that you're out of the woods for failure. You are absolutely not. Nor are you immune from ransomware or viruses or Windows exploits or other ways of corruption or of spilling something on the laptop or having the laptop stolen or having the laptop somewhere where there's a fire or having the laptop damaged in some way, shape. Could drop it. I don't know what's going to happen tomorrow. Keep your backup if your data is important. And in this case, this is the whole OS. I don't even have to reinstall the OS. I just clone it again. It's super easy. I got Windows with all the updates, all my software, everything's all there. Some software will have to be reactivated. Know that. Depending on what software you have, maybe you don't have to reactivate anything. Just depends. But I want you to be fully prepared. That is a fault of the software company. That every software company plays by their own rules. How Intuit does things, they just decided that's the way they wanted to do it. They didn't get approval from anybody. So if Intuit says we're going to make all of our honest customers inconvenienced, well, the pirates can sit there and reactivate the software. They don't even have to activate software. If you're a pirate, you just can grab their Intuit software or Adobe or anybody else that's pulling this crap, and you don't have to deal with activation. Therefore, as a pirate, you're rewarded for pirating. If you're an honest customer who actually paid for the software, you were punished when you moved the software and you were forced to have to call support, explain to them why, and then get their approval and okay to get you through reactivating the software. That's your reward for being honest. That's how the world works. But that's only for some software companies. Other software companies won't mind that you've cloned it. So it's entirely up to the company on how they want to handle that. I don't like it when companies punish honest customers. I think it's bogus. All right, we'll close this out. We're going to shut this down. Last thing I've got to do is change the Wi-Fi card. So I'm going to show you that super easy. I'm going to wait for this to shut off. Waiting for the lights to go out here on the, there it goes. Then I can disconnect my flash drive, set it aside. Ooh. Merrill Essex says I could make an image, an Acronis backup image of this drive, and then it would take up less space, but I don't have any use for this. There's absolutely no use I have for a 500 gig drive. But yeah, certainly you could, if you had another 500 gig drive, you could image this onto another drive and then format this. I don't know. The possibilities are endless on what you could do with a spare drive. For me personally, I wouldn't waste my time with a 500 gig drive. This is only good to me as a backup. Once it's no good to me as a backup anymore, it'll be used as a diagnostic drive. That's it. I don't know any customers that would be okay with me putting a 500 gig NVMe drive into a brand new computer. I haven't had a customer in the last 3 years. I mean, we're basically giving these away in the veterans builds. That's how cheap they are. Or at least maybe not NVMe, but the SATA ones. Ironically, NVMe drives are often cheaper. But the computers we're giving away don't have M.2 slots, so we can't put these in. But in most cases, the faster, smaller, same size drive in NVMe format is cheaper than the SATA equivalent. So why would anybody go with SATA? Cost you more money to go at 1/4 the speed? Why would anybody choose that? Well, in the case of an older computer, you don't have a choice. But for me, a 500 gig drive is worthless. I can't, there's nothing I can do with this. I have a flash drive, I've already showed you guys. This is a 1 terabyte flash drive. Look how small it is. You set these side by side. Which one do you think I want to use? Put this in an enclosure? It's giant. I can't stick this conveniently in my pocket. This, on the other hand, this thing runs rocket ship fast. I got a terabyte, it's 170 bucks. Buy it once. You know how long it'll last? Well, I have a 1 gigabyte, you heard me, made by the same company. I bought this 15 years ago, still works perfectly fine today. Nothing wrong with it, except it's USB 1, I think. It's pretty slow, and it's only 1 gig. This was the first 1 gig flash drive available for under $100. It was $99. You got 1 gig. This is $170. Now remember, this is money from 15 years ago, so $99 was a lot more money. It might be the equivalent of $170 today, and now instead of 1 gigabyte, I have 1,000 gigabytes. 1,000 gigabytes for $170, 1 gigabyte for $100. If we're assuming no inflation, suddenly this is a bargain, right? Suddenly it doesn't seem so expensive. Now, if you don't have use for it, obviously it's a waste of money. Guy like me, I use the crap out of this. Okay, turn this around, take the cover back off. Last thing. Now, I want to emphasize there's nothing wrong with the Wi-Fi on this laptop. The only reason I am replacing it is because it's easy and cheap. And the thermal tape is sticking now, so I'm having a little issue getting the... Oh, look, the thermal tape stuck to this time. It's right there, which is what it was supposed to do. Okay, so our network adapter's right there. And again, nothing wrong with it, but I just want to upgrade it because I can. They're like 20 bucks, and we can go to Wi-Fi 6, okay? So why not? It is my main machine, and I want to discourage myself from buying a new laptop. So with this spec'd out with 64 gigs of RAM and a 4 terabyte NVMe drive and Wi-Fi 6, even a new Dell XPS 15 looks pathetic compared to this 2-year-old one. Can run circles around it, making buying a new one less appealing. You got me? Remember, I emphasize, I do this for a living, so this is not a toy for me. This is my main communication. If I didn't have this, I'm not quite sure how I would be working out of this location without bringing over a desktop, a monitor, a keyboard, a mouse, some speakers. This is all here. Tuck it under my arm and go. And I don't have to worry about an available outlet. I can put it anywhere and run off the battery for hours and hours and hours. So now we're going to take off this little metal clip. We're just going to set that aside. Again, I'm using the JIS screwdriver because the point on it is much narrower. And well, to the naked eye, you can't really see the difference between this and a Phillips number 1. It is significantly different in how it feels into the head of the screw. And if you're doing this for a living, you're going to piss off some customers if you strip the heads out of the screws of their machines. There are 2 little antenna cables. There's a white one and a black one. The black one's on the right, the white one's on the left. And we just need some tweezers or needle nose pliers, and those are going to pull straight off like buttons on a piece of clothing. They just snap. Probably should have done this before I took the screw out. I want to be very careful. This is actually too big of a tool to use. What I should be using is more of a either a tweezer or a very small, fine jeweler's flat blade screwdriver. I could use, you know, I showed you these tools, these like dental picks. These might be useful to just get up underneath of it. If there's a little ledge I can grab on. There's one. There's the other one. Like I said, you probably want to, well, I couldn't do that first because this little metal piece here was blocking the top of those, so I had to take this off. Now this comes out just like an M.2 drive. Now the replacement is right here. Here's our replacement. Like I said, these are like 20 bucks on Amazon, and the links for everything I'm using are in the video notes below the video. And you'll see it says it's Intel AX200 Wi-Fi 6 module. It even gives you a spare little metal clippy thing and screw, which we're not going to use. We want to use what the laptop came with. And it is labeled, it says WLAN right there. It's kind of backwards to you. Okay, if I can get this out of the package, the installation's a lot easier than getting this out of the package. Okay, so there's the new one. You can see side by side to the naked eye. If you're not reading all the little fine print, they look identical. So we're going to put this one right back in where the other one was. Okay. I can't screw it down because then, like I said, this little metal piece covers those little holes. I don't know how well you can see those, but if I show you close up, there's little teeny tiny, almost microscopic holes. If the camera will focus on it. Let's see. Bear with me for a second. Come on, camera. Do your job. Okay. Top left of what I'm holding. I'm sorry, you're right. Top right. You can see two little cylindrical circles at the very top of the card with a little pin in the center. Very, very tiny. So this does require good eyesight or magnifying glass or reading glasses, whatever it's going to take to magnify. And then you're going to want to use a small tool. Again, a tweezer would probably be ideal. Do I have a tweezer I can use? This might work. These aren't the best tweezers for this, but basically we want to put the cables back where they were, which means putting the black cable closest to the edge where it was. Again, very difficult thing to see. And then once you have it lined up, you should be able to press it down and hear it lock. Sometimes you can do it with your bare hands if you have the dexterity. And that one cable is just long enough. It didn't give us any spare space. You can tell when it's on there because you can see it just falls right back off. When it's clipped in, sometimes you can feel it click. Sometimes you can hear it. In the case of the black one, I didn't feel it or hear it, but it's clearly on there. This is the hardest part, is getting these stupid things back on. I wouldn't work on it like this either. I'm working on it with it away from me so you can see. I would be where you are. In other words, this would be towards my belly, so I wouldn't have to reach out like this. So I'm doing this difficult thing in a very difficult way. I wouldn't do it like this in real life. I am positioning it so you can see it, which makes my job way harder. Seems like that should go on. You can tell when I'm focusing on something deeply because I get real quiet. Uh-oh, something's wrong. You got quiet. It's too quiet. Can you imagine if you went to school and you had a teacher who didn't speak? Probably not a lot you'd learn in that class. Why is this giving me such a hard time? There, I heard it click that time. Now I can put this little piece back on top. Which way did it go? Did it go this way? I don't remember. I don't think it matters. I think maybe it went this way. Not sure. But I think that little lip is there to keep the piece from going down too far and contacting those antennas. Okay, so now it's in. Maybe not. Maybe it does go this way. I'd have to play back the video. So little details like that, you got to pay attention to when you're taking stuff apart. That doesn't seem right to me. Where's my mouse? Yeah, the piece with the little dip on it goes towards you guys. See, sometimes it benefits me to make my own videos so I can play stuff like that back. Don't be afraid to take pictures with your phone if you're taking something apart, you're not quite sure how to put it back together. It costs you nothing. While I'm in here, I'm seeing some loose hairs, and I'm just going to pull those out. Little bits of Lyle and Jimmy, I imagine. Remember, when you work as a computer technician, and if you're doing field service, you're likely going to see different machines, multiple different machines every day, multiple days a week. So you're going to have to think on your feet. And of course, you can always use Google and look for videos if you just fail to realize how something goes back together. Or you can take pictures as you go along. Don't expect too much of yourself. Don't think that, oh, well, if I was better, I would have known how to do this. That's simply not true. No one person knows everything, and it's fully acceptable to have to look something up or have to take pictures if you're unfamiliar. when you work in a corporate environment, a lot of times corporations just use the same machine and they have hundreds of them. So once you get to know it, you can work on it blindfolded. But as a field service tech, you're probably going to be working on a lot of different hardware that all comes apart differently. And don't be hard on yourself if you, have to struggle a little bit on remembering how stuff goes back together. Now, I'm still not overly confident, so I don't want to put anything back together yet. We want to make sure the Wi-Fi adapter is going to work. So we're going to turn this back on one more time and make sure we have Wi-Fi. And if that works, then we can put screws back in and we're all done. Let me back the camera off a little bit here. We're way too close. But that's real time, okay? So this is the amount of time that this takes to do this job. Now I realize I probably talked a bit after the clone was completed, but overall, you can watch videos on YouTube that show this process in 5 minutes, but that's doing a huge disservice for viewers that think it's a 5-minute job. This is moving 500 gigs, replacing an NVMe drive, using a USB enclosure and a Cronus, replacing the RAM and the Wi-Fi adapter in real life, in real time, unscripted, unedited. On a machine that supposedly doesn't support more than 32 gigs of RAM. And you've seen it live, you've seen it. This is as close as I can give you to actually experiencing it. I do see Wi-Fi available right here, the driver loaded automatically. There's all the Wi-Fi SSIDs. It's perfect, perfect. So I can shut it back down and we can put the screws back in and this job would now be complete. A job like this I typically wouldn't do on site if we're moving that much data. Most customers have less than 100 gigs of data. The average is 60 gigs, so moving 60 gigs is not that big of a deal. And these screws just go right back where we took them out. Turn this around so you can see. I had to rush this through. I got these parts, 2 months ago? And now, because I'm doing video editing, I have stopped being able to do any more video editing because I ran out of drive space. So even though I had other videos I wanted to make today, I had to do this. And my choice was do it off camera so I can get back to work or do it today. So this was, again, a situation that I didn't anticipate. It just kind of happened given what's been going on in the world and what's going on in the situation. And it has resulted in this upgrade was something I wanted. And now, because I put it off, it has now become something I needed and I could no longer delay it. So the only question was, do I do this live on camera or do I wait, do this at night when nobody's around so I can get back to editing and get back to work? So I made the decision, because I really wanted to share this with you, to procrastinate the work I've got to do so that you guys could benefit, which was always my intention. But again, when I ordered the parts, I did not know at the time that this was going to happen and that I was going to rely on this machine look, I was relying on it when I ordered the parts, but I had plenty of space available. But I knew 500 gigs was not going to last me very long. And I just kept getting distracted with other projects until I ran out of hard drive space. And then I said, okay, I started deleting things and biding my time, but I've run to a situation where there's nothing left to delete. Everything I've got on there now are project files, and they're huge. And I've got other projects I want to do, but I can't, where am I going to put the files? So I said, okay, I have to upgrade this. What's my problem here? A magnetic driver is almost required for this. It's a tiny little Torx T5. It is really super tiny. And it's got to get lined up with the hole correctly or it won't thread properly or at all. This isn't going in straight. Something ain't right. Feel like the lid's just not sitting right. Doesn't feel straight. Tell you what, this hole back here looks lined up. Let's start with this one. And maybe by putting the screw into the holes that are aligned, it'll force or shift the other holes to come into alignment. I am not liking this. This driver was fine for taking the screws out, but for putting them back in, it's just feeling like it's just not seating in the head of the screw as tightly as it should. So I'm thinking I might get that iFixit toolkit out because I'm feeling the head slip. I mean, I realize it's a tiny little Torx T5, which isn't helping things, but let me get my money's worth out of this toolkit over here, rather than struggle with a $6.99 toolkit, which will work, right? I'm just gonna work harder because it's a cheaper tool. You save money, you're often spending in time. It's your choice. But I got other things to do today. Gosh, why does that feel so loose? Maybe that's not the right bit. Is it this one? Oh, much better. What a difference the tool makes. See? You think you're saving money. Oh, I want to buy that $6.99 toolkit. You're going to work harder. Oh, so much easier. So much easier. The struggle is real. If I had to make a $6.99 toolkit work, I could, but I don't have to. Work smarter, not harder. Wow, what a difference the tool makes. Crazy. Again, you know, taking the screws out was fine. The screwdriver did feel a little bit slippy in the head of the screw, but I didn't feel like it was stripping, but it felt like it had the potential to. This is locking in a lot tighter and the magnetism's stronger, and it's keeping the screw straight, so it's not going in on an angle like it was trying to do with the other tool. And that makes the whole process just so much easier. Now again, if it's just something you're doing once and you don't have any future prospects for using those tools, then don't waste your money. But tools, I think, are a good investment because even sometimes things happen that you didn't anticipate. And when it happens, you don't want to wait to order a tool. You want to say, wait a minute, I have those tools. I had a friend of mine needed to access the Ring doorbell, and it required a really small, like Torx or Allen head. And I said, oh, I've got a toolkit for that. Hold on. He was trying to fidget something to make it work. I said, don't do that. You'll strip it out. Let me get the right tool. And it was exactly this toolkit I brought over there. We were able to pull that Ring doorbell apart in like 2 seconds. And in this top lid that goes onto that toolkit, it's got little, see little cutouts? That's for you to like put your spare screws together so they don't all get scattered about. Smart design. Okay, it's all put together. It's all good, man. We are done. We are done. So now we'll turn this back on, and this we're done with, so I can put it back into its box with its cables for the next time I need it. I love that it's toolless. I just think that's genius. I'm going to put all this back where it goes, which is something like that. Sorry, I forgot the link for this in the video notes, but as soon as this video is done airing live, I'll throw a link in there. If you use my links, if you wait, if you're going to buy anything, if you use my links to make a purchase, I make a small commission off of it. It's a great way to show your love for the channel, and you're not going to pay anything any different. Changes nothing for you. Whatever your shipping and taxes and costs are, it's all the same. But if you use my link, I make a very small commission. And if enough of you use it, as I mentioned earlier, those small commissions add up. Now, of course, that's for Amazon US customers only. I don't have any Amazon affiliate links for other countries because I don't have enough viewers in other countries to make it worth my time to get that set up. It's kind of complicated to set up. And you can see I'm freaking busy. So there it is. It's all done. Finally, I can get back to work, get back to editing. I have spare 32 gig of RAM that I originally ordered and the spare 970 2 terabyte Evo drive that I ordered. Because remember, I was going to put a 2 terabyte with 32 gigs of RAM in here. And I said, screw it. I use this for work. This is not for fun. I'm going to max it out. I'm going to put the biggest of everything I can in there so that if this is no longer meeting my needs, then I know I have to buy a new laptop because I can't go any bigger. Well, I mean, I could go to an 8 terabyte, but that 8 terabyte drive is $1,300 from Sabrent. So this is loose. Apparently, hear that? The screws are not tight enough right here on this corner. It's not all the way down. So let me turn this back off for a second. Oh, you know what? I can just close the lid. Which corner is it? You just check this whole side. Let me just check it. Which bit was I using? Was it this one? I don't even know anymore. Was it this one? Yeah, that's it. No, that's all the way down. You don't want to over tighten. You will crack. You can crack this. So I'm just trying to figure out, maybe it was just sitting on, maybe the counter's not straight. Just feel it again. It certainly feels like this corner is not in properly, so I'm going to just take it back out. It's awfully tight. I know that the drive I just put in there is a little bit thicker. That's better, much better. Ta-da! So there's the old container for the drive we just put in there. So I can put the old drive in there and that'll be my backup. We'll stick that in a drawer, forget about it. Forget about it. This is the old Wi-Fi card, which is pretty well worthless. they're cheap, brand new, they're 20 bucks. So it's not like you're saving a lot of money by reusing it, just so you can have a slower internet connection. But hey, I saved 20 bucks. Great. Your time is worth nothing. We get it. Okay, and then the toolkit's back together. These tools go back in the drawer. This is trash, this is trash. Those are tools. That's it. Done. Phew. Now I need a drink. Now you've seen the whole process, unedited, unscripted, start to finish, as a real working technician would do the job at a customer location as a field service tech with hardware you've never before seen. Okay? That's how it's done. It's not the hardware you own and you're familiar with. It's somebody else's hardware that you're accountable for. If you break it, you're responsible for replacing it. That's why customers are paying you, because you're supposed to know what you're doing. But it doesn't mean you have to know the ins and outs and memorize how every single model of laptop comes apart or how every desktop comes apart. You just have to have critical thinking skills and understand that the gist of it is that there's, and you can use YouTube, it's not cheating, use YouTube or Google to help you. But back when I started in this field, there was no such thing, and you had to figure out stuff on your own. So I tend to fall back to that because that's how I was raised. You know, with Gen X, all of us, can we talk for a minute? We had VHS tapes. We had, you know, you wanted to copy a movie, you traded it to a friend, and every copy you made looked worse because it degraded with every copy, and you were happy to have it. Because I remember a time when you didn't have a VHS. We didn't have cable TV. You had 4 channels to choose from. And there wasn't a TV in every room. You had one TV. We weren't rich. Multiple TVs was for rich people. We had a landline phone and everybody shared it. It didn't have call waiting. We didn't even have an answering machine. You didn't know who was calling. There's no caller ID. And if you were on the phone, you got a busy signal. And you didn't know who was calling. You had to answer it to find out who it was. Of course, we didn't have spam callers, scam callers. That didn't really happen. You'd get, you know, Olin Mills Photography or Sears Photography Studios wanting to see if you'd sign up for a family portrait or some crap like that. But your phone didn't ring incessantly with nonsense. And people talked to each other face to face. If you really wanted to talk to somebody, you met them face to face. And if you wanted to go anywhere, you didn't take a phone with you. So you had more time to be with yourself, to be in your own head. You know, if you were driving somewhere or walking down the street, you did not have any electronic device with you. Maybe a Sony Walkman, but not usually. If you wanted music with you, you carry around a big 50-pound boombox on your shoulder and blared it out to everybody. And it wasn't stereo, it was in one ear. So I want you to keep in mind that I use a lot of the resilient skills that I learned growing up to be resourceful, to use what's in my environment, because we didn't have any money and we didn't have this technology. But it has really, I feel, helped me as a technician to have that upbringing and to understand how I can use things around me and the importance of having the right tools so that you do the job correctly. But that resilience and that ability to know the difference and to have the balance between the technology and an analog life is the Gen X is the last generation to know that. And so you had your baby boomers, you know, that kind of a selfish group, really. And you got your Gen Ys, and then right in the middle, you got your Gen X, you know, which you don't really hear a lot about on the news. But, you know, your Gen Xers are your Jeff Bezos, your Elon Musk, where people are very proud to be a part of a generation that's changing the world. In fact, the browser that you use, the internet that you use, and even the devices that you're using, smartphones and everything, are Gen X created devices. So very, very proud of my generation. But I feel that there's a disrespect from a younger generation that has no concept of any of this, that all this seems like Fred Flintstone to them, that they think that was 1,000 years ago. And the fact of the matter is that if something happens where your cell phone goes down, or you are in a situation where perhaps your battery's dead, and you're going to have to rely on your own resourcefulness to get through whatever situation you're in, I'm afraid we have a whole generation that doesn't know. The phone does everything for them. So the minute the battery's dead on the phone and there's nobody else around, I don't know what they're going to do. So that worries me a little bit, but it's not my problem. I'm sure they think they have the best generation. I'm sure the baby boomers think they have the best generation, and maybe that's the way it is. But I'm very, very happy to have had that balance, to have an analog life for the first, 16 years of my life into a digital life where there was a transitionary period over the, from 16 to 25 that the rest of society eventually adopted, where I was made fun of and teased for being an early adopter, for being a nerd, which is now a cool thing that's considered desirable and attractive by many people, whereas before it was considered something to be teased. You were antisocial, you're a weirdo, and now being antisocial and a weirdo is just part of everyday life because of the pandemic. Anyway, I just shout out to all my Gen Xers out there, because we're not participation trophy people. We understand the value of work, and we understand the value of time, and we understand the value to know that these things are not to be taken for granted because we know what life was like without them, and we can go back to that life. If we had to, we could easily. Well, there's some Gen Xers who never adopted it. The vast majority of us adopted it, and we're part of the creation of it, and are leading a lot of the innovation in the world today. A lot of us are in our 40s and 50s. And like I said, Elon Musk, Jeff Bezos, even Steve Jobs, Steve Wozniak, right in that arena of Gen Xers changing the world. And I'm very, very proud to be associated with that generation and what we've brought. Now, the problems we've created as a result of the digital addiction and people, no longer having like face-to-face or, that's, I guess, part of evolution that the next generation will have to figure out. Either it's okay, they're okay with it, or it's going to come to a head where they're okay with it until it doesn't work anymore. And then I don't know what they're going to do, but in their mind, it'll always work. And maybe they're right. I have a friend who's a prepper. He's ready for World War III. And he's either crazy or he's the smartest person I know. If he lives and dies without World War III ever occurring, he's crazy. But if World War III comes, I'm going to his house because he's got all the supplies and everything to survive. I don't. So then he's going to be a genius. Think about that. My attitude's going to change real quick. Let me look at the chat. If you have any final questions for me, we're just going on nearly 4 hours on the stream. I'd like to kind of wrap it up in the next half an hour, but it kind of depends on how active you guys are with me here in the chat room. I'll stick around as long as you're asking questions. If I'm here another 2-3 hours, it's because you have questions. If you don't have questions, then I'll wrap it up earlier. A couple contributions. Master Singleton with $1.49 Australian. Shamim Kashavarez with 50, is it Swedish krona? Madi Yoel with another contribution, $10. Michael Dane with $10. Michael, you're the man. Hey, Michael, Madi, Shamin, Master Singleton, Maruf, thank you guys so much for your continued support and contributions. Hopefully I'll get everybody as set up as moderators. Okay, questions. Any questions? If you asked a question earlier, I obviously didn't see it. Please feel free to, repeat your question again now that I'm paying attention. Shamim says, yes, they're Swedish kronas. Thank you, Shamim. Appreciate your support. Chad's Music Creation says, Carey, have you ever thought about doing a video about network attached storage? I already have done videos on network attached storage. Have you searched my channel? Oh, he wants to know, running your own server, Drobo, or FreeNAS type alternative. There's no money to be made in that. You'd be a profoundly foolhardy, I should say, technician to offer that to a customer. Because what your customers want, in general, is to not pay you. You understand? You're somebody they have to pay. They're not somebody they want to pay. So if you can set them up with a NAS, a proper NAS that's designed out of the box with a warranty, like a Synology or a QNAP, you set them up and you walk away, that's probably something that they won't have to call you about for a very long time. If you try to recycle some old equipment, whether it's yours or theirs, that has to require a keyboard, a mouse, a monitor to configure, and then you have to worry about manually updating it and all the other crap that goes with it. These are hobbyist and enthusiast activities, and there are pretty much damn near every YouTube tech channel is a hobbyist channel. And there's no shortage of finding that information. What there is a shortage of, in my opinion, are actual technicians giving you the real scoop on how to have a profitable business. And anything involving anything for free is not profitable for business. Furthermore, it could get you into hot water, not only with the company that's providing the free whatever it is, but with your customer when you have problems and you say, well, I don't know how to solve it because there's no support for it. Or the customer is paying you far more than a Synology NAS would have cost, right? And once the customer figures that out and that you're taking advantage of them, that's how they're going to see it. And they're going to be livid. So you're going to set yourself up for failure. This is not a hobbyist or an enthusiast channel. I'm not going to recommend anything to you that I wouldn't recommend to my customers. And I would never, ever recommend that anybody that requires NAS storage try and build it themselves. Because to me, then you're just tinkering. You're not serious. If you're serious, buy the Synology NAS. You don't require a monitor. You don't require a keyboard or mouse. And it's a smaller footprint that uses less electricity. That's just damn reliable. It auto updates and it has so many more bells, whistles, and features. And they start at like $300. So it's not like it's a big deal. I understand wanting to recycle old hardware, but you don't recycle old hardware in professional businesses. When your business is counting on having that stuff work and be available so that you can help your customers and your employees can get to work, it's like stepping over dollars to pick up dimes. It's profoundly foolish. So if you want to tinker with something like that, tinker away. Lots of YouTube channels will show you how to tinker. Most YouTube tech channels are tinkerers' channels. They're not practical and they do not represent actual technical work. They're not held accountable to a customer in most cases, and therefore they have no liability. So what they're showing is like, hey, here's how you can burn some time and money. I don't have a problem with finding ways to fill up my hours. Once you realize your time is worth money, the amount of money you think you're saving is lost opportunity that you could have been spent earning. That's all. Grant Guthrie contributes $5. Thank you, Grant. Glenn's Music said, I guess I've been away for a while. At some point you decided to reinstate Super Chat. I did. Well, the political advertising is over. YouTube, when you disable the monetization, it doesn't disable just the advertising. It disables Super Chat, memberships, everything, merchandise, all of it goes away. I got in a big fight with YouTube about it. Big fight. Over 2 months, YouTube and I fought. And I suspect it won't be our last fight. YouTube is very anti-creator friendly, and they don't take into account channel reputation. They treat everybody as though you're a first-time video creator. It doesn't matter how many videos you have. It doesn't matter how long you've been doing it. Their AI does not acknowledge channel reputation. YouTube management is so bad, it's so poor, that to be a creator on YouTube is like you're a thorn to them. You're just an annoyance to YouTube. And YouTube will take every excuse they can to shut down perfectly fine channels because their AI is so messed up that it can't tell the difference, and then they'll blame you for it. And then when you finally get them to straighten out the mess and untangle it and make it right, they will not apologize. They will not admit any wrongdoing. And instead they'll say something like, well, congratulations, we've decided upon review to reinstate you. Instead of saying, we screwed up, we messed up, and we cost you a lot of money, but we're not going to reimburse you for your time. Our AI is just out of control and completely not ready for prime time, but we're going to use it anyway. Too bad. If you don't like it, go somewhere else. Oh, that's right. There's nowhere else you can go. That's kind of what you get. If they were honest, that's what they would say. That's basically what YouTube says, if you read between the lines. So I'm not a big fan, but YouTube is the second most visited website on the planet. And if you want to be a creator and you want the most potential for audience, there's no competitors. JHP Hawaii Photo contributes again $5. He says, keep going. I will keep learning from you. Hey, thank you, JHP. With encouragement like that, why would I stop? Carey, are you still thinking of trying StreamYard? Oh, absolutely. When I do Tech Vets with Mike Smith or I do any future interviews, that will always be through StreamYard. Absolutely. Mike Smith and I spent about 2 hours connecting remotely, and I went through all the headsets I have, and I went through a DAC as well as the Go XLR mixer, so that I wanted Mike to tell me what sounded best to him. Even though you guys helped me, I wanted to know what Mike's opinion was. And Mike's opinion was exactly the same as what we established here, which was the Audio-Technica headset and microphone were preferred with the Go XLR Mini mixer. Mike was blown away. And Mike likes my stream cam so much, he bought one. So now we both have the same camera. And Mike originally bought a headset, but he bought a cheap one, and it sounds like crap, and he had to reconfigure his system. I said, Mike, just go to the normal system setup that you use for the Mike Tech Show. Don't change your microphone and don't change your headset. So he went back to the original setup, because with the setup he had, he wasn't able to record. And it sounded like crap. So when he put it back the way it was, that means he doesn't have to reconfigure to do Tech Vets. I used to have to reconfigure. I won't have to do that anymore with StreamYard. So you'll see that coming soon. We're just not quite ready yet, but maybe Wednesday. I think we have a Tech Vet scheduled for Wednesday. We'll see what happens. When am I moving to Michigan? As soon as I can afford it. So probably, I said 2 years, and that was about 6 months ago. So I'm still saying 2 years, although I should be around 18 months. But it's a problem of money. So when financially I'm able to do it, I'll do it. But I don't know. I'm guessing about 2 years. I'm still going to say 2 years. 18 months feels too soon. But as soon as possible. I want out of Phoenix. I do not like it here. Arnold says you're invited to view my building video when I release it. By the way, I used your Amazon link when buying my parts. Right on, Arnold. Thank you. And feel free to share a link to your video here in the chat room as well. Alex Matucci contributes $5. He says he wants to know, is Acronis a good option for making a bootable backup on a monthly basis? Should I bother making my backup bootable? No, absolutely not. What you're talking about is making a clone. The problem with making a clone is you can only have one clone. Let's say, for example, we have a portable drive I can show you. Like, let's say this will hold a terabyte of data, right? This flash drive. So I want you to put this into perspective. If this will hold a terabyte of data, and my laptop has 500 gigs of data, and I clone my laptop to this flash drive, I can't use this flash drive for anything. I can't put another clone on it. But if I image this laptop, I can image it at least twice, maybe even 3 times with data compression. So I can have 3 backups on one drive. And because it's an image file, I can use a virtual machine and load the images in a virtual machine as bootable, which I was going to show you how to do that one day. I just haven't gotten around to it yet. But you can have a virtual machine and then load your Windows, load your Acronis images virtually in a virtual machine. The images are also bootable in the sense that once you use Acronis to restore the image back to a drive, then the drive you restore back to will be bootable. Otherwise, you're just making a clone. That's not a backup. That's a clone. The reason I say it's not a backup is how do you update it? Let's say you've got a 500 gig clone, like this laptop, And over the last month, I've installed Windows updates and created some new Word documents and a couple of little tweaks, some new favorites or bookmarks. That's not a lot of data to back up, but I'd have to reclone the whole 500 gigs again to get that little change in data. If I did an image, I would just update the image. So it's a huge difference in time. The longer it takes, the more discouraged you're going to be about doing it often, making your backup less useful as time goes on. So you can do it, but I wouldn't recommend it. Not quite sure why you would want to, but you could. You absolutely could. I just think it'd be foolish. The Dodge Whisperer says the audio sounds great, and I drive people crazy when I have it because I like to play with it. It's like a fidget spinner for me. Get it out of my hands. Get out of here. Can't leave it alone. Mike wants to know, can a Windows 10 image a clean install as a ghost used without additional software? Well, professional organizations like Dell and HP, they have a special sequence for that. And it's part of the, what do they call it? Like a development kit where the install is not completed and that the end user completes the install. Like I said, if you buy a pre-built, you have to complete the install of Windows on any pre-built machine you buy. So you can do that. You can create an install, but it has to be for the same hardware. So like Dell is cranking out 500 machines with the same motherboard, same RAM, same hard drive. So they can use that image for that machine over and over and over again. And then that image completes when the end user, the purchaser buys it and plugs it in. If you're talking about a complete install, just doing an install, clean, and you want to save that as a clean image for that specific machine, you could certainly do that, but I think you'd be crazy because you probably have other software that you absolutely need, like Microsoft Office, and you probably want Windows activated, and you probably want Chrome installed, or some other browser, and you might want to change the home page, and you might want to change the search engine, and then that would be what I call a clean install, specifically for that computer only. Then you would image that. But there shouldn't be any need for you to have to go back and start over again. This idea of having to reinstall Windows to fix something is a very old school and, in my opinion, idiotic way to solve problems. It's like every time you cut your toe, you cut off your foot. You only had 2 feet. It's not solving the problem. You're not educating yourself or learning anything. So I don't recommend that you would reinstall Windows except under very rare extreme circumstances. Instead, learn how to fix Windows. Fixing Windows is super easy, takes less time, more convenient. I know people, every time they have an error, they do a fresh install of Windows. You've got to be out of your freaking mind. Now, that might have been the case in the early days when Windows was still a bit rocky, but Windows 10 is rock solid and self-healing most of the time. So most problems are super easy. I don't really fix many Windows problems these days. Mostly the kind of problems I have are more third-party software, networking, or hardware related. Bad RAM, bad power supply, etc. Bad hard drive, or upgrading, more powerful power supply, bigger storage, faster storage. Windows problems where people call and they have a problem with Windows, very rare now. So the idea, this old school methodology, this only happens from people, by the way, that had gotten used to like Windows XP or something where you had to reinstall once a year. That doesn't apply anymore. This is not Windows XP. This is not 2003. You really need to, in my opinion, let all that go. It's easier to train somebody who's never learned before than to have somebody unlearn something and then teach them the new way. You're, in my opinion, holding on to a very old school methodology from more than 20 years ago. So my guess is you've been using Windows for over 20 years for you to even ask me that. That is not a question somebody within using Windows since Windows 8 would not ask that question because it's just not the solution. Reinstalling Windows is no longer a very common solution to problems. It's a very old school methodology that was learned because back then it was necessary. These days it's no longer necessary. You should learn how to fix the problems because they're real easy. See what other questions I'm missing here. I realize sometimes I take a while to answer these questions, and other questions may come in that I miss. So once you hear me stop answering a question, if you had asked while I was talking, I didn't see what you wrote, and you're going to need to ask it again. Does the new Wi-Fi card function? Yeah, I just showed it to you. Carey, what don't you like about Phoenix? I don't like the culture. I don't like the heat. I don't like what they call nature. In Michigan, we have trees. The trees produce oxygen. We breathe oxygen. The air is much cleaner and healthier. The culture in Michigan is the culture I was raised under that defines what I expect from behavior of other people. There's an old expression, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. Well, I was born and raised in Detroit, Michigan, and I was born and raised under the culture requirements that are common throughout Michigan. Arizona shares a culture that is mostly of a foreign influence. And it is one that I find more often than not to not align with my values. So if I want to be around people who share my same values, I have to go back to the culture I was raised in. Phoenix also has over 100 degrees in a row of temperatures over 100 degrees Fahrenheit every year. That's standard. And as such, we're running air conditioners 24/7, which dries out the air. It's terrible on my skin. You'll see my hands get really bad. So you have dirty air because there's very few trees in Phoenix. A lot of cars creating pollution. A lot of rude people because it's overcrowded. So it's physically and mentally unhealthy in a different culture with a different value system than what aligns with my own. I'm miserable. So I would rather go back to where I was raised, surrounded by people of a similar value system where I can feel like I fit in and I belong. I am a minority in this state, and I don't wish to feel that way anymore. Sort of like birds of a feather. I want to be around others with a similar value system. That does not. There are people that share my value system in Phoenix, but we do not represent. It's rare that for me anyway, to run into people that are similarly minded. So again, it goes back to culture. I don't like this culture. I don't want to be a part of this culture. I don't want to. I deal with it because I have to. But it is an exercise in tolerance and patience to deal with behaviors and attitudes that are simply inexcusable and are just unjustifiable. I don't understand it. It doesn't make any sense to me, but I'm outnumbered here. So if I can sit here and complain about it all day, I'm not going to change it. I just have to leave. That's the solution. I'm not going to change the world. I'm not going to change the culture. I'm going to go back to the culture where I was raised, to be surrounded by people with a similar value system in a healthier atmosphere that's not as crowded, it's not as selfish, and the food is way better in Michigan. Way better. Oh, the food. Are you kidding me? People are so nice. No matter where you go, there's jerks everywhere. But percentage-wise, percentages, Michigan's more in tune. There's always going to be jerks. There's always going to be exceptions. What about Michigan snowbirds in Arizona? Hey, I got no problem with snowbirds. Snowbirds are just here to get out of the cold. I might be a snowbird myself one day. I could totally live here for a few months. On the other hand, human beings were designed to be in weather that's hot and cold. It's the majority of Earth is not populated in desert areas for a reason. So, well, people have a thing against cold. I don't have a problem with the cold. I actually prefer the cold. I like being cold. I can always get warmer. And if I'm really, really cold, I can start a fire for free. But air conditioning is very expensive, and if an air conditioner breaks in a house, it's about $8,000 to $10,000 to replace it, and they last about 10 to 12 years. And the electric bill is crazy, and if your AC breaks, good luck trying to sleep in a house in the summertime with no AC. It ain't happening. It's not going to happen. You could die of heat stroke. It's not a fun thing. So survival-wise, if I'm somewhere cold, I can always get warmer. Even if I just jog in place, I can generate body heat and generate a sweat. There's nothing I can do to cool myself down. So I would much rather, for survival's sake, be in a colder environment where there's more natural life, trees and squirrels and caterpillars and butterflies, you know what I mean, than being around pigeons, scorpions, rattlesnakes, and cactuses, around people that are rude to each other in a very polluted area with very few trees. It's just my preference. It goes with my value system. I don't like it here. Does that answer your question? I prefer the cold. Let me be very clear with you. I would be very happy in Michigan today. I don't care if it's 1 degree or 7 degrees. I don't care. Heat is cheap compared to air conditioning, and I can always put more clothes on. G.W. Eisen says, I will help you buy a house in Oak Park, Southfield side, or Ferndale side. I'm originally from Oak Park. I was thinking of moving more towards the western side of Michigan, the Grand Rapids area, perhaps in a more rural neighboring area. Maybe I was looking at a city called Lowell. If you look at Lowell, Michigan, and look at the homes, they look beautiful. It looks like you get a lot more home for your money. And they're not all cookie cutter homes. They're all very different. Each one has its own personality. And they all, from what I've seen, people have home pride. They have nice looking yards. So I'm looking at Lowell, Michigan as a possibility. Haven't made up my mind, but so far it's checking all the boxes. Michael Dane wants to know what's so special about the Z590 chipset over the Z490 chipset. I think it's compatibility with 11th and 12th generation Intel processors. I think the Z490 will work with 11th gen, but not 12th. I think. I'm not real clear on this because I haven't had any 5 series Intel boards ever. So I'm not an expert on it, and I've not been studying up on it. With the boards AMD's been releasing, and then the boards Intel's been releasing, and their numbers are very similar. It's very easy to get them mixed up. So I'm sorry, I don't really know precisely how to answer your question. I will eventually when I get there, when I start to require these boards. But off the top of my head, that's what I think it is. But I'm sure somebody in the chat room could better detail that out. And I could be wrong. Master Singleton says, the summer in Sydney, Australia is at its peak right now and is slightly unbearable due to subtropical climate. Yeah, really humid areas like Florida can be really miserable in the summertime, but this is a great time of year to be in Florida. Fly Guy 23 is, so are you just trying to say you'd rather be in Michigan? Yeah, I was kind of hinting at that. Matt Stafford's house is for sale. I don't think I can afford an NFL quarterback's house, but thank you. Thank you for the suggestion. TJ Hagan says that Lowell is where my sister works at a high school as a school counselor. Is it nice? Does she like it? I never even heard of it before, so I don't know anything about it other than what little research I've done. Oh, Bikeman says PCI 4.0 is in the Z590 chipset. So thank you. That's right. I totally forgot. I did know that. Just forgot. So if you want the faster NVMe drive for Generation 4 PCIe, you have to go to AMD's X570 or Intel's Z or 5 series. I don't know that it's just the 590. It could be other 5 series. Intel boards may support that. Code 2142 Loco says, Carey, I'm a realtor here in Phoenix. I'd be happy to take care of you if you don't have somebody already. And yes, I have no problem working a deal on fees. Well, I'll be working with a local realtor in Michigan who knows the area. I don't think I'll sell any property here. I think I'll hold on to my property here and just get another property in Michigan. Because selling properties, that's an asset that generally doesn't depreciate. So I would keep the property I have, and then I have an emergency fallback if I'm wrong and I hate it. I can come back. But this isn't home to me. Michigan's my home. So I don't think, I could come back, I suppose, if I thought the winters were too brutal, but I don't go outside. And if I were going outside, I'd probably be in a Subaru all-wheel drive with traction control, so if it's snowing, who cares? And I'm going from a heated house to a heated car. So the only time I'm outside is between the house and the car. And no matter where I'm going with the car, I'll be walking from a heated car into another heated building. So how much time am I spending outside? So I don't think it's a problem. I don't think the weather is going to be a problem. I'm indoors. Look, if it's negative 10 degrees outside or if it's 115 outside, I'm not going outside. 115 is not preferable. I'm sorry, it's not. I will gladly take the cold over the heat any day of the week. In fact, I wish everybody thought that hotter was better. And then Michigan could be all mine and I could be left alone. Get out. This is mine. Go where it's warm. You crazy? Why are you in the cold? Get out of here. Oh, good. Now more people have gone. See, less people, less problems, peace, and quiet. Except most of the people I made in Michigan I really like. And most of the people who are from Michigan, it's weird. I'll start getting on with somebody. I'll say, wow, there's something about that person I really like. Take Mitch Morrison. I don't know. I met Mitch. Mitch reached out. He was a viewer. I'm like, there's something about that guy I like. I can't put my finger on it. And then eventually the subject of Michigan comes up and Mitch goes, oh, I'm originally from Michigan. Well, that explains it. So it's not my imagination. There is a different value system instilled in people in that area of the country. And it's noticeable in how they talk to you and how they treat you. And even though my first inclination isn't to ask, are you from Michigan? I just think you're a nice person, right? Not everybody from Michigan is nice, but the vast majority are, in my experience. Or at least they're my definition of nice, or considerate, or thoughtful, how I define it. And it happens to me all the time. All the time. For some reason, I just like somebody. How do you explain it? You just go, there's something about that person I like. Where are you from? Oh, I'm from Michigan. Really? What part? It's like, well, this all makes sense. So it just happens way too often for it to be coincidence. TJ Hagan says, one thing I've noticed about closer to Grand Rapids is in winter there is a lot more snow than near Lansing. Well, yeah, because you've got the lake, right? So you're going to get that, what do they call the snow lake effect or lake snow? I don't know, some weird thing that they didn't have when I was growing up, but they have a new name for it now. I don't care how cold it is, honestly. The colder the better. Bring it. Bring it. I mean, it's not Minnesota. It's not North Dakota. It's not northern Canada. The level of cold Michigan gets is cold, but it's not like Minnesota. Minnesota's cold. And Prince, with all of his millions of dollars and success, never left Minnesota. What does that tell you? Not everybody wants Hollywood. Lake effect. Okay, thank you. It's called lake effect. Okay, nobody used that word in 1970s. The newscasters never said lake effect. That's some new term. To me, it's new. In California, they say it's the, what's the word? They have a word for it, where the air is coming off the ocean. They have a word for it. Something Californians describe. It's unique. Oregon folks and Washington folks don't say it. Something unique to California. I can't remember what it is now. They say there's good fishing in Michigan too. I'm not a fisherman, but I do like being on boats. I just like to be in the boat. I mean, I'll fish, don't get me wrong, but I'll throw it back. I don't want to keep it. I'm not a fisherman. I'm not. If somebody's a fisherman and they want to set things up for me because I don't know what I'm doing and then hand me the reel, I'll fish. But I have no interest in eating anything I catch. I just like being on a boat or a canoe or a kayak or anything floating on the water. I'm good with it. Santa Ana. No, well, there's the Santa Ana winds, but there's this other thing that they call it in California. I can't remember what it's called. Not the Santa Ana winds. It has to do with the cold air coming off of the ocean. I can't think of what it's called. It'll come to me. It's a real popular expression. Hey, there's Mitch Morrison in the chat room. Speak of the devil and he shall appear. It's going to be Mitch's birthday in a couple weeks. A little over 2 weeks' time. You know how old Mitch is going to be? I don't either. We're going to have to carbon date him. When was the weather term polar vortex used? How old was I? I've still never heard that term. I've never heard the term polar vortex ever. I don't know what you guys are talking about. I don't know what that is. Chunkier Fish says, my dad always said that hunting is not about bagging or killing an animal. It's about being outside and in nature. Well, I think if you're going to hunt or kill an animal, I do believe, as the Native Americans did, that you use every part of the buffalo. Nothing goes to waste. I think that's the best way you can respect it, right? You have to eat to survive. And you should know how to if that need should ever arise, in my opinion. But I'm not a hunter, and I don't want to kill anything. However, if I had to survive, you got to do what you got to do. But I would not enjoy it, and I would certainly not want to do it anytime soon. And for that reason alone, I would try and make the most out of whatever I had and pick it dry. Every part of it. Todd says hello from South Dakota. Hey, Todd, thanks for joining us. Aaron Brown says, well, no matter what the weather is, I'm blessing the rains down in Africa. Right on. Always add 10 years to your age so people think you look young, says Solo. I've been doing it the other way. I've been taking 10 years off. That's why I hang around older people like Mitch. Much, much older people. Much, much older. Poke, poke, tease, tease. And Mitch is like, yeah, well, at least one of us reached this age because you keep going like that, you're not going to have much more time left. As long as I can outrun him, I'll be okay. Wayne D says a polar vortex is just a jet stream moving Arctic air to the south. I will not remember that. Carey would kill a wild pizza. Well, this is true. I'll murder the hell out of a pizza. Yeah. I admit that. Guilty as charged. Michael Dane says, I can have his snow and ice if I want it. Great, bring it over. Put it in the trunk of your car and bring it over. A polar vortex is a term used in the upper Midwest when the cold air comes down from the North Pole. I haven't lived there in a long time, and when I go there, I go in the fall. So the news media, when they talk about weather, has no reason to discuss polar vortexes because it's just not that cold in September or October in Michigan. Not yet, anyway. Chad's Music Creations wants to know what's my favorite genre of music. 1980s music is my favorite, 1980s pop music. Anything that was Billboard Top 40,
from 1976 pretty well through 2021 is on my radar. But when it comes to like favorite songs, groups like After the Fire, songs like Der Kommissar, Duran Duran, I think, is only second to the Beatles, and as far as some of the best bands ever. I know some people hear that and they think it's crazy, but as good as the Beatles are and were, the closest band I can come up with that had as many hits, as creative, as ingenious, and as unique would be Duran Duran. Also with the staying power. I have deep respect for those folks. Sort of that new romantic, whatever they called it, style of music. But rock and roll groups like Foreigner and Styx and Supertramp and Fleetwood Mac and AC/DC, Black Sabbath to some extent. Foreigner is one of my favorite bands as well. More rock and roll, less synth, right? But Foreigner's got their little share of everything there. Huey Lewis and the News, Rick Springfield, Cyndi Lauper and Pat Benatar. Heart is an amazing band. But also Information Society, 80s freestyle music, as well as, we get into some 90s stuff. Not a big fan of grunge, not a big fan of I'm a loser, woe is me, I'm a miserable turd. I don't care for that music. I like music to be a little more inspired. But, when Two Princes came out, that sort of brought back what I thought was catchy music after a bunch of cop-hating, cuss-laden rap music was taken over. Not the culture I was raised in. I don't mind most pop rap if you're talking about, I don't know, Tone Loc. Who's the other guy? Sounded like Tone Loc. Can't think of his name. It depends on the music, though. I mean, when rap is interspersed into a song, it doesn't bother me if there's music around it. Like Dua Lipa has a song called Levitate, and she's got DaBaby as a little feature. He does a great job. But I couldn't tell you anything DaBaby sings. I don't know. I know his name's Curtis. Is it Curtis? Or his last name is? No, his last name is Kirk, K-I-R-K. And he was born in 1991. I don't know anything really about the songs he sings. I like Post Malone. I like, there's a new song by Jason Derulo called Take You Dancing is good. I like The Weeknd. I think he's really good. I like, trying to think of modern songs I listen to. There's a song called Closer, and it's by a group called La Matre. Oh, that song is genius. I can listen to it over and over and over and over and over and over and over. And then over again. Love that song. But also AJR, Portugal the Man, and Foster the People, all great groups. I like all that music. Progressive, alternative, pop. But if I was on a desert island, stranded, well, here, let's do this. There's good food in Arizona. Trust a fat guy. That's the message I got. Yeah, if you like non-traditional American food, if you want American food, Michigan. I don't know that he's ever been to Michigan, so I don't think he knows what he's talking about. Like if all you've ever had is this food, then of course you think this food is good. Or if you were raised, whatever you were raised on, that's what defines your version of good. I've never had a bad meal in Michigan. I don't know why I'm talking about this. I was talking about music. Squirrel! I gotta get us. Somebody needs them. Anybody want to make me a squirrel that can just pop up every time I switch subjects? I'll put it on my stream deck and just keep hitting the squirrel button every time it happens. Okay, I have a couple of playlists. Let me show you. I have a playlist called Cartoons. See what I did there? They're
tunes for the car. And these are the songs I'm going to listen to over and over and over that never get old. Whoops. Go back. I said go back. No, don't do that. I'm going to give me a copyright violation if I do that. Let's go back. No, stop. Hold on. I'll just lower the volume. I'll fix that problem. Let's go back. It's probably too late. Okay, YouTube can silence that out. All right, anyway. So for my tunes for the, see, cartoons. These are the tracks that I can listen to over and over and over and over and over, and they never get old. And there's a number of genres being covered in this list. All right, so that's kind of a short list. If we go to this playlist, is pretty self-explanatory. And here we've got, some of these songs get old pretty quick, and others I'll listen to time and again. This is a much longer list. In fact, the only reason this list isn't longer is I just haven't had more time to add more songs to it. It just goes and goes and goes. Did I get to the end? Yeah, I think I got to the end of that one. And if I want to sleep, I have a new age playlist of ambient music, which you have to listen to in stereo because things are moving around constantly from left to right and forward and backwards. And some of these songs are just put you right into a trance. If you close your eyes, you dim the lights, and you just want to slow your brain down. Any of these songs are excellent for putting you into a calmer state of mind. Not that. Oh yeah, I guess that's part of it. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yep. So then, turn the speakers down low, put some ambient lighting on, lay down in the bed, and just let myself get lost in that ambient music. It requires some focus and attention. If you're not paying attention, it's just background noise. But if you shut up and listen, and especially if you have headphones on and you can really hear the ambience, it's very soothing. And it is my solution to pharmaceuticals, to Prozac or Xanax. This is very, very much a very natural way to calm, to slow down, and to put myself into a mindset for sleep. But I have to listen. Aaron says, come on, Carey, how about Rammstein's Du Hast? There's only one time. There's a playlist that I used to have when I played Duke Nukem and Unreal Tournament, which contained Du Hast. So when I'm running around a first-person shooter with a gun, that was part of my playlist for sure. But it's nothing I really care to listen to because it's not fun. It's angry music. Sometimes I'm in the mood for angry music, especially when I'm in a first-person shooter with a gun. Headshot.
Matt Power says, if I want to sleep, I listen to my girlfriend. I think you're doing it wrong. Meatloaf? I don't care for Meatloaf. I really don't care for. I think he's just not my thing. Solo says, I really don't like it. DJ Big Red says, music is very therapeutic. Music is like a drug. When people take drugs to make them happy, I mean, it's usually why people take drugs. And they end up getting addicted to it, and they can have withdrawal symptoms, blah, blah, blah. Like the way people feel about musicians, there's a love and a passion. Especially if something, the song hits you a certain way. Maybe you're a certain age at the time. But people will hold that love for their musician, unlike any other artist. Like you might like a painting, but you may not love the artist in the way you love a musician. And the happiness that music gives you is like a legal drug that has no withdrawal. It's very weird, the power that music can have over some of us who listen. Not everybody listens. When my dad grew up, music was about silliness. It was rock and roll music was still new, and it was considered to be quite rebellious. You ain't nothing but a hound dog. I mean, okay, I don't know what that means, but jailhouse rock, oh boy, that's really rebellious. So when I try to introduce my dad to songs like Bohemian Rhapsody or Come Sail Away, or songs that are very emotional, and the singer and the music crescendos, crashes, goes up and down because they're explaining emotion, my dad doesn't get it. I'm like, Dad, there's a really emotional story being told here. This isn't, 16 Candles. This is somebody, Bohemian Rhapsody, guy just killed a guy, put a gun against his head, pulled his trigger, now he's dead. This is like a very emotional, powerful song, and it raises as the emotion raises, the music raises, and then it crashes and it comes down, it crescendos. And it's sort of like orchestral music before it. If you've never really appreciated Bach or Beethoven, then you've never really listened to it, or Tchaikovsky or any of those guys, or even John Williams, quite frankly. There's a story being told in the music, but you have to listen. With lyrics, it's pretty clear most of the time. Sometimes lyricists can be quite poetic. You have no idea. Like, I don't know what the hell Stevie Nicks is singing about half the time. Doesn't make any sense to me. You read her lyrics. It sounds great, but I don't know what she's talking about. And there are some artists like that, where they're very artistically poetic. But if I can relate to the lyrics and I like the music, then that's a song I'm going to embrace for a very long time. And it'll never grow. The song Tainted Love by Soft Cell will always be a song. I knew it the minute I heard it. I loved it. And I've never, ever heard it too much. There's one example. Other songs get old. Like, I love it, and then it's like, I've had enough of that. So a lot of bands fall into that category where the music is kind of fad-ish, where I don't necessarily care if I heard it, I like it, now I've heard it too much, I don't want to hear it anymore. Hotel California for me is that song. It's just been overplayed. I'm just so sick of it, I don't want to hear it anymore. But there are other songs that are played just as often that don't have that effect on me, that I'm like, I'll turn up the radio every time. 38 Specials, Hold On Loosely, never gets old. I can crank it up every time. But Axel F, from the movie Beverly Hills Cop, is that instrumental, sounds amazing on a pair of headphones. And then I don't want to hear it anymore. It's like, okay, change it to the next song. Or what's another one I like? Der Kommissar never gets old for me by After the Fire. Information Society, they have two big songs, What's on Your Mind and Walking Away. Those never get old. The Gorillaz have a song called, what's it called? Can't think of it. It's got 3 different genres of music in the one song. That never gets old. I can hear it over and over and over again. It's got singing and rap and acoustic guitar and synthesized electric guitar. It's got a little bit of everything. It's like covering 3 different genres of music in one song. It's very clever. But bands like Oasis, like, if I never heard them again, I'd be fine with it. Like, I liked them for a while, and it was like every song started sounding the same. I'm like, yeah, if I never hear Wonderwall again, if I never hear One Headlight again by the Wallflowers, I'm fine with it. I liked it, and now I'm burned out on it. And then there are other songs, like Another One Bites the Dust. I can crank that up every single time I hear it. It never gets old. I don't know why. Just certain music connects. And there's a song called Burn For You by a group called Creo, K-R-E-O, like the word Oreo, but with a K, K-R-E-O. And it reminds me of an 80s song, and I don't know why it never became popular. And it only exists like on one video in the entirety of YouTube. There's no reaction videos to it. I don't know. It's very catchy. It's very, very well done. But it didn't get much radio play, if any. I think I might have heard it at a club once. I don't know how I heard it. And then it's not available on Spotify. I can't find it anywhere. And it's a really catchy song. It's called Burn For You by a group called K-R-E-O. Good luck finding it. TJ Hagan says, one of my favorites is the Electric Light Orchestra. Well, for sure. Yeah. ELO is fantastic. Jeff Lynne is a freaking genius. And Tom Petty, for that matter. Never cared for Bob Dylan. Never was a fan. Clint Eastwood by Gorillaz. That song gets old real quick for me, but they had another song. Windmill, Windmill. What was that song? Kind of talking about industrializing. Their music has a very deep meaning to cultural, societal effects of industrializing versus, what used to be a barter system where you would grow something or you'd have a skill and you would trade it, and how it's changed. That whole song, I forget what it's called. Great song. Get Low by Lil Jon. I liked Yeah, which was Lil Jon and like 2 other guys I can't think of. Do-do, 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 do-do. That was real catchy. I was out promoting my book when that song came out. So I was driving around to different computer clubs throughout Ventura County for 30 days. And nearly every single day I was in the car, I heard that song. Christopher Davies says, nothing better than watching Carey. We're building an ITX system. I wish I could watch you build it. Traveling Wilburys, I didn't, look. Traveling Wilburys sounds like a great idea. You got Roy Orbison and Tom Petty and Jeff Lynne and, I don't know, Bob Dylan. And it just, to me, sounded exactly like a group I can't stand. Whose name eludes me. I can't think of what they're called. I can't stand anything the Traveling Wilburys did. It sounds horrible to me. What's the name of the group I can't think of? Dave Matthews Band. No, thank you. You can keep that. Sorry, Dave Matthews, if you're watching. You're probably not a fan of mine either, so we'll call it even. Master Singleton has found the link for Burn For You by Creo on YouTube. Yeah, I think that's the only, if it's the video, I think it is, that's the only video that has the song unaltered. Like there's some mixes, but that's the actual song. I think that's one of the actual songs. Very catchy song. Very 80s-like sound. I'll tell you, Joywave is a great band that's current. I like Joywave and I like the Struts. Those are current bands that are playing now. Do I like any Beatles? I think the Beatles are the single best band ever that's ever occurred. So pretty much every single thing the Beatles did. Like I didn't care for Helter Skelter. I didn't care for the Noise. but pretty much 95% of everything the Beatles did. If there's one song, if there's only one song that I could ever hear ever again, and I could never hear anything else, it would be A Day in the Life by the Beatles. That is the most powerful, relating song that represents happiness and being somber. It represents reality versus dream state, and you're not quite sure which one's the reality and which one's the dream state. It is most representative to defining life of any song I've ever heard. It's confusing. It's opposite. One lyric's the guy's miserable, the next lyric's the guy's happy, the next lyric the guy's miserable. Somebody's dreaming about the other person or imagining it, but you don't know who it is. And the song is written with intent that way. John Lennon was always very dark, and Paul McCartney was always very bright. So that was a great duo for writing, because Paul McCartney's just isn't the world great. He's very optimistic. It couldn't get much better, he writes. And then John Lennon looks very sort of pessimistically and goes, and he writes the next line, it couldn't get much worse. And then Paul McCartney writes something, and that's just beautiful. It's a great balance of dark and light, good and evil, happy and sad. It's just this nice balance. And I think A Day in the Life by the Beatles represents, musically and lyrically, one of the best songs ever written. And I would say that when songs are written very thoughtfully, for me personally, where you can play with the words, that I find that very appealing. So Hello Goodbye by the Beatles, you say yes, or I say yes, right, I'm positive, you say no. I ask why, you say you don't know. You say goodbye and I say hello. Those lyrics are just beautiful. I love that, and it just flows. It's not forced. It's very easy. It just fits. Phil Collins, That's All, just when I thought it was going all right, thought it was black, you told me it's white. It's always the same, it's just the same. That kind of lyric that each line opposes the line before it as sort of an argument between two perspectives from different views of different angles, where each perspective is valid from the specific viewer, and that it flows very naturally, it's not forced. I love music like that. You say hi, I say low. I just think that's just brilliant writing. Brilliant writing. I can't write like that. I wouldn't even try. Because you work on making something rhyme, okay? But then work on making something rhyme that ties into the first line effortlessly, like it just flows with no effort. Norwegian Wood tells a story. And if the story, is he burning the girl's house down? Maybe. It's written that way with intention to not be clear. So if you're listening to it, you can hear a guy started a fire in the fireplaces, or you can hear that the guy burned this girl's house down. Depends on what you heard. That is beautiful. That is great writing. Other songs are very much in your face. Other songs are just for fun. A lot of the 80s freestyle music had no message. It was just, let's make a catchy beat with synthesizers and dance because life sucks. So just dance. You don't need a reason why, just because. And in the 80s, we really needed that. At least I did. So groups like Stacy Q and Freestyle and Nancy Martinez and Trinier and Debbie Deb and to some extent Miami Sound Machine. That was a little more Miami style. Groups like Ready for the World, groups like TKA, Stevie B, Will to Power. That's all this 80s freestyle, which was just meaningless and just happy and catchy. And I'm in the mood for that sometimes. Just silliness. Just doesn't matter. We're just having fun. That's okay too. Music that is stereo, where they really take advantage of the stereo effect with headphones. So you talk about Sweet Dreams by the Eurythmics or Sunglasses at Night by Corey Hart, where it's do-do. Each tone comes in each ear, do, 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 do. And if you listen with headphones, it can almost have a dizzying effect. If you really let the music be the focus, be your focus, it's moving. It never stops moving. The Cars did that a lot. Moving in Stereo was very obvious how it shifts very intentionally. Groups like Boston are absolutely incredible storytellers with amazing music. Queen, it doesn't need to be said. There's more groups than I can name. The Fix is incredible, a very unique sound. The Cure, when Robert Smith sings, you can feel it. When you can feel the emotion coming from the singer, that song means something to that singer, that it's not, Britney Spears' Toxic, which is a catchy song, but it doesn't really have a whole lot of emotion behind it. It's not going to draw a tear. But boy, you listen to Robert Smith, you listen to The Cure, and you really listen. That's powerful stuff. Or New Order or Depeche Mode. Depeche Mode sings about some powerful stuff. I like this group Muse, which talks a lot about rebellion and revolting and standing up for your rights and fighting against the man. I like that. There's a group called The Score, and they just make songs that sound like something that would be in a movie. Like every song they do, it's like that from a movie. It's almost fake, right? Like they're obviously trying to go for a certain sound, which sounds uplifting and very movie-like. Of course, Toto. I can't not say Toto. Mitch Morrison is in the room. Come on. Or Starship, or Chicago. There's a song called Living on Video by a group called Transax. It's a very unusual sounding song, very electronic. I love it. And there's another one called Perfect Way by a group called Scritti Politti. I don't even know how you'd recreate that sound. Like, I'm not even sure what instruments they're using to make this sound. It's very weird. When I listen to it, I think to myself, is that a guitar? Is it a synthesizer? I don't even know. And I'm attracted to that. Of course, Take On Me by a-ha is sort of the generational staple of the 1980s. It's practically the American anthem for most Gen Xers. It's a great song, very catchy. Alan Parsons Project is mentioned by Ron Hillier. I love Alan Parsons. I've seen him in concert twice. I got his autograph. I got to speak to him briefly. He's exactly what he appears to be. He's not one person on stage and another person off stage. He's a very talented, gentle soul, and I would put him on the line. Alan Parsons and Jeff Lynne, to me, are like, they do a lot of producing and behind the scenes work for probably albums you've heard and had no idea. Like, I think Jeff Lynne produced one of the Pink Floyd albums. And Alan Parsons, I think, has produced numerous artists as well that are very well known, but they don't get the credit when they're behind the scenes. Elvis Costello, I really never cared for Elvis Costello. Just wasn't my style. But there's a guy that reminds me of him, Buster, what's his name? Buster something. And he has a song I like, but I never really liked anything from Elvis Costello. Wall of Voodoo, sure. Yeah, Wall of Voodoo. Anytime you're going to mention 80s stuff, I'm going to be on board with it. And then it's the modern bands primarily that, I'm always struggling to find new stuff that I like, but I'm hearing a lot more 80s influence in a lot of the stuff coming out now. Like Levitating by Dua Lipa has an 80s sound. The stuff The Weeknd is doing has an 80s sound. The stuff Post Malone is doing has an 80s sound. I'm digging that, for sure. Devo, yeah, I like Devo. Working in a Coal Mine, Whip It. Where's another one they did? There's another one I can't think of that was really popular. Aaron Brown said he can listen to St. Elmo's Fire anytime. That's one of those songs I can't stand, but John Parr, who sings that song, had a song called Naughty Naughty, which barely got any radio play. It's a very catchy opener, and I can hear that opening over and over again, especially with headphones on. But everybody's got their own style. Everybody's got their own, preferences. It's all good. It's all music. Ron's mentioning the Cars and the Jay Giles Band. Again, great bands. DJ Big Red said the keyboardist of Aha lives in Gilbert, Arizona. I thought they lived in Norway. Joni Mitchell, any of the bands that are like the 60s hippie music, I don't like the Doors. I don't like Jimi Hendrix. I don't like Janis Joplin. Nothing about that music I like. Absolutely nothing. Can't stand it. I will rather turn the radio off than listen to Bob Dylan or listen to any of that 60s hippie music. And that's what I thought the Beatles were. And what happened around the 1990s is rap music started taking over the airwaves. And there wasn't any traditional rock or pop anymore. Everything became NWA or, just really urban, hardcore, violent. And I'm not opposed to it, but when that's all it was just more of the same. There's just nothing to listen to on the radio for a period of time in the 1990s for me. And I heard this song, and I knew it was an older song, but I thought it was like from the 70s, like the mid or late 70s. And it had this really weird, shakta, do-do-do-do, shakta, do-do-do. And I'm like, what is that? That's really cool. And there was no internet, so I figure out that's the Beatles, right? Oh, I thought the Beatles were like the Doors or Janis Joplin or Jimi Hendrix. This actually sounds like music. I like this. So I guess the Beatles sang one song I liked. And then I hear, got to get you into my life, and all these wind instruments, these trumpets, ba 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 ba. Like, wow, that sounds like Earth, Wind, and Fire. Who is that? That's the Beatles. Wait, that can't be the Beatles. That doesn't sound anything like Come Together. So then, of course, you get to the hippie music the Beatles did. All You Need Is Love, and the early stuff. I Want to Hold Your Hand. It's all very simple, basic, 2.5 minute, 3 minute songs. Couple of chords, real basic. I was like, oh, you know what? I kind of get this now. I get it. And then as the Beatles evolved, and then I heard A Day in the Life, and I was like, wow, that's like the most powerful song I've ever heard in my life. And I'm like, then suddenly, because all the music on the radio was crap, I discovered the Beatles in the 1990s. I had shoved the Beatles in with Janis Joplin, Jimi Hendrix, and the Doors as hippie bands. I wasn't interested in these damn hippie bands. To me, all the Doors music sounds the same. If you hear that damn synthesizer, it's the same synthesizer in every song the Doors do. There's no. So I'm listening to a Beatles song, and it sounds nothing at all like this other Beatles song, which sounds nothing at all like it. Then I realize, oh, there's not one singer. Everybody takes turns singing. And they don't just play one instrument. They take turns playing different instruments. And then they bring on guest players, like Billy, the keyboardist guy, Billy Preston. And they bring on, they bring in a whole wind instrument section for certain songs. And then they started experimenting, like when you get into like Sgt. Pepper and you have the weird records playing backwards and strange effects and the songs don't make any sense. Lucy in the Sky with Diamonds, what does that mean? I don't know. Penny Lane is catchy, but I don't really know what it's about. So those weren't my favorite because I can't relate to them. But then, when you really listen to like Imagine, which is of course John Lennon, it's a very powerful, moving song. And you think, boy, wouldn't that be nice, And then you listen to, some of the stuff Paul McCartney did solo, or some of the stuff Ringo did solo, or some of the stuff George Harrison did solo. You're like, all these guys are profoundly talented. And then that makes me appreciate when they were all working together. And not only that there wasn't just one singer, which is usually how a band is. And there wasn't just one instrument that was played. Or, when you listen to a Beatles song and you don't know anything about the Beatles, there's not anything particular you can listen for because maybe Paul's singing, maybe John's singing, maybe on rare occasion Ringo's singing, maybe George is singing, rarely, but it happened. And then maybe there's a lot of electric guitar, Well, My Guitar Gently Weeps is unlike any other Beatles song. There's nothing that sounds like that. And when you listen to they have some songs that are just silly. Will you still need me? Will you still feed me when I'm 64? Like, well, okay, it's catchy. Do you want to know a secret? A catchy little song. But then they got into some really meaningful stuff. And furthermore, musically, they changed it up. So on one album, you can hear a variety of different genres of styles, and different instruments, and different singers, and not know that's the same band because it doesn't sound anything like the other songs on the album. I don't know of any other band in the history of time that had that diversity. Like Chicago has a lot of different styles of songs, but mostly sang by Peter Cetera. Fleetwood Mac, they would have Christine McVie sing and write some of the songs, and Stevie Nicks would sing and write some of the songs. But Lindsey Buckingham didn't really sing. Mick Fleetwood doesn't sing, and John McVie didn't sing. So you didn't have that much variety. In Queen, Freddie Mercury's the only one who sang, right? Lead. So, you listen to Queen, it all sounds like Freddie Mercury. Not that I'm complaining, but I'm just saying, when you hear Freddie, you know it's Freddie. When you hear the Beatles, if you're not familiar with them, it's very easy to not know that it's the same band from other songs you've heard from the Beatles if you're not familiar. They're very different musically, lyrically, and vocally. So that is, it's just not found in music. Most bands today, they have a couple of people that are strong and a couple of people that you could replace and not miss them. If Styx is traveling without Tommy Shaw, it sounds the same. I like Tommy Shaw. No offense to Tommy Shaw. I'm just saying. Tim Elliott says Brian May sang some. I don't know a song Brian sings. I mean, I know they sang background, but I'm not aware of a song that Brian sings. Evidence Savant says, I can't believe the Y3K stream was a year ago this month. Classic Carey. Right on. Time flies when you're having fun, right? Poco only sings one song that I know, Crazy Love. It's a very sad song. Very well done, but very sad. You get into that 70s music. Boy, that 70s music was sad, depressing. Terry Jacks, Season in the Sun. Gilbert or Sullivan, Alone Again Naturally. Jim Croce, Singing Anything. They're beautiful songs. Absolutely beautiful, but it's old-fashioned guy sitting on a bar stool playing a classic acoustic guitar, telling a sad story of just depression. And the counter that we had was disco, right? The counter to that was Freak Out, I Feel Love by Donna Summer. Put that on your headphones and tell me you're not listening to Daft Punk. Like, that song today still is incredible to listen to with headphones on, and it sounds very modern. So you had disco, or you had this really depressing, Little River Band kind of sad music, very depressing music. I prefer music to be uplifting or to just be stupid and fun. I don't want to listen to sad music. I don't want to hear Cats in the Cradle. I don't want to hear it. It's sad, it's depressing, does not bring me any joy. So a lot of that 70s music, well, I'm not going to tell you it's bad music. Very well, Jim Croce is an amazing artist, or was, but I don't want to listen to any of his stuff. It's depressing. Brian Rankin contributes $5. Says Gordon Lightfoot. I only know one song by Gordon Lightfoot, and that's The Wreck of the Edmund Fitzgerald, which is an amazing story, a true story. And it's a long song, it's a long story, and it's told really well. So again, we talk about how you can make everything rhyme and still keep it all aligned and in the scope of the song without stretching it to make it fit, without trying too hard. That song flows very easily. It tells a very true story. And it's Lake Michigan, where this ship, what's the word they used? Capsized, sunk, There's a word. Was lost at sea. It's a gentler term. How many souls were lost? No, how many people died? That's the only song I know by Gordon Lightfoot, and I like it. Blackwatch contributes 5 Canadian dollars. Thank you for that. Thank you for supporting the channel. The Dodge Whisperer says, so awesome, we all love the same music styles. Well, one of the songs I recently found that's an old song, which is just kind of youthful indiscretion, is called Bad Girlfriend. And the group is by, who sings it? Theory of a Dead Man? I think that's what the group is. And it sounds like something I would listen to when I was, in my 20s. And so since I kind of wish I was in my 20s still, I live vicariously through music like that. I don't know anybody in my life that likes that song. I am the only person in my world who likes that song. And you can imagine I'm late to the party because that song is very, very old, but I only recently discovered it a few months ago. And I will crank that bad boy way up. I love that song. I love the lyrics. I love the music. It's just a happy party song. I love it. There's another song that's real stupid like that. Oh, come on. I gotta look it up. Because most people don't know it. The lyrics are like, if you party every day, you're gonna get partied out. And the song is called Partied Out. Maybe I should just Google Partied Out lyrics. It's a catchy song. Stupid, but it's really catchy. Party all day, party all night, party right now. Like geysers of fire, this party's getting higher. I party, no faking, I go till dawn is breaking. I can't stop. Oh, can't stop me, I'm on it. I know you really want it. You seem cool, I don't care though. Are we about to party? If you party all day and you party all night, your face will fall off. And that group is called Conbro Chill. C-O-N space bro space chill. Conbro Chill. And it's a very addictive, catchy, happy, upbeat. You can't listen to that song and be sad. Very catchy. There's a song called, if you've never heard it, you should hear it. There's a song called Chelsea's Dagger, and it's by a British group called the Fratellis. And it's another one of these, they're using a lot of British slang. I don't know what the heck it means, but it's very catchy, very likable. It's got some really clever lyrical interludes, just the way it starts out. Very simple, but also you'll be moving your head. You'll be listening, okay, I see what he likes. Yeah. So those would be two examples. In Excess was the king of guitar licks. Like everything In Excess did. It was Devil Inside or The One Thing or Situation, New Sensation or What You Need. Oh my gosh. The guitar lick in What You Need by In Excess. Wow. Bum, bum, ba-dum, bum, 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 ba-dum, bum. Very catchy. I don't know how anybody can come up with that stuff. So catchy. And In Excess did it over and over and over and over and over again, where they just had these really addictive guitar licks. Do I remember Eddie Murphy's song, My Girl Wants to Party All the Time? Not only do I remember that one, Eddie Murphy had a comedy song they used to play on Dr. Demento called Boogie in Your Butt. Man, what you talking about? I ain't putting no boogies in nobody's butts. That's disgusting. Yeah, Boogie in Your Butt by Eddie Murphy. That's hilarious. That's a funny song. Frank Sinatra. Yeah, I don't care for any of the Croners. So Dean Martin, Frank Sinatra, anybody like that, I can't stand it, honestly. I don't know. Singing to me is I tend to like female singers more so than male singers. I just think their voices are more pleasant to listen to. However, clearly a lot of the bands I've stated have male lead singers. But I just think the female voice, for me, and perhaps it's just nature, when I listen to somebody like Mariah Carey, or I listen to somebody like Celine Dion, or I listen to somebody who, has a very high-pitched voice, there's something more musical about that than a male voice. Male voice sounds a little, it's hard to explain. It's not as pleasant to the ear. But that song Closer by LaMatre, listening to her sing it, where she hits some notes in that, I'm just amazed. Amazed. And of course, it's not universal. Some female singers have some pretty deep voices. If you listen to Cyndi Lauper, she's got her New Jersey or New York accent, which is not pleasant, in my opinion. Or you've got deeper, throatier songs from female singers like Yaz or Stevie Nicks. Stevie Nicks has a very gravelly voice. So when I talk about female singers, I'm specifically talking more about the singers who have a very melodic, gentle, and typically can hit notes that I can't hit. So when I listen to male singers, of course, there's some male singers that can get higher up in their vocal cords than some female singers. But my preference, if I had to choose, if I could listen to only male or only female, I would choose female only because for me, it just sounds more musical. The female voice sounds more like an instrument to me, to my ears, in general. The Spice Girls. Tell me what you want, what you really, really want. Ask me if I care, if I really, really care. That's what the lyrics should be. So when I listen to my ambient music, I don't think there's any male singers. It's always female singers in the ambient music. Enya, you can't do what Enya does as a male. I just don't think it can be done. I don't think you can establish that environment without that voice, without a style of voice like that. So I'm just realizing that now, but as I think about it, I don't think any of my ambient music has a primary lead male vocal. I know Moby has, like Porcelain is a good ambient song, and there's a male voice in it, and he's not really singing. Brian Culbertson does some good instrumental music. It'd be like jazz. Bobby Caldwell sings a song called What You Won't Do for Love. That'll be the closest thing I would get to like a Frank Sinatra style croner. I just don't like croner music. I would rather listen to a female on stage singing a cappella than listen to Frank Sinatra go on about New York or I don't know, whatever it just doesn't appeal to me. I don't want to hear, no offense, he's a talented singer, and Sammy Davis Jr. and Dean Martin and all those guys, and I know Mike Smith is probably like, what? I can't stand it. I have a friend of mine I grew up with, and he likes listening to that, and I'm like, how old are you? I'm in his house, and he's got this croner music. He's got Frank Sinatra playing. Like, didn't we go to school together? Why are you listening to your parents' music? What's wrong with you? Are you okay? Have you been hanging around the old folks' home too long? But music was a real important part of my life. I didn't have a lot to hold on to when I was younger. I was very alone. So music, my dog, and my computer were pretty much what kept me alive. Kept me from feeling alone and isolated. And a lot of times, the music would either take my mind off of a problem, or they'd be singing about something that made me feel like it's not just me. That some of the songs are about struggles and perhaps some suffering. And since I didn't know anybody I could really talk to that level of trust, the music was sort of my confidant. And other music was nothing to do with anything. It's just that it was something for me to focus on, to take my mind off of self-loathing, feeling sorry for myself. And so I have a very deep connection with the music that I like. That being said, I respect all forms of music. Whether or not I appreciate it is irrelevant. I don't appreciate country music. It doesn't mean it is bad. I just don't appreciate it, generally speaking. I don't appreciate opera, generally speaking. And I don't appreciate all pop or all grunge or all anything, right? I don't throw a blanket over a particular genre and say it's all good. There's things I like in it, things I don't like in it. And I don't necessarily know why. Can't tell you specifically what draws me to a certain song, just something that connects with me musically or lyrically. And then if it connects with me both musically and lyrically, then it's really special. Like, it's interesting to me that there's a song by Duran Duran called Hungry Like the Wolf, and I love the lyrics. I never knew what the lyrics were until, the internet became available and people started posting lyrics. And I was like, wow. I mean, I like the song, but now that I know what it says, I really like it more. And then there's a song called, it's by The Cult, and it's called, is it Firewoman? No, I think it's Wildflower. In Wildflower, he's like, I'm a wolf boy, I'm a wolf child, baby, I'm howling for you. I don't know what it is, I guess, when they're singing about wolves. Aha had a song called Cry Wolf. I like that one too. And oftentimes when songs have some kind of catchy, I don't even know what you'd call it. But if they have like a little catchy doo-doo, like the Beatles would ooh, and they shake their head, ooh, whenever they did that, I like the songs that are associated with that. There's a song by Jason Derulo that I mentioned earlier. I think it's Take You Dancing. And there's a female voice that's just like, sounds like a child just going, can't think how it goes. Da, 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 da. Like literally that's what the female voice is singing. I'm not saying dot dot dot, like that's what the singer's saying, like a child. Dot 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 dot. And it's really stupid, but it's really catchy. It's my favorite part of the whole song. I can listen to just that part. I'm totally happy with that. It's so stupid. Yeah, so if they do any sort of synthesizing of a voice where they're sampling a voice, I tend to like that too. So if it's Stacy Q's like Two of Hearts, and it's they keep hitting the same button of a sample pad, or you can take it up to modern music. Joywave has a song called Tongues where they do the same thing. That's been done countless times. But I tend to lean towards liking those kind of songs for some reason, I don't know why. If somebody's got a talk box, hooked up to a guitar with the hose in their mouth and they're like, wah, 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 like Peter Frampton, something about that I like. I can't explain it. It's just a really cool sound. So I tend to be drawn towards certain types of choruses or styles within a song that makes me ultimately like the whole song. That much I've figured out. But with regards to being able to tell you specifically beats per minute or what it is specifically that attracts me that all these songs have as a common denominator, I don't know. No idea. Jethro Tull. Jethro Tull, I always thought they sounded like a really old band, so I was surprised that they weren't that old. But Locomotive Breath is a great song, once I could figure out what the hell it was called. There's certain songs where you're just never going to know the title. Locomotive Breath. Who knew? There's a couple by The Who. Was it The Who? They sing some, like the titles, like, how would you know that's the name of the song? Chris Sidor says Joywave has some very catchy music. There's 3 songs that Joywave does or is involved in that I really like. 2 of them are by Joywave. One's called Tongues, and the other one is called is it Dangerous? Joywave worked with another band called Big Data, and I think the song's called Dangerous. Ooh, it's a good song. The Raconteurs sing a song called Steady As She Goes. Very catchy. What's the name of the other Joywave song? I always confuse it with the one from Big Data. Destruction. Yeah, I like Destruction. And then Big Data, their song was called Dangerous. The song Dangerous by Big Data, I think, has the singer from Joywave. But anyway, they sound kind of the same. And they're great, great songs. Yeah, Baba O'Reilly. Who would know that's the name of a song? Thank you. That's from Kitman in the chat room. Yeah, Baba O'Reilly. Seriously? What does that even mean? What is that? I don't know. It's the name of the song. Or what's the other one? Effort. Eminence Front. What's an Eminence Front? I don't even know what that is. You're putting on airs? What's an Eminence Front? And I guess he sings it over and over and over again, but I've never heard that expression. I've never heard the word Eminence Front. But I think it means you're flexing. I don't know. I really don't know what it means. It's a great song. I like it. But I would have never known that's what it's called. Thank goodness for Shazam, because now you can just load this app on your phone and let it listen to any song. You're walking in a supermarket and you hear a song you like, just bring up Shazam. It'll hear that faint music in the background. It'll pick it up and tell you the artist and the title. It's a lifesaver. How about some George Clinton, Atomic Dog? Bow, wow, wow, yippee-yo, yippee-yay. Yeah. Sure, that's fun. Funky. System of a Down. I can't say that I'm a fan of the really angry music. So groups like 9 Inch Nails, System of a Down, or groups like that. I'm not a big fan of it. Some of the songs were really powerful and meaningful political statements of that time. But I just don't like angry music overall. If it's angry music that's fun, like She Hates Me, that's a fun song. By Puddle of Mud, yeah, that's a fun song. It's angry, but it's done in a fun way. The Scorpions, I like the Scorpions for sure. The Bangles, they're okay. I mean, I prefer the Go-Go's over the Bangles. They were both all-girl rock bands who wrote and sang their own music. And the Go-Go's were kind of the first, I think, or certainly made it first. But I think the Go-Go's, whether it's Vacation or there's a drum solo or bass solo in Head Over Heels, boom, boom, I could listen to that over and over and over and over and over. It's very catchy. I just want to wait for that part of the song. It's like The Chain by Fleetwood Mac. When you get to the end, you get to, John McVie's bass guitar. Boom, 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 boom. Yeah, that's just love that. Whenever a song stops and then starts again, I love that. I absolutely love. So if you listen to the song Tongues by Joywave, the song stops. You might think it's over, and then it starts up again. Material Girl by Madonna, you think it ends, and then it kicks up again. Wildflower by The Cult, you think it stops, and then it starts up again. Levitating by Dua Lipa, it stops, there's a pause, and then it starts again. Anytime a music keeps the beat without playing any music, it has an empty pause, the longer the pause, the better. Yeah, I love that. I absolutely love it because I know when it's coming, right? And the longer it is, the more you have to focus and concentrate so that you can, if you're in the car singing along with it, you know exactly when to start singing again. And it's like my own little personal challenge to stay on time. When a song will just abruptly stop, and either it abruptly stops, and you're like, well, that was weird, and then boom, it kicks up again. I love that. Absolutely love that. Yeah. That is one of my favorite things of all time, is listening to a song and then it just stops. But then the beat still keeps on silently. Who else did that? Pat Benatar did that. And you actually hear them counting the music. 2, 3, 4. You hear that. I think it would have been better if they just stayed quiet. But it was almost like they wanted you to know the song wasn't over. Material Girl, at the end of Material Girl, you think it ends and then it kicks up again. I love that. Love it, love it, love it. What do I think of Werewolf of London by Warren Zevon? It's all right. It's okay. It's fun. It's a fun song. Motley Crue, there's only one song I like by Motley Crue, and that's Girls, Girls, Girls. I don't really care about anything else they do. But that's a fun, I would put that with Bad Girlfriend in that genre of kind of young 20s, going to the bar or having fun. Yeah, that's fun music. Limp Bizkit, I don't care anything for, what's the guy's name in Limp Bizkit? Frank? Anyway, I don't care for Limp Bizkit. Brian Rankin says, Promises in the Dark by Pat Benatar. Thank you. That's the song that stops and they have the 2, 3, 4. Yeah. I like that. Fed says, hello from Argentina, Carey and Chad. Hey, welcome in. Fed, not sure how to say your name. The Vapors, Turning Japanese. Yeah. Fred Durst, that's the name I was trying to think of. I remember Eminem sang about Fred Durst in Slim Shady, I think. Any Moody Blues. So the Moody Blues and ELO kind of have the same sound. I always liked Nights on White Satin. I've always liked Gemini Dream. There's 2 more. Hold On Tight to Your Dreams. Hold On Tight by Moody Blues. And there's one more by Moody Blues. The Voice, that's it. Yeah, Ron's got it. Yeah. But to me, you can play ELO and Moody Blues, and I think to anybody who's never heard them before, they might think that's the same band. They have a very similar sound, but clearly ELO is better. But the Moody Blues are good, really, really good. Oh, and Your Wildest Dreams by Moody Blues. Yeah, that's another good one. So I guess there's 5. Anthrax, no. So again, that real heavy music I didn't care for. The Cranberries I never cared for. I know Zombie was a popular song, and what was the other one they did? Used to play it at the club constantly. Cannonball, was that what it's called? It was kind of forced on me. Winston Liu contributes 5 Canadian dollars. Happy Lunar New Year, he says. What do you think of the Bee Gees or Celine Dion. I don't really care for the Bee Gees, but there's a modern Bee Gees group. They're called Tame Impala. Tame Impala is an Australian group. They sound, they have a very high-pitched singing voice. And I would say they're like a modern-day Bee Gees. And if you like the Bee Gees, maybe check out Tame Impala. And Celine Dion, look, she's a very talented singer. And while I don't have any of her songs on any of my playlists, I think she's a very good singer. Same could be said for Cher. I think she's a very talented, gifted singer and actress, and she's funny. And I really like Do You Believe, but that got old real quick, and I don't like the back time of, oish. But she's a very talented singer. Linger by the Cranberries. Oh, it's a terrible song. Hate that song. Slow, it's sad, it's depressing. The Doobie Brothers sing one song I like called China Grove. Everything else was like, Jesus is all right with me, okay. Listen to the music. What else are you supposed to do with it? Long train running? Okay. This is just stupid. Oh, Blackwater. Oh, Blackwater, keep on. Yeah, so Doobie's two songs I like. I shouldn't sing. I already know that. Sorry. Sorry you had to hear that. Jerry Rafferty's genius. I like Baker Street. I like Get It Right Next Time. He was the lead singer in Steelers' Wheel, who sang Stuck in the Middle. Stuck in the middle. That's Jerry Rafferty. And Jerry Rafferty did one more. Baker Street, Get It Right Next Time. Right Down the Line. Yeah, Right Down the Line. Good song. Carey, do you like Bob Marley? Funny story, I did not think that I liked Bob Marley. But I had an opportunity to be on the Caribbean island of Anguilla and St. Martin. And when you're on the beach in the Caribbean, a lot of people are walking around the Caribbean islands with Bob Marley shirts. And there's a lot of Bob Marley playing. And the crystal blue Caribbean is indescribable. It's just unbelievable. It seems like an illusion. It's so beautiful. And everybody's laid back, and they have a bar on the beach. Literally on the sandy beach, there's a bar, and you can go up there and get yourself a ting, which is like a grapefruit Sprite, or you can get, one of the beers or drinks. And well, all of that's happening and everybody's in a good mood. In the background, Buffalo Soldier. And you're like, hey, I get this now. I like this. So in the right conditions, it turns out, I do like Bob Marley. But in the city and amongst the daily, no, I don't really care for it. Planet Cryos again contributes generously $20. He said, here's a super chat for a super guy. Oh, you're too kind. Thank you. Sorry I missed that earlier. I just noticed it. Charlie Daniels. Hey, devil went down to Georgia. He was looking for a soul to steal. He was in a bind because he was way behind. He was willing to make a deal. He came across this young man sawing on a fiddle and playing it out, jumped upon a hickory stump and said, boy, let me tell you what. I guess you didn't know it. I bet you didn't know it, but I'm a fiddle player too, and if you care to take a dare, I'll make a bet with you. Well, you play a pretty good fiddle, boy, but give the devil his due. I bet a fiddle of gold against your soul. It says I'm better than you. I've heard that song a few times. Yeah. I don't know anything else he does. That's the one song, word for word. I might have a couple of the words messed up, but for the most part, I know that whole entire song. Talking Heads. The Talking Heads, the lead singer, his name is, come on, Carey. I'm looking in the chat. I know there's a delay between when I say it. Anyway, he's autistic. He's very autistic. And when I used to watch the Talking Heads, I thought, wow, that guy's really weird. Turns out, he has a mental condition. And autistic people are generally very musical. Generally, they can be. And if you want to see an example of this, what's the name of the song? You go to YouTube. Was it Wartime? What's it called? Life During Wartime. There's a live or a video of him on stage. And look, there's a great, the Talking Heads have a fun song called Stay Up Late. Of course, Once in a Lifetime. David Byrne, that's the guy I'm trying to think of, David Byrne. Burning Down the House. But if you look at if you type in YouTube Talking Heads Life During Wartime Live, and you get to a point in the song that is, you get to about 1:30 in the song, and just watch the whole video. You know this guy's different. He's not normal, and it's not a bad thing. But I thought maybe drugs, maybe just too many acid trips, one too many. But no, he's just autistic. That's all. He's just autistic, and he's genius. He's brilliant. One of the things I didn't like about Talking Heads the first time I heard them is I didn't feel like he rhymed. Like, isn't the song supposed to rhyme? And sometimes in their songs, he just didn't rhyme his lyrics. I'm like, well, that's not how you write a song. And that kind of put me off. And then I heard it a little differently, and I'm like, oh, I see how it goes. I get it now. And like a song where it doesn't rhyme would be like one of the last songs that was a hit in the 80s, Wild Wild Life. It doesn't rhyme. It's a catchy song, and so I had to learn how to listen to music differently with the Talking Heads. But he's a fascinating guy to watch him perform on stage. Now, he's a lot older now, and he's mellowed out quite a bit. But he used to just run around in circles on the stage like a nutcase. And when I felt bad for all the band members who had to choreograph with him, because he just was like hyper. He's totally hyper. He can't sit still. He's just running around. You'd think he'd be exhausted. Nope, he's going to run around the stage during the instrumental over and over and over. Then he's going to come back nearly out of breath and then start singing again. Like, this guy's nuts. Oh, Take Me to the River, another good Talking Heads song, for sure. Yeah. Another one that doesn't rhyme. Ron mentions Michael Johnson's Bluer Than Blue. That's a very sad song. I don't like listening to that song. It makes me sad. That song lyrically is too relatable, where basically a guy's like, I thought I'd be happier without you. Turns out I'm bluer than blue. There's a country lyric that's, I'm so miserable without you, it's almost like having you here. It's kind of like that. That's a very, very sad song. So I don't like listening to it because it makes me sad. I have felt that way. So I don't want to dig up those bad memories, those sad memories. Shaka Khan. Shaka Khan only sang one song I liked, which is I Feel For You. Susan Harris says, do I like Katy Perry? I do like Katy Perry. My favorite song that Katy Perry does is, I really like California Girls that she did with Snoop Dogg. But then it kind of got old real quick. And I like the empowerment that she sings about. But the one song if I had to listen to one, I got to look it up. She says in the song, she says, "I see you." Apparently she says that a lot. I got to look up her hits so I can tell you which one it is. So Dark Horse was pretty good. Firework is okay. California Girls I liked. Teenage Dream was pretty good. Hot and Cold, I really liked Hot and Cold. Again, lyrically, I could relate. I Kissed a Girl was a fun song. When it came out, it was like, whoa, right? Roar is a very empowering, female empowering song. I'm all for that. I think that's great. I don't know these other songs. This Is How We Do. That's the one I like the most. Katy Perry's song called This Is How We Do. Yeah, that's a fun song. The Kinks only sing one song I liked called Come Dancing. That's it. And even then, it sounded like an old song when it was new. I heard a song that I didn't know I liked that came out in the 1980s. And 40 years later, I hear it and I'm like, oh, ooh, I like this. And apparently I've liked the song ever since I first heard it, but I never liked it enough to like buy the record or know what it was called. And this group sort of brought in sort of goth music in the 80s. They're like one of the original goth bands. And they're a group called Sisters of Mercy. And they had a song that was called, come on. I'll find it. Man, it's a great song. It even sounds great today, especially a loud set of speakers. This Corrosion by Sisters of Mercy was a song I'd always liked, but I didn't like it enough to go buy the record, and so I didn't really know, who sang it or anything about it, and I wasn't into the whole goth thing, but I did like that song. Lou Reed, I can't stand Lou Reed. No, Take a Walk on the Wild Side. No. These storytellers, these. I even struggle with. One scotch, one bourbon, one beer. What's that guy's name? Bad to the Bone. The storytelling. He did 3 songs that I know of. And he's from Michigan, so I kind of like him. Like Ted Nugent, he's from Michigan. Cat Scratch Fever. Is it Cat Scratch Fever? That's the only Ted Nugent song I know. I don't know anything else he does. Bruce Springsteen, I cannot stand Bruce Springsteen. But look, I'm from Michigan. I'm not from the East Coast. I'm not from Jersey. So, maybe if I was from Jersey, I'd be all over it. But Bruce Springsteen, to me, I don't think he's got a particularly good voice. I don't think Joe Cocker had a good voice. Yeah, if he's in concert and I had free tickets, I'd give them away. Chris Rea, never cared for him. Same with Krista Berg, didn't care for him either. Miley Cyrus or Selena Gomez. I don't know anything by Selena Gomez, but Miley Cyrus is a very talented singer. And she did a very sad song about her breakup that was really touching. Boy, boy, if you listen to what she's saying, it's very adult. Sometimes Miley comes off very immature. And she's certainly not a shy girl. But she has a song that came out, was it last year, about her breakup. Slide Away. Wow. That is a sad, sad song. Sad. I like it. She's just superb. And around that same time, I'll tell you, a very talented singer, I think, who has a bright future ahead of her. Shawn Mendes, Camila Cabello. So Camila Cabello was part of, what was the name of the group she was a part of? She's part of an all-girl group. The Fifth. Oh, come on, Carey. Fifth Harmony. I knew it was, I was going to say Fifth Dimension, but that's Motown. That's a whole different band. Fifth Harmony. She was one of the girls in Fifth Harmony, which was an all-girl band. And then she kind of broke out on her own, and she did this song with Shawn Mendes. And during the American Music Awards, they performed it live. It's called Señorita. In 2019, if you look on YouTube, there's a live performance of Shawn Mendes with Camila Cabello. And there's always this rumor that was going around if they were dating. And it was clear they had something going on. But they were, for whatever reason, they were keeping it on the down low. And what was amazing about this performance, and I talked about this on video in the past, is there's one camera. It's a Steadicam. And a camera operator and the singers have to be in very specific positions or they'll run into each other or fall off the stage. It's a pretty narrow stage. And the camera never cuts. It's one long, never-ending camera shot from the beginning to the end of the song. And the camera, this is the part that amazes me because of what I do on YouTube. The camera does a full 360 degrees around the theater that they're playing in, but you never see any camera operators. You don't see any employees. You don't see any camera equipment or lighting or cables, none of it. And you have to understand that as you move a camera around, you get different lighting effects. I don't know how they pulled this off. This was done live, and the camera is unedited. It is a single camera shot that is mesmerizing. And when I first watched it, I didn't really care much about the song so much as about the body language of the two singers, because it seemed like, I don't know who these two kids are, but they got something going on. It's pretty obvious. They're either the best actors and, right up there with, Class A actors, or they honestly feel this way for each other, and I suspect they're not very good actors. So I had never heard of, I've heard of Shawn Mendes, but I didn't really listen. And Camila Cabello, I never listened to Fifth Harmony. I don't know who she is. But I saw this, and you couldn't deny there was some energy happening here. Something was being captured on film that was very real. And if you know anything about me, I like to keep everything real. So I was really drawn, and then I'm looking at this, and I'm like, there was something about that video, just the way it was filmed. So now I'm taking a step back from what was being portrayed to how it was filmed. And then I realized they never edited. That's one single camera shot. One camera from beginning to end. It never cuts, ever. One camera. You watch that and realize you're watching one fluid camera movement, moving 360 degrees. There's never bad lighting. It's always in frame. Everybody hits their marks when they're supposed to hit their marks, and it's completely live. So if you screw it up, there's nothing you can do. Then my mind went, and then I heard what they were singing to each other, and then I Googled it to figure out what their history is, and in my mind went, and I'm like, wow, there's a history here. There's a thing going on. Everybody knows there's a thing going on, but they won't admit it. And then you look up interviews where they did talk shows with James Corden and all these other folks, and they say, hey, so what's the deal with you and Camila Cabello? Oh, we're just friends. Oh, the hell you are. You're not just friends. You got something going on there, son. Own up to it. We want to know. So then I'm like, all right, what am I getting myself caught up to? This is like gossipy type nonsense I don't like to get caught up in. But they're two very young and attractive, talented people. You want to see them together. They seem like they really care for each other, and you're rooting for them. You want them to be together. You're like, they're perfect for each other. They appear to be the perfect couple. Like you look at that and you go, wow, you know. So I was kind of nosy because I wanted that, you know, I was hopeful that this was a thing because they seemed like they were really good together. That's the kind of relationship you hope you would have in your life at some point. For me anyway, and I'm like, wow, I'm very jealous of that. That's really awesome. Oh, we're just friends. Oh, get the hell out of here. You're not just friends. I can tell the way you're looking at each other. You're not just friends. You watch that video and tell me they're just friends? No. And then you watch that video and realize it's one long camera shot and how narrow the stage is and how you never see any crew and how they're always in frame and nobody apparently makes a mistake. Wow. Yeah, that blew me away. Sounded like a camera on a drone. Oh no. This was a steady cam. There were clearly, if you watch the way it's done, it's clearly a person holding a camera. And I suspect there's another guy or person picking up the cables so that the cameraman doesn't trip on his own cables or become entangled. Somebody's got to control those big heavy cables. So I imagine he's the cable guy. I don't know what his job is called, a grip. He's got to get those cables out of the way, make sure that there's enough slack that the camera guy isn't pulling on the cables to get a shot and have the camera pulled back. And at the same time, make sure that there's no slack cables that anybody can trip over. That's a serious job. You've got to be cognizant of where the camera is because that guy's supposed to be hidden. You're never supposed to see him and you never do. So apparently, you know, everybody did their jobs. I can't imagine how many times that had to be rehearsed for everybody to get that right. What an amazing piece of footage. It's a great song. It's sung with feeling. The people that sing it seem like they're sincere and honest. And it's a sincere and honest camera shot that it's not edited and polished. It's one long camera shot. That is so difficult for everybody to do all of that and not screw it up. In editing, you can fix things. But when it's live, that's it. That's what it is. And they nailed it. It's so unusual because it's so difficult. It's not, I would imagine most people think it's not worth it. It's not worth the risk to make myself look like an idiot when people won't even realize what they saw. Most people won't realize that was one camera shot. They'll just go, just like I did. There was something about that. And the only reason I came to the conclusion it was one camera shot is I couldn't let it go. I'm like, what did they do? There's something it wasn't real obvious to me. And it's not like the movie 1917 where you can edit over 3 months of filming and make it look like, you know, it's half the movies with one camera and half the movies with like just one edit in the whole movie. That's just an editing technique. This is no editing. This is live. So while there is a definite art and talent to editing in that style, when you can do it live, it's all in camera, so there's no editing, I'm gonna put that up on my scale of talent and respect much higher than just editing techniques, because that's real. And I much prefer real. Fly Guy 23 puts the link to the American Music Awards in 2019 that I'm referring to with that one camera shot. Yeah, break away and watch that. Listen to it. Listen to what they're saying to each other. Put the closed captioning on if you got to, and notice that the camera never changes. It's one camera, and then think about how that was done. As you're watching it, imagine if you're the camera guy, or imagine if you're one of the singers. You have to hit your mark. If you don't hit your mark, you're not going to be in the frame. Or if you fall off the stage, think about when the camera's moving backwards. That means the cameraman is walking backwards. If the cameraman walks too far, he's going to go off the edge of the stage, right? So that's the guy who pulls the cables. He's also, his job or her job is to make sure that they can tap the cameraman or, you know, can talk to them in a nonverbal form of communication that doesn't interfere with what they're doing So they have a signal so that they know if you step too far or he's too far right or left. I'm sure they can tap the leg of the side he needs to be on. There's some form of communication there that you're not aware of that's happening. It's amazing. It's one of the most amazing things. It's just the perfect combination of a great song with amazing cinematography that was obviously choreographed to death. And they made it look easy and seamless. You would never know how much work that took. And if I wasn't explaining to you now, you probably still wouldn't know. But if you think about how you would do that, try it. Yeah. Good luck. Do I happen to be a fan of Demi Lovato? I like her. She seems like a really down-to-earth person. I don't know anything she sings. Like if she was in concert, I wouldn't go because I don't know any of her songs. But when I read articles about her and I hear her talking about, what's going on, she seems I'm trying to find a word. Honest. Barry Manilow. Barry Manilow is a 70s singer, primarily. What is it? Copacabana? At the Copa. I think he's a very talented singer. And if you were going to see a show in Las Vegas, I think Wayne Newton and Barry Manilow, even if you're not a fan of their music, they know how to work a crowd and they know how to put on a show. And I think you would leave liking the show you saw. Even if you didn't care for the music, you'd say, wow, that guy knows how to put on a show. And Barry Manilow and Rod Stewart and Wayne Newton, these guys know how to put a show on. These are entertainers for sure. Wayne Newton especially. You can not know who Wayne Newton is. Go see a show in Vegas and you'll be like, wow, that was a good show. So it's not about the music, it's about the singer, the artist, and how comfortable they are and how they just seem like they're exactly where they belong, they're very, very good at what they do. Though I'm not a fan of either one of them. If I had tickets to see a show, I would go, for sure, and I'm sure I would like it. They earn their money. The B-52s? The B-52s are a fun band, right? They were a bunch of people that liked karaoke, and then they said, let's do this for real. And their songs are silly. I like Rome. I like Summer of Love, Love Shack. Rock Lobster is just a fun song. Yeah. They're just a campy band, right? They're just very campy. I think Angel Eyes Queen? I don't know what the IZQN stands for. Contributes $5 and said, here's to a cool channel. And that's from Angel. Hey, thank you, Angel. Appreciate that. I like to find songs that were like one-hit wonders, and you're like, oh, I completely forgot about that song. Songs like Sausalito Summer Nights by a group called Diesel. And if you watch them live, you're like, geez, what are there, 16 band members? You got to split your pay 16 ways? What's everybody making, 20 bucks? There's a lot of people in that band. But that song, very catchy, Sausalito Summer Nights. Billy Squier, man, this guy could crank out guitar riff after guitar riff. Everything he did. Lonely as the Night, The Stroke, what a great song. I think The Stroke reminds me a lot of We Will Rock You. It's got this very basic sort of hand clapping, foot stomping kind of sound. What is that? In the Dark. Boy, Squire had like 5. Everybody Wants You was one of his last hits. Very catchy guitar riff. Underrated. Billy Squier, way underrated. I never cared for Santana until I heard him with Rob Thomas from Matchbox 20 do the song Smooth. But I didn't care for Matchbox 20 either. But I did like Smooth. That was a good song. But I couldn't tell you anything Carlos Santana, any of these guitar guys, Stevie Ray Vaughan, Stevie Vaughan, Steve Vai. I don't know any of these guys. Nothing. Santana was in that same group until Smooth came out. And I was like, oh, that's a good song. Sniffing the Tears, Driver's Seat. That's a fun song from the 70s. The band U2. U2 has been around. It's one of the longest lasting bands, hit makers. I think second only to the Rolling Stones for how long they've been together and still are playing. I'm not a fan. I don't think there's anything U2 sings that I like. For a while, I liked With or Without You, in the 80s, but I never cared for Judgment Day. I just don't like their music. It just doesn't do it for me. There's not a single song U2 does that, U2 and UB40, I don't like them either. Don't care for it. Instead of UB40, I'd listen to Simply Red. I much prefer Simply Red, because to me, UB40 and Simply Red were a similar style. And U2, I'm trying to think what they would remind me of. U2 had a ton of hits. Don't like any of them. Like I said, the closest thing I liked was With or Without You. I bought the 45, and then I heard it like a million times, and now I'm sick of it. It's too slow. Like Bon Jovi's Dead or Alive. It's too slow. I liked it for a while. I don't want to hear it ever again. I'm so sick of all Bon Jovi, to be honest. Bad Medicine. Ugh. Look, they were great songs. They're just overplayed. But one song that's not overplayed is one of their early hits, Runaway. That's a song I'll still listen to. But again, I like listening to the songs people have forgotten about. See the chameleon lying there in the sun, all thanks to everyone, run, run away. By Slade. When's the last time you've heard that on the radio? Love and Rockets sang a song called So Alive. What happened? Why doesn't the radio stations play these songs anymore? It's maddening. Some great music. Sausalito Summer Nights, I don't hear it on the radio. I very rarely hear Billy Squier anything on the radio. So I strive to listen to something different because the radio tends to play the same songs over and over. Even the 80s stations are playing the same 80s music. I'm like, come on. There was more in the 80s than just that were hits. Songs like Let's Go All the Way by Sly Fox. It's a great song. You just don't hear it anymore. There's a ton of songs like that. I don't know why the radio doesn't play them. It's maddening. Al Stewart. So to me, like Al Stewart and Cat Stevens were like the same guy. So if I'm listening to Year of the Cat or I'm listening to Peace Train, it kind of feels like the same style, same genre, the same kind of music. It feels like it could be the same band. But if I'm looking for like yacht rock, I do have a yacht rock playlist of songs like, Captain and Tennille and, Love Will Keep Us Together, Year of the Cat. Yeah, these yacht rock, Thunder Island. I have you want to see my yacht rock playlist? I have a yacht rock playlist. Let me pull it up. Bring it over here. So yacht rock would be sort of like this easy listening 70s, 80s. Well, even there's yacht rock today. I think Circles by Post Malone is yacht rock. But if you look at the playlist, it's mostly older music, Just the Two of Us, Eye in the Sky by Alan Parsons, You Can Do Magic by America, Thunder Island by Jay Ferguson, Diamond Girl, Steal Away by Robbie Dupree, Hey 19 by Steely Dan, Africa by Toto would be yacht rock, A Little More Love by Olivia Newton-John, I Can't Go For That by Hall & Oates, Say It Isn't So by Hall & Oates, I Can Dream About You by Dan Hartman,
Keep Forgetting by Michael McDonald from the Doobie Brothers. On and On by Stephen Bishop. Baker Street, Dance With Me by Orleans. Love Will Find a Way by Pablo Cruz. Romeo's Tune. Here's a song nobody plays anymore. Romeo's Tune by Steve Forbert. You're like, what's that? Well, it's another one of those songs you wouldn't know the title to because he doesn't sing it. He doesn't sing Romeo's Tune in the song Romeo's Tune. But if you hear it, you'll go, oh, it's that song. He's right. I haven't heard that in a long time. The Thing We Do for Love by 10cc, Sister Golden Hair by America, Sentimental Lady by Bob Welch, who I think was one of the original band members of Fleetwood Mac. Crazy Love by Poco, that one song they do. You Hear the Cat, that was L. Stewart. Kiss You All Over by Exile. That's a great yacht rock song. Biggest Part of Me by Ambrosia. Right Down the Line, Jerry Rafferty. I Want to Know What Love Is. Powerful song by Foreigner. 99 by Toto. Goodbye Stranger by Supertramp. FM by Steely Dan. Use Me, great song. Bill Withers, what a fantastic singer. He has like 4 hits. They're all amazing songs. Lean on Me would probably be his most popular one. What You Won't Do for Love by Bobby Caldwell. Give Me the Night by George Benson, great song. Voices Carey by Till Tuesday. Smooth Operator by Sade. I know it says Sade. She says it's pronounced Sade. Will It Go Around in Circles? Billy Preston. Sunrise, They're Simply Red. How Long by Ace. Summer Breeze, Seals and Crofts. Steal the One by Orleans. So Into You by the Atlanta Rhythm Section. Come to Me, Brian Culbertson. Dreams by Fleetwood Mac. That's a good yacht rock song. You're the Only Woman by Ambrosia. Let's Dance by David Bowie. Good yacht rock song. One of These Nights by the Eagles. Promises by Naked Eyes. New Moon on Monday. Kind of towing the line on that one. And King for a Day is a great song by the Thompson Twins. Higher Love by Steve Winwood. Roseanne by Toto. Like to Get to Know You Well by Howard Jones. Heart of Glass by Blondie. Only the Lonely by the Motels. Keep on Loving You by REO Speedwagon. Don't Let Him Go, REO Speedwagon. All Night Long by Lionel Richie. I Just Died in Your Arms by the Cutting Crew. Carey by Mr. Mister. Foolish Heart. Mandolin Rain, of course, Bruce Hornsby in the Range. Music Box Dancer was a song you don't hear on the radio anymore. It was all instrumental in the 70s. Breakfast in America. Take the Long Way Home by Supertramp. Margaritaville. Like No Other Night, 38 Special. Night and Day by L.B. Shore. We're in This Love Together by El Jarreau. So I consider like El Jarreau and Bill Withers and Grover Washington. I kind of consider that all the same. Has the same kind of soul sound to it. Where was I? Undercover Angel by Alan O'Day. I got to be in a special mood to, maybe soak it in the bathtub, light a candle. Sharing the Night Together by Dr. Hook. Remember Dr. Hook? Somebody's Baby by Jackson Browne, a great lyric song. Magic by Pilot, great song. I would put that next to Driver's Seat by Sniffing the Tears, but it's too rock and roll to be yacht rock. Forever Young by Alphaville. Doctor by the Thompson Twins. Lay Your Hands on Me by the Thompson Twins. Brass in Pocket by the Pretenders. That's All by Genesis. Sweet Dreams by the Eurythmics. Love Fool by the Cardigans. Don't Dream It's Over by Crowded House and Electric Blue by Ice House. Truly Madly Deeply and To the Moon and Back by Savage Garden. You don't hear them on the radio anymore. Strange Magic by ELO. Sometimes by a group called Erasure. Very similar to Depeche Mode. You Make Love and Fun by Fleetwood Mac. Love Is Alive by Gary Wright, along with Dreamweaver. When You're in Love with a Beautiful Woman by Dr. Hook. Midnight Feels Right by Starbuck. Afternoon Delight. Of course, you got to have Afternoon Delight. Starland Vocal Band, right? Jackie Blue by the Ozark Mountain Daredevils. Wildfire by Michael Martin Murphey. Great song. Magic, I already have Magic on there. Tenderness by General Public. Turn Your Love Around. Oh, what a great song. That, if you've never heard this song, you've got to love this song. You have to. It's catchy, it's fun, it's not too fast, it's not too slow, it's beautiful. It's a great, lyrically, musically, it's one of those songs, I could never hear this song too much. Never, ever. Every time this song plays, the radio gets turned up. I don't care how many times I've heard it, it never gets old. One of my favorites,
Turn Your Love Around by George Benson. I need to give that more credit because that's a great song. And sometimes I need to be reminded to let things go. And George Harrison did a solo song called Blow Away. And I think it's really important you listen to what he says because everything he says is true. I think it's true. And it reminds me, this will all blow away. Relax. This will blow away. Great, great song. It follows my belief system. Where there's dark, there's light. Where there's good, there's bad. And everything's cyclical and everything changes and everything moves and there's balance in everything. And what you might feel like today, you won't feel like in the future. It's all temporary. It'll all blow away. Great song. If you're feeling really depressed, this is the go-to. Blow Away by George Harrison. And you listen to him. Listen to him. I'm telling you. Everything She Wants by Wham. Jeopardy by the Greg Kihn Band. Too Shy by Kaja Gugu. Betty Davis Eyes, Kim Carnes. Tonight by Kool and the Gang. Firestone by Kygo is a great song. Something About You by Level 42. Trouble by Lindsey Buckingham. Another song they don't play on the radio. So Alive, Love and Rockets. It's still talking about that. Falling in Love, Uh-Oh by Miami Sound Machine. Human Nature by Michael Jackson. Once again, great lyrics, beautiful song. Hot Child in the City by Nick Gilder. I always thought that was a woman. When you hear that song, you're like, is that a woman singing? No, it's a guy. Wouldn't It Be Good by Nick Kershaw. If You Leave by Orchestral Maneuvers in the Dark, also called OMD. Under the Milky Way by The Church. Good Night Tonight by Paul McCartney and the Wings. What Have I Done to Deserve This by the Pet Shop Boys. Harden My Heart by Quarter Flash. Radioactive by The Firm. Yeah, I haven't heard that on the radio forever. Stand or Fall by The Fix. Magnet and Steel by Walter Egan. What a fantastic song. I Got You by Split Enz. Tempted by Squeeze. On and On by Stephen Bishop. Kokomo by the Beach Boys. As a song, I got a small doses. Ain't Even Done with the Night by John Cougar Mellencamp. It's My Life by Talk Talk. Drive by the Cars. Suddenly Last Summer by the Motels. Wrapped Around My Finger by the Police. Love My Way by the Psychedelic Furs. Better Be Good to Me by Tina Turner. Josie by Steely Dan. What a Fool Believes by the Doobies. Nights Are Forever Without You by England Dan and John Ford Coley. Chuck E's in Love. Ricky Lee Jones, is that her name? Ricky Lee, I think it's Jones. Circles by Post Malone. Why Can't I Have You by the Cars. Not a very popular song. Poetically written, very poetic lyrics. It's a beautiful song. Captain of Her Heart by Double? Is it Double? The name doesn't sound right. Save a Prayer by Duran Duran. Enjoy the Silence. What a great ambient song. Beautiful lyrics. Come Undone, another beautiful lyric ambient song. That's Duran Duran. And Ordinary World is another one Duran Duran did. They went through this phase of making this really ambient on the Wedding album. And those two songs, Come Undone and Ordinary World, were very unusual styling for Duran Duran. And New Moon on Monday, traditional ambient type song. Ride Like the Wind by Christopher Cross. Why he didn't call himself Criss Cross, I don't know. Darling Nikki by Prince is a little nasty. Is She Really Going Out With Him by Joe Jackson, sorry. Fun song. Fooled Around and Fell in Love by Elvis Bishop. I should take that off. It's too slow. You Can't Change That by Radio. Fun song. Imaginary Lover. We're back to Atlanta Rhythm Section. And then the last one is Magic by Olivia Newton-John. So that would be my yacht rock playlist. So yacht rock isn't too slow. It's not going to be ballady, but it's also not toe tapping. Okay, it's music that's, you might kind of move your head to it a little bit, but it's very relaxing. But it's not. How would I describe it? There's no heavy messages involved in it. It's not a ballad. It's not slow, but it's not fast. It kind of sits in this middle ground. It would be basically light rock, is what it is. Yacht rock is light rock. Loverboy. Yeah, Loverboy was another one of those bands that, I don't know. Working for the weekend, I could relate to the lyrics, but I just didn't. It's not that I don't like it. I don't care for it. Like if it's on the radio and there's nothing else on, I'll listen. But I prefer to listen to something better. The Goo Goo Dolls, I never cared for. Mm-mm. Julio Iglesias, do all the girls I loved before. No, I don't care for that. Richard says, "Turn Me Loose" by Loverboy is good. It's okay. Peter Schilling's Major Tom is a great song. Matt Power said, if that's a guy singing Hot Child in the City, he's waiting for puberty. I thought it was a woman. Even when I watched the video, it looked like a woman. I'm like, I think that's a woman. Yes or King Crimson? I don't know anything by King Crimson. And the only thing Yes ever did that I liked was 90125. Well, I take that back. So Yes, there's like 4 songs Yes does that I like. Changes, Roundabout, Owner of a Lonely Heart. I would put Owner of a Lonely Heart next to Money for Nothing, because they have these really cool intros where a guitar plays solo right in the beginning of the song. And when you listen with headphones, it's got this very dynamic sound, like Lenny Kravitz has that middle of the song where he does the out of phase guitar solo, where no other instruments, well, I guess the drums are playing, but just the electric guitar. Are You Gonna Go My Way by Lenny Kravitz. Those 3 songs with those guitars on a pair of headphones just fit really well together. So going back to the songs I like by Yes, so Changes, Roundabout, Owner of a Lonely Heart, anything, all these songs are on 90125 except Roundabout. Might be an older song. What's the other one? It's all like it's all weird vocals. Weird vocal sounds that Yes did in this song. They just made noises with their mouth. Come on, Carey, what is it? I've Seen All Good People is a song that's okay, but Long Distance Runaround, It Can Happen, kind of, yeah. Leave It I liked. So there's a song I forgot about. Leave It is a good song. I wonder if that's the one I'm thinking of. Where they made all these vocal sounds for instruments in the beginning of the song. It's a very strange sound. I think I'm thinking of Leave It. It's a weird, nothing sounds like that. And Yes kind of fits in that group of progressive rock with Pink Floyd and the Police, where it fits into this category they call progressive rock. I think even Talking Heads were considered progressive rock, if I'm not mistaken. So I guess I kind of like progressive rock, but it's not my favorite thing. But Owner of a Lonely Heart is unlike anything Yes has ever done. And it's acoustically, the way it's produced. And now, look, I don't know what it means. The eagle's dancing and see the eagle one and only. I don't know again, it's artistically poetic lyrics that I have no idea what he's singing about. But see him dancing one and only. I don't know. Anyway, if I hear Owner of a Lonely Heart and it's just starting, that's the best part of the song. Boom, 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 boom. Yeah. Same way with Money for Nothing. The beginning of the song. do 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 do, and it's just moving in your headphones. Just raw guitar, no other instrument. And then the drums kick in. And then all this bass comes in, all the mid-range suddenly comes into the headphones, and it fills all that empty space that they set you up with in the beginning. And it's mind-blowing if you don't know to expect it, because they set it up beautifully. And then, of course, Are You Gonna Go My Way by Lenny Kravitz. You get to the middle of the song with a guitar solo, and it's out of phase. And it's moving, and it's out of phase, and it's got this weird tunnel effect. Though that's volume to maximum for those portions of those songs. Yeah, you don't want to be in the car with me if those songs come on in those moments. But when you listen to Money for Nothing, I cannot express to you. You're listening to Sting singing Don't Stand So Close to Me, but he's singing I Want My MTV. That's Sting. I want my MTV. Don't stand so close to me. That's Sting. And you got to get past what feels like an eternity of that nonsense. And then you get to just a guitar, nothing but a raw guitar with a very catchy, Mark Knopfler, what a great guitar player. You get this really catchy guitar lick, and it's sort of the higher end of the frequency range. So you're listening, and you may not realize that you're basically listening to a very narrow band of frequency. And then when the drums kick in, you get this low frequency. There's no middle. There's just high, and then the drums, if you have a subwoofer and you have the volume up, the drums have this very rhythmic, and boom, on that last drum hit, all the other instruments come in, and now the top and the bottom get filled into the middle. And so acoustically, if you're not aware of really what's happening, you're like, this is a very dynamic song. It just filled all the empty space that I didn't realize was there. And it becomes full. I don't know how else to explain it. And the Owner of a Lonely Heart starts out in a very similar way. And then some songs would sort of have these intros. Like in the 70s, the song wouldn't start right away. So if you listen to Crazy on You by Heart, it's got this weird sort of chaotic acoustic beginning that doesn't seem to have any rhythm. And you just listen to it and you're confused. Like, is this music? But then it sort of tapers off, and then she starts strumming on the guitar in a rhythmic way, and then all the instruments come in, after the lead guitar, boom, 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 and then whoosh, all this music comes in and it just fills the headphones. It's a great feeling. Anytime music does that, and they do it well. Foreplay by Boston is just chaotic noise, seemingly, but then it leads into this great song, Long Time. And then Sirius by Alan Parsons also appears to be this weird sort of, noise. And then it becomes Eye in the Sky. So this used to be a trend that bands used to create these intros. And a lot of times the intros sounded like chaos. And Yes did that with Changes. When Changes starts, it just sounds like a cacophony of noise. But then it all comes together and forms this song right in the beginning. And it's very upbeat. And again, you crank that bad boy up. So it's very hard to get on board with it if you're not familiar. You're just going to hear noise. It's, I think, supposed to be noise. Because when the noise becomes music, it impacts you more. Because you can appreciate it more. Because now there's a rhythm that you know what to expect. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2. You can do that with all songs. If you don't know music, you can time it out. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. So when it's noise, it's hard to find any rhythm in the noise. But when the noise comes together and then the music starts, I think there's a new appreciation. Then I think, well, I could have done without the noise, and you could have just started at the song. But after you hear it a few times, it doesn't sound right. If I'm going to play Long Time by Boston on Guitar Hero, it better have foreplay in the beginning. Someone mentions Run DMC. You know, Run DMC and Beastie Boys to me were like the same group. They're just terrible singers and terrible music. That being said, I think the Beastie Boys were more talented than Run DMC. But there's a couple songs, you know, Tricky. Listening to Tricky by Run DMC on a loud stereo is a fun song because you just don't hear it anymore. But those guys can't sing to save their lives. You kidding me? And Beastie Boys, are you kidding me? They're just terrible. But again, they have like one song where they actually, in my opinion, showed off where they could really play. And that, of course, is a song I can never remember the name of it. But it's been used in movies and stuff. It's more so than their other hits. They're just terrible singers. Terrible. And I didn't think they could ever play a song, but it's called Sabotage. There's Sabotage. You're like, oh, that's the Beastie Boys. They can actually play. I didn't know that. But if you put Beastie Boys and Run DMC side by side, I'd have a hard time telling them apart. They're just musically and lyrically basic. It feels like something I could have done when I was 13 years old. Like, I don't see a whole lot of talent there. But that's just me. Bad Company. Yeah, Bad Company had like 2 hits, right? One called Bad Company by the group Bad Company, and one called The Sky is Burning. That's what, Paul Rogers is the guy's name? Lead singer? Burning Sky is a fun song. Bob Seger has a song called Strut. That's my favorite song Bob Seger does. I could care less for anything else Bob Seger did. Don't care for it. Turn the page? Yep, turn the station. Old time rock and roll? If I want to hear old time rock and roll, I'll listen to Billy Joel sing about, what was that song called he sang? Still Rock and Roll to Me? Or Huey Lewis, The Heart of Rock and Roll is Still Beating. Those to me are far better songs of the same spirit. But Bob Seger's song, Strut, what a great song. Great guitar riff, great rhythm, fun lyrics, love it. Again, haven't heard on the radio in ages. Golden Earring. Golden Earring is one of those bands, I think they're from the Netherlands, and they had a hit, and then they vanished for 10 years, and then they had another hit 10 years later. There's only one other artist I know that did that. That's Billy Ray Cyrus, because he did Achy Breaky Heart, and then nothing. 10 years, he's dormant. And at least on radio play, popular radio. And then he did, what, Old Town Road or something, which I didn't care for. But just the fact that somebody can have a hit, disappear for 10 years, and come back and have another hit. Golden Earring did that with Radar Love and Twilight Zone. Very unusual. Very unique. There's not many artists that go away and can come back. ZZ Top, you know, I'm not a real big fan of ZZ Top, but I don't mind it. You know, ZZ Top, the guys have a real good sense of humor. It's 3 guys, like the Police, it's 3 guys. ZZ Top, was it Dusty and, is it Frank and, can't think of the other guy. Anyway, they have a great sense of humor. Like, oh, ZZ Top's still together. The guy's like, yeah, same 3 guys, same 3 chords. He just makes fun of himself. I love it. I love his style. But some of the music is so Texan. I don't know what a LaGrange is. I don't know what that is. And MTV, look, I'm the MTV generation. You're Generation X. So we saw Sharp Dressed Man played on video over and over and over, and it was cool. And I've heard it enough, you know. But LaGrange, I don't understand. You know what I'm talking about. I don't know what you're talking about. But the beginning of LaGrange, that's a great example of a song that starts out, then the drums hit, and then boom, all the music fills in. That's another example of that, where just that intro is incredible. I don't know what the hell he's saying. He's just like mumbling. He's got like a mouthful of marbles like Kurt Cobain. I don't know what's it. You know what I'm talking about. No, I don't. And what's the other one? ZZ Top, they played a lot of. Tush was sort of a nasty song, but Sharp Dressed Man and Gosh, there was another one they played on MTV constantly. Flex Chew says Max Headroom. Max Headroom had a song with the Art of Noise, and it was called Paranormia. I love me some Max Headroom. I really do. It's politically incorrect, and I don't care. I love Max Headroom. And the Art of Noise was a very interesting band. It was kind of this weird... If you listen to some of their hits, they had Close to the Edit, which is a really weird video, but a really cool song. And all the Art of Noise songs sound alike. Whatever instruments they're using, they keep using them. And they did this really weird one-off song with Max Headroom called Paranormia. And I am addicted to... I can watch that video. He is so... When I watch Max Headroom, I can't take my eyes off him, especially in the song. The way he kind of moves, and the way he smiles, and the way his head jerks back. It's just like it's the dumbest song ever. I don't even know what it's about. I'm not sure. It's not a happy song. It's not a sad song. He's talking about wanting to get some sleep, and he doesn't know where he is. And he implies there's bars on his window, like he's in jail. I don't know what's going on. It doesn't make any sense. But that's the Art of Noise. Now, the Art of Noise, if you notice on my ambient playlist, they have a song called Moments in Love. Now, this is very different for Art of Noise. This is a very ambient, peaceful, calming song. And it's very repetitive. But for an ambient song, it's right up there in my ambient list. It's on, must play for ambient. And then, what's the other one Art of Noise did? They did another big hit. Well, they worked with Tom Jones and they redid Kiss by Prince. That's with Art of Noise and Tom Jones. But there was one more they did I can't think of that was popular. But they were an underappreciated band. They were wacky. Chunkier Fish says, I think there is an episode of King of the Hill where one of the guys from ZZ Top is Hank's half-brother. Now, see, that's not funny. If one of the guys from ZZ Top was Boomhauer's half-brother, that'd make more sense. Because you can't understand Boomhauer, and you can't understand the guys in ZZ Top half the time. In the chat room, a name I can't see, something phobic, says, Carey, what laptop brand do you recommend for general home use? I buy Dell's. That's what I buy. Thomas Dolby. I got to interview Thomas Dolby. He's a cool dude. Blood, Sweat, and Tears? Again, when we get into that late 60s stuff, I don't really... It's okay. Oh, Cheap Sunglasses by ZZ Top? Yeah, that's another one, but it's not the big hit that they were playing. What was the hit that MTV used to play? They used to play 2 ZZ Top videos over and over again. Give Me All Your Lovin'. Oh, and Legs. Give Me All Your Lovin', Legs, and Sharp Dressed Man were in constant rotation on MTV. Constantly on the air. And I'd say Legs is the one I don't hear anymore, so that one I would be more inclined to listen to today because I'm not burned out on it like Sharp Dressed Man or LaGrange. Juice Newton, Queen of Hearts. So that's when you run into this country mix. Like there were some country songs that made it into top 40, Billboard top 40. And Juice Newton's Queen of Hearts, Eddie Rabbitt's Driving My Life Away, and Eddie Rabbitt's I Love a Rainy Night. And then Frida saying, I Know What's Going On. No, that's not it. Sylvia sang Nobody. There's another lyrical song that I think is genius the way it's written. It's something like, she sees her man looking at another girl, and you're like, who's that? And you're like, nobody. Well, your nobody called today, and she hung up when I asked her name. It's clever, using nobody as a proper name. I thought that was a really clever lyrical thing to do. And Sylvia, I guess, is a country singer. I never heard of her. But in that era, there was also a fun song called Telephone Man by Mary, M-E-R-I, Wilson. And it was a silly, goofy 1970s silly song. I haven't heard it on the radio in 30 years. Not that that's a bad thing, but if you never heard it, it's kind of silly. Avoid HP. HP makes some laptops that are pretty decent, like really good. I think they're the Elite, the HP Elite. They're not cheap. I think you get a better laptop for less money with Dell, but if you spend enough money, you can get a good HP laptop. The Weather Girls. Yeah, and the Mary Jane Girls, what about that? All right, well, I'm going way longer than I wanted to go, and I'm starving. So, and now people in the chat they must not have been here because they're talking about stuff we already talked about. So, hey guys, thank you so much. It's cool to hang out and just kind of talk about nothing. TJ Hagan mentions Madness. Madness, great band. Funny video. They had a Lexi sale in One Step Beyond. It's a fun little instrumental song Madness did. Todd wants to know if I have good or bad opinions on Raspberry Pi type computers. Well, again, I'm in business. I run a computer business. I'm not a hobbyist or an enthusiast. If you want to watch tech channels on YouTube from hobbyists and enthusiasts, I'd say 99 out of 100 YouTube channel creators in the tech arena here on YouTube are hobbyists and enthusiasts, and they have more than covered Raspberry Pi and do-it-yourself NASs and all the other nonsense tinkers. And I don't want to call it nonsense. For me, it's about making money. It's about providing customers with what customers need so that they don't have to keep coming back to me. Right? I should be able to put myself out of business. The reason I stay in business is because I have multiple customers. So ideally, I'm not somebody you have to keep coming back to. I set you up, you're good to go, and you should only need to call me for on occasion when something weird happens. So I avoid any sort of do-it-yourself hobbyist enthusiast projects. We go with things that are equipment that businesses can rely on, that can keep their employees productive, keep their customers happy, and keep me employed. None of the Raspberry Pi options, and none of the free NAS or any of the Linux-based router systems or OSs benefit me in my line of work. They're great if you don't want to spend any money or you want to tinker. And as I mentioned, the amount of YouTube channels that cover tech that are hobbyists and enthusiasts outnumber me like 100 to 1. So I guess what I'm telling you is there's no reason for me to cover that stuff because it does not accurately represent where you can earn a living in this industry. And I'm here to bring reality to you. And furthermore, because it's so oversaturated here on YouTube with tech enthusiasts and hobbyists and tinkerers, there's no shortage of finding those videos. They're everywhere. I'm not here to do what's already been done. If I'm going to do something that's been done, I'm going to do it in a way that shows how a real technician does it for getting paid. If you're asking me to do something that doesn't have the career potential to do this for a living, it's nothing I'm going to be interested in. I don't have mommy and daddy paying my bills, and I don't come home from work and get on the computer to play. I'm self-employed, so from the moment I wake up until the moment I go to bed, it's work. I don't really enjoy building a computer just for fun. I'm building a computer because I'm being paid to do it. Somebody might look at a computer and say, you know, that's the most amazing thing I've ever seen. And I'm like, yeah, it's another computer. I don't care. I honestly don't care. After you've seen 30, 40,000 computers, and it's not an exaggeration, they're all kind of the same. There's always something cool. Whatever you have, there's something better. Whatever is top of the line won't be tomorrow. It's hard to sort of embrace something and keep it for a long time in this industry. So I tend not to get too attached. Just move on to the next one. And that's maybe the downside, that it does take some of that excitement. But, look, if you eat steaks every single day, if you eat the best filet mignon and you have the best lobster every single day, you're just going to get sick of it. After a while, you're just going to be like, I guess I'll have another steak and lobster, right? Somebody else may be, oh my God, this is amazing. But you're just like, oh, it's another one. You start, after a while, things start just becoming the same. It's more the same. Oh, we season this one differently. Oh, this is, Kobe beef, whatever, it's a steak. It's hard to get excited about it. But it didn't happen overnight. I've been doing this for 30 years. So I don't want to take the steam out of your, I don't want to take the wind out of your sails, as it were. I think it's great that you share that enthusiasm, but this isn't really an enthusiast channel. What I'm trying to do is connect real people to offer them real solutions to real problems that affect most of us. Whether it's explaining how to clone a drive like we did today, upgrading your own hard drive. You do not need to pay a guy like me to do this for you. Once you see how easy it is, you can upgrade your own RAM, you can upgrade your own solid state drive. And when we get to more advanced topics like servers, I'm not covering servers here. That businesses pay people for that. They have IT departments. Most people don't have servers in their house. In fact, very few people have servers in their homes as a hobbyist. Very, very few. So I'm not going to waste my time trying to appeal to that little tiny percentage of people. That's a waste of my time. Furthermore, as I mentioned, when it comes to careers, that companies hire IT departments to maintain servers. I'm not here to educate those people. What I'm here to do is to help the average ordinary user, because I feel like they're being alienated from the hobbyists and enthusiasts. But what ends up happening are hobbyists and enthusiasts come into this channel and ask me to do hobbyist and enthusiast activities. And as you can see, I push back hard. I push back hard because I am completely against that. And the only reason I'm against it is because there's so much of it already on YouTube. We don't need to add any more. It's already been covered. It's been oversaturated and discussed to a point of nauseum. There's no reason for me to cover it. Furthermore, it is not representative of the work of a real computer technician. So my goal here is to show you, if you're interested in taking this on as a career, to give you a realistic idea of how fulfilling this job can be and what it entails and the work that's involved and the time and the money you can earn doing it and the satisfaction that you get from a job well done, if that's appealing to you. It doesn't involve overclocking or lapping or RGB or liquid cooler. It doesn't apply. Never applies. In the business world, those things don't happen. Now, that's not to say you can't make money at it, but the job opportunities in traditional IT are plentiful. But the job opportunities to do like overclocking and that nonsense, very limited opportunities. And you can, if you're dedicated and committed, you can make it happen, but it's a hard climb. It's an easier climb to appeal to the masses, the needs of the many. You'll find a lot more work available. It's easier to find the work. If you lose a customer, so what? There's more customers everywhere. All I'm trying to do here is show people how to be empowered on how to do some very simple computer maintenance and show them that the computer is not that complicated. It's a pretty simple thing, and these people that make these videos are not necessarily smarter than you. They just have an interest and a passion, that's all. And the interest and the passion is healthy, it's good, but I'm not interested in recreating the wheel. It's already been done, and there's lots and lots and lots of it on YouTube. What I want to see more of, me personally, is more realistic, down-to-earth videos from real people in real careers sharing what their job entails, whether they're lawyers or painters or handymen or technicians or mechanics. Show me every step. Let me see your frustrations. Share them with me, things I would never think of. I don't want to be a car enthusiast channel where we do impractical things to a car engine that most people would never ever do. I want to do things that a mechanic would get paid to do if I was doing a car video. And if I was doing a music video, right? I wouldn't just make it for musicians. I'd want to show the basics of music and playing music and things to look for to make it attainable and digestible for ordinary people who maybe have a little interest, but they're intimidated. And I want to bridge that gap. And I hope that some people watch this and go, wow, you know, that I didn't know that a computer tech had to do that kind of stuff, because all I've been watching are, you know, these tech channels where they're goofing off and they're doing weird stuff, extreme hardware and extreme stuff that doesn't really happen in the corporate IT world. So again, not that there's anything wrong with it, but if you want to earn a living, if you want to buy a nice house and a nice car and earn your own way through life with a career, you're not going to do it in an enthusiast unless you become a YouTube content creator. That's about the only place you could possibly make money doing that without busting your butt trying to find a customer. Otherwise, you go into corporate IT or a field service technician, and that work is nothing like what you see on YouTube. I'm the closest thing you can get to the real deal, except there are a handful of other techs like Tim's Computer Repair shows real computer repairs, actual computer repairs. You don't see me doing any board level circuit board, oscilloscope soldering. There's no money in it. There's no money in that. It's just a huge time suck, and you're gonna die broke. So I've gotta figure out a way that you know, you're not being greedy, okay? But you wanna be able, I hope, to earn a comfortable living where you're not struggling, and you wanna earn an honest and fair wage for an honest and fair day's labor. And if IT is of interest to you, let me introduce you to the reality of IT. It's not bad, but it's not like what you're seeing on most of the YouTube enthusiast channels. It is not that. So enjoy the entertainment, for sure. And for your own personal needs, knock yourself out, tinker away. But I can assure you, if you make pizza all day long, 40 hours a week, for 30 years, probably the last thing you want to see when you come home is a pizza. So it does kind of take the fun out of it when you do it for a living. It's fun for a while. If you enjoy hanging out with your friends playing baseball at the park, or if you enjoy online gaming with some friends on occasion, and you decide to start a clan, or you decide to start a baseball team, and now you have to be at the field, or you have to be online for your gaming on a certain day at a certain time, that has become a job. And it takes some of the fun out of it when you're obligated and you have to be there. But unlike baseball and unlike gaming, you don't get paid for it. You're still working. That's a job. You're showing up to a specific place and time to do a specific task. That's called work. The only difference is you're giving it away for free. Wouldn't it be great if you could do that and enjoy it as much as you enjoy gaming and as much as you enjoy baseball, but get paid? Well, that's why I do what I do. But after 30 years, the fun has changed. For me, the fun is finding a challenge. Show me something I haven't seen before, because I've seen a lot. So a lot is the same old thing. You'll see my eyes roll a lot. Here we go again. Some people are like, oh, it must be nice to have seen everything and done everything. Yeah, I'm sorry, it does kind of feel that way. After a certain point, it's just boring. All the movies are all unoriginal. All the songs start sounding the same. It's kind of the downside of getting older, is everything kind of, the newness goes away. When you're young and you're experiencing things for the first time, it's amazing. There's so much to experience. And then you start noticing patterns. And everything starts looking to be a rehash of something else you've already seen. And all that new experience kind of slowly fades out. And possibly it's an attitude problem, but at the same time, it's also kind of predictable. Here we go again, right? And I can call it. I can be like, you know what? This is what's going to happen. And I'm not always right, but I'm right a lot of times. It does happen. I've been around. I've seen it. And it kind of takes the fun out of it because there's no mystery anymore. It's just like, okay, this part of the job. But then what makes the job worth it is someone brings a unique problem I've never ever seen before. And then I'm kind of like, well, I thought I saw everything. And somebody will bring a computer to me and I'm like, oh, I've never seen this. And sometimes I might exert a little, or show a little frustration. But that's what keeps me in the game. Because when I win, and I will win, I have a great sense of fulfillment. Just watch that Y3K video we talked about earlier here. You'll see me diagnose that live, and you'll see my frustration in real time. And you'll see my brain go from one step to the next step as I explain why I'm going to these steps until I ultimately get it figured out, with help from the chat room. Clearly, I mean, I'd have got there. With the chat room, I got there faster. I guarantee I would have gotten there. But with the chat room, I got there faster. And what a wonderful sense of accomplishment. And nobody had ever done that before. Nobody. When I discovered that, and when the chat room discovered it with me or with the help of the chat room, I don't care about ego. I don't care. Whatever. I did everything I could to use my media power, what little power I've got, to bring attention to that, to all the authors I know and the publications that I know, to bring attention and awareness to this so nobody has to go through all that again. You have no idea how euphoric that was. That is the drug I'm chasing after. But after a while, you just start fixing the same thing over and over and over. It's pretty standard. And what makes it worth it is you'll get that one, and you're like, and then you get it solved, and what an amazing feeling. And so when I started this job, I did it for the fun of building computers and my love for computers. And I still love computers. I do. I don't enjoy cable management. And putting a system together is pretty boring. So I do it because it's a necessary part of the job. But then along comes this weird problem. And I've always been attracted to problems nobody else can solve. If somebody says to me, other people have looked at this and nobody can figure it out, that gets my juices going. Now I'm like, bring it on. Like if you said to me, I got this computer problem, I'll just sit here and go, yeah? Oh, you're getting a blue screen. Never heard that before. Probably your RAM. Have a nice day. But you say, no, it's not the RAM. And I've had 3 other professional technicians look at it and nobody can figure it out. Seriously? Nobody can figure out a blue screen? Seriously. That's incredibly simple. Bring it over here. See how my attitude changes? Now I'm like, let me show you something. That's where I shine. And it's putting up with all of the boredom of the same old makes it worth it, because you have to dig through the trash to find the treasure. So I'm digging through the trash. That's the boredom, everyday work. And then I get that one challenge and I beat every challenge. I've never had a computer I couldn't fix. Never, ever. It's all logical. It all makes sense. There's a logical reason that is repetitive. You can recreate it. There's a reason, and you've got to determine what the reason is, and I love that. It's the best video game I've ever played. Much more rewarding. And I get paid to play it. But sometimes in the video games, you got to go through the droll character buildup just to get to the good stuff. It's kind of like that. I'm suffering the lower levels to build my character up so I can get to the good levels, or get to the areas of the challenges of the levels that make me feel like I've accomplished something that that other people don't accomplish, or fewer people accomplish. It makes me feel good. That's my drive. I don't know why. Fire Marshal Bill, let me show you something. Yeah. I really enjoy it. I really do. It's not all party, good time, and no job ever will be. Right away, the paperwork sucks. This is nothing about the paperwork I enjoy. And then this whole cable management thing, but it's a part of the job. And I'll put up with it because the job's worth it. And I'm so glad I get to do what I want to do. I get to do it when I want to do it. And if I don't want to do it, I don't have to do it. And that freedom is better than any amount of money. I mean, granted, I need the money to pay for the utilities in the house, but to have that freedom to do what I want, when I want, and how I want, I'm never going to find that with an employer. And because that's so important to me, I'm a perfect candidate to be self-employed. But if you don't mind, if you don't mind the politics and the drama of the office place and the bureaucracy and the red tape and all the nonsense, then obviously that's better for you. You don't have to worry about your paycheck and your taxes. It's all, half your taxes are being taken out by your employer. You have set hours and a set place to go and a set job to do. Hey, if that's right for you, that's right for you. I would rather lay in traffic and just lay down in the road. Like that just sounds like complete and total misery to a person like me. So again, to do what I want, when I want, and how I want is more important to me than how much money I make. Can you tell? I don't care. I don't care. I truly believe that if you do what you love, sooner or later, eventually the money will come. I'll let you know when I get there. Patience. I'm not doing what I do for the money, but I do need to have the money to do what I do. I don't need a whole lot. So anyway, take that for whatever it's worth. I couldn't see sitting on a computer to play a game and not get paid for it. If I got to solve a puzzle, I'm getting paid for it. I'm not going to load up a video game and solve the challenge of a level and not get paid for it. You've got to be out of your mind. I get paid to solve problems. I'm not going to voluntarily pay money so I can invest my time into something that makes no difference in the real world. Hey, I saved the galaxy. No, you didn't. You're playing a video game. Nothing you did mattered. I do enjoy some games that are non-committal. All right, so classic arcade games like Galaga, something I can flip on, play a few levels or whatever, get a half an hour of entertainment out of it, and I'm done with it. I'm not building up a character. I'm not investing in it. I'm turning it on. I'm enjoying it, and then I'm flipping it off, and I'm done with it for a while. But in that hour, I could have been making money. But you do have to break off and have a little bit of fun, even if you just mindlessly watch some television or something. You have to turn off at some point or you're going to burn out. So for me, because I enjoy what I do so much, I much prefer to do this than to watch TV or play games. But I do play games. Very rarely, but I do. And the longer you put off playing, the worse your hand-eye coordination and reflexes get. So you don't play very well, which is discouraging to play it. You're like, ugh. But Galaga, I can sit on Galaga just like I was 16 years old. I can play pretty much at the same level now as I did then. And it's just like riding a bicycle. Just get right back on. I can go 6 months and not play Galaga and then jump on the machine and on 1/4 be on it for a half an hour. So it's a skill that's sort of muscle memory. I don't know how to explain it. But other games, like, they go obsolete. If I told you I was playing the original Halo, you'd probably look at me like, what? But the only way you build up skills is you have to keep playing the same game. Galaga is always the same as it's been for 40 years. Halo keeps changing. And then it's frowned upon if you're playing something old. There's a few games that are acceptable, World of Warcraft, CSGO, a couple of games that are old, but that people won't look down their nose at you. But I mean, if you're playing Destiny, nobody's playing Destiny. Be like, you playing Destiny? Why? Wasn't that out like 6 years ago? I don't know. There's a lot of judgment in the gaming community, so I don't care for that either. And I also don't care for the competitive nature of one-upping, a never-ending stream of one-upping each other with no end. There's no end to it. It just gets old for me. I'd rather work together as a team. So if I play games like Gears of War or Call of Duty, I want to play on a team. I don't want to play against you. I want to play with you. And I want us to work together. I don't like I forgot what it's called now. It's terrible. When you go up against another player and you just kill each other and then you die and you respawn and you kill each other and you die and you respawn and you kill each other. That's just boring to me. Even Gears of War horde mode is fun if you're playing with somebody else. It's just never-ending horde and you're just mowing them down. That's great, no problem. But to just keep going one against the other, 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 it's just very boring to me. And I don't like, there's a lot of trendy stuff like Among Us. The idea is that you're going to try to lie. And by the way, great way to make enemies out of somebody you don't know. This is a game that primarily works among people who know each other and don't mind that you're trying to deceive one another. That's the goal, to try to lie to your friends convincingly. When you're lying to a stranger, then you're an ass. And it can turn into a nasty battle of words, to put it mildly. So, that whole nature of the game, to me, doesn't appeal to me. But, I'm a Gen Xer. That's not the way the games were that we played. Deathmatch. Yeah, Brian, that's what I was thinking of. Thank you. Yeah, I don't like death matches. They're just pointless. Because in real life, you wouldn't just respawn and die again and respawn and die again endlessly. You're dead. That's it. Death match is over. It's done. It's like war. You ever play war with a deck of cards? You draw a card, I draw a card. Whoever has the higher value card wins. Game over. You don't keep going. That's the end of the game. It's real quick. It's done. Mark Baggett said, I'm a fan of story-driven video games like The Last of Us and Uncharted. I'm not familiar with those games, but the original game that I bought an IBM-compatible computer for was a story-based game called Wing Commander. I freaking love that game. Loved it. And Mark Hamill was in like Wing Commander 2 and 3 and maybe 4. And man, I just couldn't get enough of that. But after a while, it just gets old. Oh, Call of Duty, there's more story. Battlefield, there's more story. Everything's story. Am I watching a movie or am I playing a game? A friend of mine said he likes watching foreign films. I said, films with subtitles? He goes, yeah. I go, read a book. What I said was, if I want to watch a movie with subtitles, I'll read a book. How can you watch the movie and read the subtitles? You can't. There's no way you can watch the acting and read the subtitles. You can't. You're catching glimpses of it. Oh, these foreign films are fantastic. Well, yeah, because you read it. The book's always better than the movie. You read the book in movie form. So just read the book. There's a skill that's lost. I don't know any millennials or Gen Ys that read books. No, that's not true. I know very few. And if I mention reading a book, it's almost like I'm saying, go mow the lawn. Why would I want to read a book? Did I do something wrong? Are you punishing me? That's crazy. That is absolutely crazy. They don't know. They don't know. And they're discouraged from learning, of learning that. Why would I want to do that? It sounds miserable. It sounds miserable because you've never done it. If you do it, you'll be like, hey, this is better than any movie or video game I've ever played if it's a good book. Listen to anybody who's read Dune, listen to anybody who's read these classic books. Anybody will tell you the book is better than, you read Harry Potter, it's going to be way better than the movie. You read any movie that's been made from a book, read the book. Ready Player One is an amazing movie. There's very little in common with the book. Very little. The book is a completely different story and is way better than the movie. So much better. Ready Player Two, on the other hand, not so much. But Ready Player One, great book. If you watch The Martian, pretty good movie. Doesn't hold a candle to the book. Oh, the book is so much better. Like, we're not talking twice as good. We're talking multiples of 10 better. What an amazing book The Martian was. And the movie did a pretty good job. Still not as good as the book. Doesn't hold a candle to the book. There's a new Dune movie coming out. They've had a very difficult time because Dune is a very complex book. It's very difficult to put it on the screen. Numerous attempts to make the movie have failed in production, and other attempts where the movies did get made, they turned out terrible. This guy Jabrowski tried to make Dune, and he wanted just crazy amount of talented people on it. Never saw the light of day, never got off the ground. Well, it started, great documentary about it. And then David Lynch did it, and it was a 4-hour movie, and the production company's like, we're not going to show a 4-hour movie because we can't show it enough times in a day to make enough money. So they cut the movie in half and left half of it on the cutting room floor, and the movie doesn't make any sense without 2 hours of it's gone. And then the Sci-Fi Channel did the first 3 books, right? They did Dune and Children of Dune, kind of combined Dune Messiah, which was the second book, into these 2 miniseries. And, they did a good job script-wise, but it's so low budget. The actors aren't very good. The costumes are not. They look homemade, like somebody did this in their garage. But they stayed pretty true to the story. So now, this French director, Denis Villeneuve, I don't know how to pronounce his name, Denis Villeneuve, he has done a couple of other popular movies you might be familiar with, and he is doing Dune. And the trailer, if you haven't seen it, is available on YouTube right now. And this is very anticipated by fans of the book because the book is so amazing that it is very upsetting and unjust to those of us that are Dune fans, that this book has not been made properly into a movie. So every time there's an announcement that a movie is going to be made from the book Dune, Dune fans are always very enthusiastic about it. But at the same time, we know we were enthusiastic about the other projects too, and they just left us disappointed. Now, this director insisted the book has to be 2 movies. Right out of the gate, he told the production company, we can't do this book in 1 movie. Cannot be done. And they agreed. So that's a good step in the right direction. So there's going to be 2 movies that accomplish telling the story of the first book, and I understand they want to do the first 3 books. As far as Dune is concerned, as far as I am concerned, Dune is 3 books. Once you go to book 4, book 5, book 6, book 7, it's so ridiculous and over the top and stupid, it just isn't Dune anymore. When you go 10, 20, 30,000 years into the future to talk about the great, whatever grandchildren of Duke Leto, and the children are part worm and part, it's just ridiculous. So it loses steam at God Emperor of Dune, which is the 4th book. But the first 3 books, those are the classics. Dune, Dune Messiah, and Children of Dune. And Dune Messiah is a very thin book. Children of Dune, normal size, and then Dune itself is, it's no Battlefield Earth, but it's a pretty thick book. And it's got a dictionary in it, so you can understand it. Anyway, I'm excited that Dune's being made. I'm also told that there's going to be a new Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, I think, on Hulu. But I don't know if it's a spin-off or if it's a recreation. I'd like to see a recreation because the movie was very disappointing. Did not like the movie. The BBC miniseries was fantastic in the 70s. The movie just dropped the ball. And then, Gina, what's her name? Gina DiCarlo? One of my favorite actors on The Mandalorian got fired. And it's the same, I'm going to roll my eyes again. Here we go. You go on Twitter and you post something stupid. Nobody asked you to post it. You weren't paid to post it. And nobody really gives a rat's behind what you think until you say something that can be interpreted as offensive or insensitive. Even if that wasn't your intent doesn't matter. The public decides your intent. So why you would voluntarily put your opinions, if you're a celebrity, a politician, and you put your opinions on Twitter, nobody asked you, and you're not a politician, so if you want to talk about politics, what you think doesn't matter, since you're not changing anything, and you don't have the answers for everything. I know we all think we can solve the world's problems, but we can't. The people that are hired to do that, those people that are in the Senate and the lawmakers and the congressmen and the president, that's their job. On a basic level, your city council people to solve local problems, get involved. But to get on Twitter and mouth off just to end your career is the dumbest move ever. What a stupid thing. Stupid. Gina had such a great, they're going to spin off a whole show for her. And she just threw it into the trash for no reason. She gave up her whole salary because she wanted people to know what she thought, and nobody asked her, and she wasn't paid. So she threw away a career over her opinion on Twitter. Stupid. How many times are we going to see this over and over and over? People, Twitter is a dangerous, dangerous place. Dangerous place. Very few people move ahead in the world because of Twitter posts. More people get in trouble from their tweets than benefit. And the majority of tweets, nobody ever reads. 99% of the tweets, nobody's ever going to read. You have a small amount of followers, most of us. And unless you're a celebrity or a politician, nobody really cares. You think I care what Joe Smith in Montana thinks about the economic situation in Hungary? I don't care. I don't think anybody else cares either. And if Joe Smith posts something that his employer finds offensive and he loses his job because of it, is that the hill you want to die on? I'm starting to think Twitter needs to be, I don't know. It's such a dangerous platform with real life consequences. I almost feel like people shouldn't be afforded the opportunity to self-destruct themselves unknowingly, and the platform needs to be somehow, like there needs to be a license to use it. You have to understand training and how to post and the consequences of your post, and once you pass this test, then you can post. And then if you do something stupid, well, this is like driving a car. You could drive a car and run over innocent people. You could drive a car and not care about anybody but yourself and put other people's lives in danger. But you are required to have an education to achieve a license so that you will drive responsibly, and that if you don't drive responsibly, you're aware of what you're doing and that there could be serious consequences. You're not just dumbly putting every thought on the keyboard and not thinking of consequence. The Gorilla Glue hair girl, oh my gosh. She goes on Twitter to ask for help. She's desperate for help. She did something stupid. Like you haven't? We've all done something stupid. And she was desperate. She goes on Twitter to ask for help. Oh, you're an idiot. You're stupid. Oh, I'm sure she didn't feel like a genius, okay? She didn't just go, hey, this was a good idea. And then, people don't care. You're just an idiot. So you just voluntarily put yourself into a situation to be attacked by random strangers to call you an idiot. Okay, I'm an idiot. In the meantime, how do I get this glue out of my hair? I haven't been able to wash my hair for a month. My hair's trying to grow and it can't. And it's painful. It's extraordinarily painful and it's dangerous. So, all these kids eating Tide Pods and teaspoons of cinnamon and all these other stupid challenges, they're no smarter. This poor girl was desperate. She didn't go online to brag. She went online for the desperation of, I don't know what else to do. I can't afford, to go to like an emergency room. It's going to cost a lot of money. Does anybody know any way to dissolve Gorilla Glue that doesn't going to eat through my scalp? It's a serious problem. And people are focused on how stupid were you to put Gorilla Glue in here. Well, let's get past that, okay? Telling me how stupid I am isn't helping me get the glue out of my hair. This is serious. And she got so attacked. She's still being attacked. Saturday Night Live just made fun of her. Oh man, I'm glad I'm not in her shoes. And if she'd have never posted on Twitter, she wouldn't have been attacked. On the other hand, it did get the attention of a Beverly Hills doctor who offered his services for free, and she flew out to Beverly Hills and he was able to get the Gorilla Glue out of her hair, and she's okay now. So there was some good that came of it, but boy, did she take a beating. I just feel bad for anybody the public goes after like that. They don't even know her. She had an error in judgment. We have all had an error in judgment. Most of us don't make it public. And she wouldn't have, but she was desperate. And what did she get in return? Attacked. I hope you never find yourself being attacked by an angry mob. It's a terrible feeling. It's a real psychological challenge to get past that. when people just relentlessly attack you and tell you what an idiot you are and how worthless and stupid you are, you have to have a strong psychological profile to stay alive. I wouldn't wish that. That's worse than going to jail. The only good thing about it is it's temporary. In 6 months' time, you won't even know who she is. We'll have moved on to something else. I just feel so bad when this happens to people. And Gina, with the whole Star Wars thing and her, why did she do that? Not only was it a selfish thing to do, and a stupid thing to do, over something she wasn't paid for and nobody asked her for, she has now robbed all of us of that character in future Mandalorian and on the side story spinoff that she was going to be a big part of. She did that to all of us in her selfishness. Now look, it's just a story, it's just entertainment, it's not the end of the world, but she was one of my favorite characters. It was completely stupid. Nothing. If that tweet went off as she intended, nobody would care. That's the best she could hope for. But it didn't go as she intended. I'm sure she didn't intend to lose her job. And we're in such a punitive society right now. People are just looking for a reason to attack strangers. That's the world we live in right now. There's this social justice warrior and stuff that has no impact on you, has no effect on you, but you're going to stand up for other people. It's very insulting because you're implying those other people can't stand up for themselves. Very insulting. If it's not affecting you, mind your own business. Stay out of it. And if for no other reason than to know that poor person's getting attacked by other people, you don't need to pile on. You're not the one who's going to say something more impactful than anybody else. You're just joining in the mob think. Mob think is just stupid. It's just as bad. Doing that is just as bad as putting Gorilla Glue in your ear. If you're going to jump on the bandwagon to insult somebody for being an idiot, well, you're being an idiot by jumping on the bandwagon and doing what everybody else is doing. You're just as much of an idiot, in my opinion. Don't do it. Don't take the bait. When you find yourself on the other end of that, God help you. Hey, there's Peter Laycock. Hey, contributes 50 pounds. He says, hey, Carey and everyone in the chat, good morning from Scotland. Carey, I received my vaccination yesterday. Everything is okay. Hey, right on, Peter. And I guess you're going to get, what, a follow-up vaccination in a couple of weeks? Glad to hear you're doing well. Always happy to see you. It's one of the things, getting back to this, is one of the things that I find about this community that's so valuable is on the internet, people attacking complete strangers is very common. And I was dealing with it for quite some time here on YouTube. And it's very discouraging sometimes to make a live video to be attacked. I'm making mistakes on a live video because I make mistakes in real life. I'm not perfect and I don't know everything. And the only way you learn is by making mistakes. That's how you know. That means you're learning. It's nothing to be ashamed of and it's nothing you should be made fun of. Now, if you keep making the same mistake over and over, that's a different story, okay? So fail, F-A-I-L. Let's put a little Gary Busey in here. First attempt in learning. Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with it. That's called being a human being. It's not a computer. We're not robots. And failure is a very, very valuable part of life. If everything was easy, and if you could succeed at everything you did, you'd be one of the most miserable people I've ever met in my life. I've explained it like this. If there's a video game where you walk your guy straight across a line, you go from the left side to the right side, no obstacles, no jumping, no weapons, no enemies, nothing. You know, what game are you playing? I'm playing this game where I walk my guy from that side of the screen to that side of the screen. Oh, and then what? No, that's it. So what do you have to do? Well, you have to walk your guy from, you just push the joystick to the right or hit the right arrow and walk him to the right. And then what? And then you win. So what's the challenge? Oh, there's no challenge. I don't like challenges. I don't like to fail. I like to win at everything I do. So I love this game. How many copies of that game do you think I'm going to sell? Doesn't that sound like one of the most miserable games ever? So if you live your life thinking you're not going to make any mistakes and you're never going to fail and you're going to make fun of people who do and they're brave enough to do it in front of a camera, man, you're missing it. Whoosh. You're missing it. So my thanks to everybody in blue who's helped to get rid of those small-minded cavemen who come in here and somehow think that the idea is to live life like a video game where you walk a guy from the right to the left and there's no challenges and there's no obstacles and you can't fail. And anything that requires a chance or risk is to be avoided. That's not living. You might be alive, but you are not living. You're missing out. You can never feel a sense of fulfillment and accomplishment until you experience a challenge that you overcome. And those challenges suck. Oh, sometimes they suck. But then you overcome them. And this builds character, this builds experience, this builds knowledge, and ultimately wisdom. And this leads you to your next challenge. And you move up and you level up in life. And you only level up in life through accomplishing challenges and realizing where your limits are and what you need to work on. And if you do it in the public eye with a camera on, people will attack you for not being perfect. And they're complete idiots who absolutely have no idea of what life is. So don't let that ever hinder your progress. So with that, you'll notice with all the friends here in blue, we keep people out of this chat who are not supportive and kind. And as a result, what we have is distilled the best users, the best viewers. And when I say the best, I mean, these are people who have proven themselves to be kind, to be supportive, oftentimes very generous. These are people, every one of you I would call a friend in real life. And it's so unusual to go to any place on the internet where there's no jerks. Reddit's got jerks. Other YouTube channels have jerks. We don't have jerks here. Because if you're a jerk here, you're going to get booted out. And if you're not booted out by me, you'll be booted out by one of my many friends in blue. And if you're not blue yet, I want to turn you blue. I just need to be convinced you're not a jerk. How do you do that? Just keep showing up, keep participating in the chat. If you just watch and you never participate in chat, I don't even know you're there. So neither one of us would know if you were blue, because the only time that would appear is when you interact. And it's weird to think that that's a special thing to reward. Just being kind. To promote that and encourage being kind is weird to me. It seems like that should be the default. Unfortunately, the culture has changed. And some people treat the internet like it's fake and everything they do doesn't matter on the internet because it's not real. And yet people will harm themselves over being belittled and made fun of, ridiculed online. And especially when it's relentless, when it's like a big public movement against one individual who, rose to stardom for the wrong reason. Now, when it comes to people in a situation of power and they're abusing that power, like police or government officials, and we're going to use the media to expose them and their true selves, I'm all for that. They have it coming, they deserve it. But regular folks who just rise to fame for all the wrong reason, boy, I don't think you understand the psychological torment that causes people. And if I were you can't stop other people from doing it, but you don't have to pile on. Christopher G contributes $5. Hey, thank you, Christopher. Anyway, so what I'm getting at is, we have a very unique community here of like-minded individuals who love tech and are kind to one another. And I know many of you join in the chat room and you talk to each other and you look forward to talking to each other. And this is the only place you can talk to each other. You don't know each other in real life. You might live in different countries. And that means the world to me, because no matter what I can do with a computer is nothing compared to the human relationships that we form and the value system that we share is respected and valued by those we share it with. And so when we get somebody in here that thinks this is all a joke and they want to belittle it or they want to poison the well of the community, kick them out. Got no tolerance for it. And sure, they can create another username and come back in and we'll just kick them out again. And eventually it'll sink in to stop coming here or to be nice. If they're nice and they come in with a different name, I don't know it's the same person, but if they're nice, they can stay. I don't know when being nice became an effort. I don't know. At some point in my life, suddenly being nice is now like a rare, valuable skill to have on the internet. That's just wrong. However, it is what it is. And I'm very lucky that so many people that are blue, like in the chat room now, have found me in this community because, you know, when I started this, I knew that there would be a handful of like-minded people. I didn't think it'd be this big. And now my thinking is just the opposite. Why isn't it bigger? I mean, if it can be 335,000 people, why can't it be 1 million people? Why not? So I'm hoping we'll get to that 1 million subscriber level at some point. But in the meantime, we still have these intimate chats that maybe we wouldn't have if this channel was that big. So I appreciate it for what it is. And I hope when I hit that 1 millionth subscriber that you'll be there and you'll say, I remember when he used to not be so commercial and didn't have all these big budget productions and it was just him in a kitchen or him in an empty house. Wouldn't that be fun? You can say, I remember way back in 2021 when he still had hair. All right, that's gonna wrap it up. I probably should eat or use a bathroom. I don't know. How long have I been going? 7.5 hours without food or bathroom or anything? Yeah, I'm part camel. Hey guys, thanks to everybody who has contributed. One more shout out again. Brian Rankin and Richard S., Christopher G., Peter Laycock, Eddie Sawyers. I missed those. Missed Eddie. Sorry, Eddie. Angel Eyes QN, Winston Liu, Planet Cryos, Black Watch, and Brian Rankin, Madi Yoel, Eddie a couple of times. How did I miss all of Eddie's contributions? Eddie, thank you so much. I'm sorry, man. How you get by me? Some people are like, I don't know, Eddie hasn't done anything wrong. I don't know why I didn't see these. Brian Los, The Ultima, is that the name? Madi again, Alex Matucci, JHP Hawaii, Grant Guthrie, Michael Dane, Madi again, Shaman Krishars, Master Singleton, Maroof R, Rick Lakes, thanks as always, Richard Rogers, Frankie B with a very generous $100 contribution earlier today, very generous. Frankie's always very generous. Thank you, Frankie, especially. Stealth Mode, Glenn's Music, Rick Hubbard, Rick, another very generous contributor here. Body, again, another generous contributor here. Sloppy, Slappy. Glasses, need some glasses. Thank you. Black Watch, again, another, again, frequent contributor, generous contributor, Glenn's Music. John Yasuda, a good friend of the channel. I hope to meet in person one day. John used to be a computer technician. Maroof again, thank you Maroof, and Angel again, and Madi again, and Yvonne Marshall, and Kevin Hale, and David DeWitt, JHP Hawaii Photo again, Michael Lloyd, Jamie Munoz, Planet Cryos with that $75 contribution in addition to I think the other 20, that's like $95 from Planet Cryos today. Extraordinarily generous, thank you guys. Steve Warrington, Ken Olson, Coggers Play, Matt Power, Rick Lakes again, JHP Hawaii Photo again, Chris Kingen. Chris is, again, another one that's been very generous here, frequent contributor. Julian D. and Gerardo Quintana Roo kicked us off with the very first contribution, which was $50. I did pretty well in Super Chats today. Thank you guys. It almost pays for this upgrade. Maybe if I do 3 more hours, I'll have it paid for. All right, well, Opposed to the rumors, I am not a cyborg or a robot. I do have to eat. And once in a while, I will use a restroom. So I probably should do that now. In the meantime, thank you so much for joining me. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for interacting with me in the chat room and with each other. And above all, thank you for being nice, being supportive, and being kind. You don't have to be generous, though it's appreciated. Just be nice. That's always appreciated. And I hope you will be a staple of this community for a very long time. And I hope that this community will exist without me. If something should happen, I hope there's a way that we can keep the community together. So with that, thank you so much for watching. I will see you all again very, very soon. I guess this video is going to have to be cut down. So what's new? Okay. I'll see you all again very, very soon. Until then, bye for now.